hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. Gone beyond these lines where time stands still. I'm ready to be sure. Hear the ancients call, my heart be still. And turn your eyes to home. Yeah, I for one, well, I for one, I stand in the mind of a maker out here. Embrace for the sun, see comets run. I find there's a hope for the future, my dear. I for one, see the light of the future so clear. Praise for the setting sun. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future. I see the hope for the future. Right here. I see the hope for the future right here.
Like the sun awakening from heavens, I will set fire to the clouds, setting their hearts ablaze, changing the way they see these
I see
skies.
the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future. I see the hope for the future. Right here. I see the hope for the future right here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's Carball Championships, a fun, competitive environment featuring your favorite female Rocket Leaguers in a battle for high-octane glory.
One last attacker as he chases one down to the corner, keeps the ball up, it goes into the center, and it will be a 0-second goal.
I saw her rotation. This one dangerous. We gotta get it out. And Licious Sarah.
With a minute and a half to go, and somehow it took a crossbar.
Just in case. Now Bella keeping the pressure going. Princess Cheese is there. The pass, and it works out.
So sweet. Alisa getting beat now. Ravina on the other side. Maybe get over Quinton. That's the 2-1. 7 seconds on the clock, and Ketchup take the lead.
Welcome to WCBC Season 3. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Women's Carball Championship. It is week number 2 for North America. I am Hunted here, joined by Jolly for the first time on our broadcast. We appreciate you coming out, hanging out with us today, and welcome in, because today is going to be a whole lot of fun. Again, it's the second week for North America, and we're starting a little bit later here. Had some issues getting everything set up and ready to go, but the players are here and excited, and I know that we're looking forward to a great day today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And we're bringing energy for additional people going into this one. Going to be potentially a long day, but I am so looking forward to it. As you mentioned, this is my first time here with the WCBC, and I am absolutely stoked to be a part of this.
Well, we've got the bracket to show you here for the day. As per usual, 8 teams qualified from the open qualifier. Unfortunately, if you look in that bottom bracket, losers round 1, unfortunately, only IQ had a couple of players unable to make it today, so they will be forfeiting their matchup against Taco Bell's. Rocket Cats and Disaster Esports round out that bottom. But at the top of the bracket, in our winners semifinals, Phantasmal and Flashes of Brilliance. That's the first game we're going to be getting into here in a second. And Bang Gang and Crossbar Queens, the top 4 teams. Not too much of a surprise, considering that's not exactly, but pretty close to what we saw last week. Crossbar Queens kind of sneaking their way into those semifinals in place of only IQ. So we will see what they can bring to the table against a team like Bang Gang, who are the defending champions here this week. But Jolly, going into our first matchup, Phantasmal, Flashes of Brilliance, a chance for some revenge from FOB.
Yeah. Phantasmal knocking out Flashes of Brilliance last week there, 3-1, if I'm not mistaken. I'm a little less savvy with these statistics than you. But, I mean, absolutely a chance for revenge, or a chance to really dig that nail in as deep as possible for Phantasmal. We'll have to see who kicks it off stronger, because as we know, in terms of these best of 5s, it really does have a lot to do with continuing on a strong start, getting that early confidence and working it through.
Well, let's take a look at the standings coming into week number 2. You're going to Phantasmal and Flashes of Brilliance in that top 3. Of course, Bang Gang took out Phantasmal in the winners final, in the grand final last week. So Phantasmal looking to improve on their ability this week here. And again, a top 3 matchup between Phantasmal and Flash of Brilliance is going to be quite a good one. We're going to get into in just a moment. Crossbar Queens and only IQ rounding out the top 5. So, I'm kind of disappointed that only IQ can't make it. Of course, you can't. Real life comes first, right? But with their performance from last week, would have loved to have seen what they could bring to the table here this time around. Unfortunately, we're not going to see that. But in their place, Crossbar Queens comes into this, and it's a chance for them to kind of show their stuff. And anytime you come into a matchup up against the defending champions, the team that everybody's looking to beat, it's always kind of something special.
Absolutely. This is it's a high stress, high anxiety style game for this. I cast all kinds of games, and the greatest part is that these players are also generally the most excited to be here, the most happy, and really, really good in terms of sportsmanship. Whether you win or lose, as a lot of these games do go very heavy-sided. We know 3-1, was the round out. So at least we know Flash of Brilliance in the previous game last week was able to take that single round, even though they didn't make it beyond that, and the scores in the end of it too. I don't know, what the stats look like in terms of the scores that they rounded through, but 3-1 alone in round numbers is definitely a place to come through with a revenge hat on for sure.
Well, I mean, you kind of took my thunder there. I was about to talk about that score line that we saw from Phantasmal and FOB, and it's interesting because Flashes of Brilliance won game 1. It was a 1-0 affair, and I remember watching that game. I think I actually casted that game last week, and how close it was between those teams. And then all of a sudden, it was like Phantasmal came out and said, "All right, we're not going to lose anymore." 4-0 game 2, 5-1 game 3, 5-0 in game 4, and it was quite the beating that FOB had to endure. So that a little bit of that sting still exists with this team. We're going to see if they can, if they can come back. And the other big part is, and we talked about this last week with the EU side as well, that over this holiday break, things seem to get a little weird, especially in a game like Rocket League where it comes down to the fine details. It's a game of inches at times, and when you have a month off, some teams seem to excel and explode coming out of the gate. Some teams seem to come out slowly.
And a lot of that depends on individual players. You might have 2 out of 3 that are totally fine with taking a break like that, some sort of hiatus, or you might have the majority of those players that need that consistent practice, especially when it comes to a game so heavily involved with communication in particular, obviously being a huge one on this, on nailing your rotations, on having everybody be in the right place at the right time. So it's not just the teams, it's the individuals as well that sometimes struggle with that, where part of the team might be great with that hiatus, and one single member is like, "I can't though, guys, I can't." And hopefully they manage to figure that out. Hopefully nobody's feeling that situation at the moment, because like you mentioned, I didn't even know those were the numbers. Obviously, as I literally said it earlier, I had no idea they were anything close to 5-0, 5-1, things of that nature, especially with Flash Brilliance taking that first round. As you mentioned, it's just such a volatile game. That's the style of this game, is that it tends to go pretty heavy-handed. Once somebody finds their footing, they're tiring. Bad one. Once they find their footing really and get into that rhythm, the flow of this game, it's easy to figure out where your opponents might be lacking in terms of their rotations, in terms of their communication, things like that. So I have a good feeling that we are going to see an absolute knockdown drag 'em out with this set of matches.
Yeah, and again, you look at the roster: Phantasmal, Courtney, Queen Bee, and Kate. All 3 players, very, very good on the goal scoring side of the ball. And Flashes of Brilliance going to have their hands full. Before we get into this game, we are getting the lobby set up, just waiting on a couple of players to join us in there. So we're going to bring that to you here in just a second. But right before we do that, I do just want to talk about Rocket Cats and Disaster Esports just a little bit, because we're not going to be able to see them on stream, unfortunately. It's going to be an interesting lower half of the bracket, especially with Taco Bell's already moving on. Rocket Cats and Disaster Esports has a lot to prove, and with teams like that, especially, again, coming off of breaks like this, you can see some pretty heavy-handed upsets against bigger-name teams when these little guys are grinding it out.
And it is unfortunate, as you mentioned, just the fact that Taco Bells don't get that early game. And you were mentioning just a little bit ago, sometimes a hiatus of a month is one thing. Sometimes a hiatus of a single game, being forced to take that bye, is a little unfortunate for a team. So hopefully they can reconcile through that one. I just, honestly, at this point in the day, I have been waiting several hours to see cars hit balls around. And I am so stoked. I'm hoping that we see a lot of even games. But as we just talked about a little bit ago, they tend to be kind of heavy-handed, kind of one-sided. So as many rounds as possible is what we're rooting for here. And I'm hoping that all of the players are feeling on top of their game today.
Well, it looks like we are just about ready to go. I think the players just going to test out the lobby here very, very quickly, make sure everybody is on the same page, and I promise we will get into match number 1 here as soon as we possibly can, because this is going to be a good game. Again, a battle of top 3 teams early on, with this being a double elim bracket. Of course, both teams, not necessarily on that that trajectory where you're one and done here, but at the same time, this is still a match that I think both of them want to come out and show that they can win this game, especially if you're FOB with that scoreline that they had last time around. So looks like we are ready to go. We're going to go ahead, jump right on into game number 1. FOB going to be in the blue, Phantasmal in that orange, and we are starting game 1. 5 minutes on the clock, nothing on the board.
And our 50-50 doesn't quite start that way as we have the ball headed over to that blue defensive zone. Flashes of Brilliance just trying to get in position for a defensive move, and a great save there from Kira. Sends a shot away from Courtney there. Not quite able for Flashes of Brilliance to move it away from their own defensive side here of the field, and a high shot there. Not really count as one, and there it finally is. It only took him 20 seconds, and Phantasmal already finding point number 1 on game 1.
Yeah, Courtney forcing Top Gun to respect that challenge. There was no touch there, and unfortunately for the FOB defense, falls apart a little bit there, and it makes it a 1-0 game through the first 20 seconds. So Flashes of Brilliance going to play from behind. Good challenge from Kira. She'll send that to the back of the net. 8 seconds later, we're tied at 1.
Kira already put multiple points to her name to start things out here with a great save in the first few seconds of this match. Going to follow it up. Very low defense there as we saw Phantasmal just trying to get through in rotation. It looks like they went a little too aggressive going for the corner boosts on that one and didn't have anyone set up in preparation for that defensive play. Top Gun going a little too low there and running almost entirely out of boosts. Trying to reposition, push around Queen Bee with a high redirect here. That's going to bounce off the top. And Top Gun 7, once again, just trying to really get in position to get an aggressive move on this ball.
We've played about the first minute. Both teams conceding. It's going to be another one. Courtney takes that bar down shot, ends up knocking it home. I'm sure Kira's going to want that back. The giveaway out of the corner. Phantasmal going to regain the lead, and I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, here, Jolly. We know both of these teams can come into this matchup and put up a lot of goals. But last time we saw them match up, it was a very low-scoring affair early on. It took them a while to get each other kind of felt out, if you will. And now, all of a sudden, game number 1 here in this series, no problems early on.
Very aggressive play style from both teams. And it's not necessarily a bad thing that they're kind of lacking currently on these defensive plays, because it takes a round or two really to work things out in Rocket League, get that footing, as I mentioned earlier. Great demo there. That's going to put Mizuno out for a moment or two, but in the perfect position to actually make a defensive play. So getting a save there, preventing Kate getting a shot on goal. Another demolition onto Top Gun there. Queen Bee with a shot. And Courtney's going to try to run this one up and over. No boost left, but it is not needed. Even with Kira right there in the goal, it was not enough to prevent Courtney from making that.
That is a goal that should not be scored. All 3 players from FOB around the goal. Kira, I think she backflipped on that play, and Courtney gets away with one. You talked about the no boost from Courtney. Of course, it was a nice play to get it on goal, but I don't even think Courtney was expecting that one to fall. Either way, Phantasmal with a 3-1 lead. Kira and company got a lot of ground to make up as Mizuno wants to play this out of her own corner, and we'll see how they decide to work against this midfield defense. Nice little play from Kira. Top Gun won't be able to get that on goal, and the transition will come. So early game jitters potentially here from FOB as another one falls. Courtney with the hat trick, 4-1 at halftime just about.
Once again, Kira kind of floating alongside this one, and just a little too far with the boost. Tries to redirect there at the end. We can see with the flip, but we had too much momentum going forward, and Kira was unable to get another save. Only so many you can make, as it seems like Kira has been in that defensive position a lot of the time, or at least a little bit deeper than the rest of FOB. God. And Courtney, once again with the assist from Kate. Hat-trick's not enough.
Kate, I'm sure Kate might be a little bit frustrated she doesn't get credited for that one. That was a beautiful touch, but either way, it finds the back of the net. Courtney with 4. And one of my favorite parts about Rocket League is how the stats can go a little little crazy here. I know you're not in the game, Jolly, but Courtney sitting at 4 goals on only 3 shots. It's not often you see that as Queen B makes it 6-1. And I know we talked about Phantasmal having their way with FOB last week, but my goodness, I did not expect 6 from the orange side in the first half.
Especially with the start of Phantasmal making one 8 seconds later, FOB rolling in their first goal to tie things up, and then just 5 back to back to back. This aggressive playstyle coming from Phantasmal is working so very well. And again, Kira seems to be in a lot of the positions as though the rotations aren't quite fully worked out here yet for Flash's Brilliance. But like I mentioned just a little bit ago, it takes a couple of rounds really to find your footing a lot of these times, especially going into an opponent that you might be a little jittery about, seeing as they took you down last week.
Well, something needs to happen here if you're FOB. Can't afford to go down 5 goals, really ever. And they are on the offensive side of the ball. Kira doesn't get that shot on goal. It'll be Queen B able to play it away. Again, Courtney with 4 already in this game. She's looking for her 5th. That'll drop down. It'll drop in. We head to Brazil here to start the series. Not what I was expecting. And still, there's almost a minute and a half left. There's over a minute and a half left in this game.
Minute 39 left. That's an opportunity for many more goals. Hopefully FOB is able to drive some of those home. It seems like a lot of the problems they're encountering right now is just a lot of boost control that is completely in possession of Phantasmal at the moment. We've seen already so many demos in the second half of this game. A great save there, though, from Top Gun 7. However, Phantasmal is going to keep this on the offensive side, and Courtney with another shot on goal. No save was given over to FOB, but I think a Halo was slightly deserving of that one.
Well, Courtney, she had a goal a game last week towards the top of the leaderboard. Really putting in a whole lot of work here for her squad right now. 5 goals on 7 shots. Queen B's got the other 2. Of course, you can never count out Kate in a series like this one. She's got 3 assists. Here's a nice little pass. Kira just not able to find that play. I think she was trying to harass Kate on the backside there. So all that's left to do in game 1 is to watch the time tick away as Phantasmal will take a convincing 1-0 lead here in the series. Some good things to take away for FOB, though it's always going to be difficult, especially in the mind game department when you've got to try to come back from a 7-1, now 8-1 loss in the first game of the series.
8-1, I was hoping we wouldn't get that close to double digits, because it's a rough way to start out these matches for FOB, but once again, boost control there, as we can see. Really nobody from FOB in a position to take any defensive action there, and Phantasmal is taking full advantage of the open net and the fact that they have the majority boost control for essentially this whole game.
Wow, what a game 1. Phantasmal not showing any signs of slowing down from last week, as that's going to be a 1-0 series lead. 8 goals scored across the board. Kate picks up 1 there at the end, and you look at the shot totals. Of course, when the scoreline is as crazy as 8-1, the shots are going to be heavily in favor of one team, but you look at it 16-1 in the shooting department. Not what you want to see if you're FOB. And now, I mean, what else is there to say, really, other than something's got to change, and it's got to change right now heading into game 2.
Absolutely, and you can't let that mental take over as well. Going into the first round, being down 7 goals is a rough place to be. I think the defensive action is something that FOB needs to take some sort of pressure, or I guess more rotate a little heavier on the defensive side. And that will help with a bit of the boost control if they at least can guarantee that they've got control of their side of the field, or at least of the 2 major boosts there on the corners. Then they have a lot more opportunity to remain in position to have some sort of defensive action on just the intense aggression that we are getting from Phantasmal. It's insane the amount of shots we had. And not only that, but Kira put up 5 saves in that one. Not a single other save from the remaining members of FOB. So Kira's kind of doing a lot of legwork here, and we did see a few good saves. Like I said, I think the Halo was stolen once or twice from one of the other members. But it's hard to be everywhere at once. It's literally not possible in this game. Those rotations need to be focused.
We move on over to the beautiful Manfield for game number 2, and I totally agree. It does seem like Kira needs a little bit more support. She's got this one off the back wall, but I mean, even so, it's so hard to play against the tandem of Kate and Courtney when they can get things rocking and rolling on the offensive side. Top Gun, smart play, leaves it for Kira. She missed it just wide. That'll be Queen Bee to play it off the back wall. 30 seconds gone, no score in game 2. And, you know, to add even a little bit more drama to the series, I always love the extra little bits of drama. Kira playing with Kate and Courtney in the last 2 seasons of the WCBC, kind of venturing out on her own here. And it's been a tough road for Kira against this squad in the first 2 weeks. But still, there's an opportunity. If they can put game 1 behind them here, Jolly, we can still have a good series.
Absolutely. That mental needs to remain strong. Don't let it phase you. The fact that Phantasmal kind of ran over you in that first match. That's why Rocket League is just one of my favorites in terms of getting that competitive level kind of evened back out. You got several rounds. You can completely reset your mental there. Focus on different things. Try to boost your communication, which in turn really will assist you with every other aspect of the teamwork necessary for this game. Another demo there. Mizuno going to be taken out. And Boost has been a bit of a struggle now for everyone. Clearly, they are trying to keep focus on that, but those aggressive plays, it seems like Phantasmal knows exactly what they want to do with their Boost. FOB is having a little bit more trouble. They're holding on to, 20, 30, basically, and trying to get an aggressive or defensive play. Phantasmal's willing to throw everything out there, and that was not worth it. Top Gun is going to put the first one on the board, an assist from Mizuno. Almost 2 minutes into this first round for the first goal of the game, and FOB's feeling good.
I love that play from Mizuno as well. She recognizes the double commit, knows the ball's got to get out in front of the net. I mean, she could have taken that shot, but if she does, it's at risk of hitting the post or being saved by that third player rotating forward. Selfless play to give Top Gun an opportunity, and it's a 1-0 game now as FOB look to make their mark here in this series. They've got to defend, obviously, for the next 3 minutes, so still plenty of time for Phantasmal. This is definitely a much cleaner game from the blue side. We'll see if that continues. Kate's got Queen Bee lurking through mid. Great pass, they score.
Fantastic setup there from Kate. Kate seeming to specialize on a lot of these aerial plays and setups specifically. Queen Bee rolling in, and it was a really good attempt there to prevent that ball from going in, but unfortunately FOB is now looking at an even game. Certainly don't want to get into overtime on this one, so I think the aggression levels are going to be increased quite a bit here as they try to break this tie.
I would not be surprised to see FOB push forward a little bit more. Kira trying to play this out of the corner. We'll see. Oh, she was looking for Queen Bee on the backside. Top Gun can't quite get to that one before the defense will knock it away. And this next 2 minutes going to be very, very important for the series. If Phantasmal takes a 2-0 series lead, I am hard pressed to believe that FOB can come back and win 3 straight against a team like this one.
At least we know after losing that first round 8-1, they start things strong. Again, almost 2 minutes in before the first goal was made, and FOB managed to bring it in. So I still have faith that this team will figure things out. They're cleaning up their play very, very much so as the seconds tick on. So that is a great sign here. Kate is going to set up for a push. Doesn't get quite far enough out there. And actually, no, it was a perfect setup for Queen Bee. Beautiful setup, actually, there from Kate.
And just the lightest of touches from Queen Bee, just able to lob that over Top Gun. That's harder said than done there as, my goodness.
And hitting the top crossbar as well on that one, managing to not get it to bounce back, but to get it to land straight down. One bounce was all it took. There was no trepidation from that ball and whether or not it wanted to go in. And Kate tried to set up for another one, low on boost here now. It was a shot on goal, but it was just a little bit high, and Mizuno finds possession of the ball, immediately gets taken away, and they are back on the defensive here for Flashes of Brilliance, trying to bring this back to a tie. This aggressive play isn't necessarily working for them. They got to commit when they pick up these full boosts.
It's been a boost affair, but I mean, you look at the shooting percentages for both teams right now, both taking 4 shots. Obviously, Phantasmal leading in the goal scoring as Kira has to try to protect this one. Kate will drop it down. That might just be the nail in the coffin of game number 2 here. I like the idea from Kira to play patient, but you cannot afford to lose that challenge, especially with Kate being as dangerous as she is up high. And it'll make it a 3-1 game. All of a sudden, this looks a bit out of reach for FOB.
And it's always the 1-2 punch from these guys, too. Great setups. Cater, Queen Bee, generally, it's the 2 of them now, of course, this game. Courtney got the hat trick last game. They're like, all right, it's our turn to get a few numbers on the board here. So really working together on these setups just so that Kira doesn't have the opportunity to prevent that ball from going in. A single save is not going to be enough because there's always somebody there on the backup. Phantasmal does have this on the offensive side. Mizuno trying to line up for a shot. Almost entirely out of boost, though. No shots on goal counted yet, and it does look like Kate's going to be able to roll this one out and send it towards the defensive zone for FOB. 15 seconds left. They have the opportunity to push this one a little bit farther.
I think with that, though, Courtney's going to end the game. Yeah, Queen Bee will send it back in as well, and that's going to do it. Phantasmal hang on to the lead, and they will take a 2-0 series point heading into game number 3, looking to show themselves again as one of the best teams in this league, and they have done a great job so far of limiting FOB to only 2 goals. It's been literally a goal a game for Flashes of Brilliance, and you know, I hate to use the obvious pun here, Jolly, but we have seen Flashes of Brilliance from Flashes of Brilliance throughout this series. It's just, it needs to stop being flashes. It needs to be brilliance all the time if you want a chance against Phantasmal.
And that was much more even in terms of teamwork, I think, coming out of FOB there as well. So that's always inspiring to consider that probably the roughest aspect of that first round of Kira being we're trying to cover both aggressive and defensive zones. We had a lot more teamwork, a lot more communication, a lot more resilience from FOB, but it might not be enough with that aggression. And honestly, in that one, the insane aerial plays coming from Kate constantly, whether it was setups or nailing the aerial goal, it was an immense amount of pressure put on the defensive side there for FOB. And they can't quite seem to turn it around to heavy aggressive plays in the quick way that Phantasmal has been able to these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and again, we saw Courtney score, 5 goals, 6 goals in the last game. She doesn't get on the board this time, but that's kind of the identity of this Phantasmal team. It doesn't have to be just Courtney scoring the goals. It can be Kate in these dangerous areas. It can be Queen Bee cleaning up these plays. And that's what makes this team so difficult to play against. You can't take away just one player's ability to put the ball in the back of the net because she's got 2 wonderful teammates to finish things off. And FOB, again, you mentioned it, they've played that last game much closer, but playing the game closer doesn't equal wins. You have to get on the offensive side of the ball. And they haven't been able to find any kind of steady rotation. We'll see if they can do it here as we're 30 seconds into game 3. But again, I think they need to take an early lead and extend it 2 or 3 goals to really give yourself that separation.
Have that nice little buffer. It'll certainly make the second half of this more comfortable for them if they can make it that far. But once again, it seems like Kira trying to do a lot of everything this team needs. No! A great attempt at a save, but just too quick is Kate coming in with that ball.
Yeah, Mizuno on the line. Not quite ready for that shot. She tries to get up and reach it, but that's just a well-played ball there from Kate. Reads it quite well. The demo on the follow-up defender as well. I think it was Kira who made that initial play. Ends up getting demoed on the backside of that. And unfortunately, that's going to be FOB ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We're still in game number 3, 2-0 on the board for Phantasmo. Kate and Courtney both on the board. And with 2 minutes left to go, it's FOB still looking to get their first of the game here, but Phantasmo continues to be successful.
Trying to prevent that double hit that I was doing. Top gun, get the memo out. And back over black of the defense side. Not on one people. Follow it up right on top star. Third one is gonna do it. All 3.
She probably wants to score that every time she gets the opportunity, but that goes in purely because of the triple commit from FOB on the initial shot. Courtney had all day long to follow that one up. She's not going to make any mistakes. It's for her second of the game, and certainly looks like that will push this series just a bit too far out of the lead of FOB. 3-1, I'm for 3-0. It looks like they're trying to make it a 3-1 game to bring the shape. But, you know, I still think that Phantasmo, obviously one of the best teams in the league, taking second place last week, but Flashing with Brilliance still has that potential. We've seen them pull off some high quality plays, but this team is like Phantasmo outclassing them here today. And it's going to be an uphill battle through the losers practice.
So as part of the last whole game, Kira taking it around after the back over to FOB side. Trying to line this up again for a center stop as well. So but really trying their hardest. Keep this ball on Phantasmo's defensive side, try to step out this here, control of the importantly, obviously, the massive area plays not much you can do about it.
Rare miss from Courtney. Obviously, it's not going to matter too much for Phantasmo. They will walk away with the 3-0 series victory. 3-0 final score in game 3 as well. And again, I mean, this roster just looks so deadly. The only team that we've seen so far in these first 2 weeks of the WCBC even able to stand up to them has been Bang Gang, and I'm sure we'll see that matchup in a little while as Phantasmo makes their way into the winners final. So another good week for them. FOB, they do drop to the lower bracket. Their day is not over. We don't know exactly who they'll play quite yet, or actually maybe we do. Right, because I think only IQ or the Taco Bells will play FOB, if I've got that right. I could be wrong on that. We'll get that information when we come back from the break. But again, I mean, Phantasmo looking fantastic today.
Oh yeah, PH fantastic for sure. Feeling good going into this, starting out strong, and as you mentioned, still a really well played game there by Flashes of Brilliance. They just couldn't quite find the footing that was necessary to hold their own against such an aggressive team as Phantasmo continues on in this one. And 3-0 last week, 3-1, so they're feeling even better. And unfortunately for us, we don't get to see that vengeance coming out from FOB, but we might be seeing a little bit of that later in the day, as we've got plenty of Rocket League to watch today.
That we do. We are just getting started here. N8 week number 2 on the WCBC. Before we go to break, want to shout out our sponsors very, very quickly. Of course, Psionics for sponsoring season number 3. Our partners in TGS, our broadcasting partner, Jordan Wright in the City of Sound, for all of the intro music that you've heard on stream today. Girl Boss and Girls House for their fantastic work in the esports community, making these fantastic places for women in esports to play their respective games. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's the Crossbar Queens trying to upset Bang Gang in the winners semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
See comments run. I find there's a hope for the future, my dear. And I, for one, see the light of the future so clear. Praise for the setting sun. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future. I see the hope for the future. Right here. I see the hope for the future right here. Gone beyond these lines where time stands still. I'm ready to be shown. Hear the ancients come, my heart be still. And turn your eyes to home. Yeah, I for one, well, I for one, I'll stand in the mind of a maker. I embrace for the sign. See comments run. I find there's a hope for the future, my dear. And I for one, see the light of the future so clear. Praise for the setting sun. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future. I see the hope for the future. Right here. I see the hope for the future right here.
Like the sun awakening from the heavens, I will set fire to the clouds, setting their hearts ablaze, changing the way they see these
I see
skies.
the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future. I see the hope for the future. Right here. I see the hope for the future right here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCBC NA week number 2. Hunted and Jelly here, still on the broadcast with you. It's time for the second of the winners semifinals. We just saw Phantasmal doing their best to show us why they are the number 1 team in the league, qualifying for the winners finals. And now the defending champions, Bang Gang, up against Crossbar Queens, a team trying to prove themselves in the league. This should be an exciting matchup here, Jolly.
Oh, it's all exciting matches today. That's all we've got going. We got the ball rolling with a stellar one. It still hurts to see Flashes of Brilliance get rolled over a little bit there. I feel like the puns are writing themselves. I'm not even trying. I'm not. And so we have a bunch of great games coming through. I am stoked to see how these two teams match up against each other. This is a bit of a newer experience for me, just focusing strictly on the Rocket League thing, and I'm already in love.
Yeah, it's Rocket League is certainly one of those games that every week it's always something different. You know, you can always find those little moments in and out of the game that just make it something special, and that's why we're here for the WCBC again, because we have some very quality female talent that we get to see week in and week out, and it's awesome. I've talked about this on this broadcast a lot. I'm sure people who have watched the previous seasons know how long I can rant about this kind of stuff. But a huge thank you again to everybody behind the scenes for making this possible. This is such a cool initiative. I'm so glad to be a part of it. And again, this Crossbar Queens team, while we get this lobby set up, Lisha Sarah, Perona, and Princess Cheeks coming into this, not a lot of pressure on the team, right? There's no expectations for them to do well today. And when you're going up against, again, Bang Gang, who won week number 1 and is kind of considered the team in the league right now, it kind of lets you just open up and have some fun on the pitch.
Yeah. It's a little more stressful based on the side of the bracket that you're on, but I do believe we're going to see some closer games than we've seen earlier today. I really had hope that FOB was going to be able to hold their own, but going down already that first game 3-0, so Phantasmal really taking that one home. You can have fun with this, but you still put everything into it. This is an opportunity to really learn and grow as well, going into a team that is known as the exceptional, maybe the number 1 or the all-star team potentially. It is it's fun to see, and I think we're hopping in the lobby actually, so we're getting right to it.
Yeah, we are not underway yet. We're just about to be underway right here between Crossbar Queens and Bang Gang. In the orange is the defending champions, Angie, Avenger, and Bebop, and I think that's a sub. If I am not mistaken, somebody in chat correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, Tally not in the lineup right now for Bang Gang in the server. So Bebop coming in place of Tally. I'm assuming Tally's got some RLCS related stuff going on, which not surprising, of course. Tally, one of the best players you're going to see in the WCBC.
Already a shot on goal.
Yeah, and I'm just interested in seeing how Bebop plays with this squad. We haven't seen her yet with Bang Gang, and it's large shoes to fill when you have to play under the shadow of Tally.
Avenger trying to drive this one up and around the corner. Crossbar Queens do have defensive plays on this, though it has stalled. There we go. It looks like he's going to swing that one out and around. Crossbar Queens still on the defensive play here. Bebop going to throw all the boost into that setup, but no follow through there from Gangbang. What a great shot, and Angie's going to take that one with the assist and setup from Avenger.
Nice little pass from Angie, back wall to Avenger. The give and go is perfect. Pulls out that final defender from Crossbar Queens. You saw the other two players get a little bit pulled downfield. They were expecting a longer clear. It doesn't come out, and again, that give and go can do so much work when it's when you find that time and space, especially out of that corner. So well played from Bang Gang. They take a 1-0 game lead. Lisha Sarah trying to equalize, but Avenger just gets to that near post, able to block that one down.
struggle for boost control here for sure. It is being expended very, very quickly as a lot of these are clear shots that go right across the field. Angie now going to try to set this one up after picking up that big boost, and it is a solid clear with Avenger throwing another one straight at the goal.
A nice play. Again, Avenger doing it all herself this time over Perona, and she just wins that race against Princess there. Top shelf. Nobody home for the Crossbar Queens to make that save, and you can tell Bang Gang certainly feeling the speed game right now. They've been getting to these challenges far faster than Crossbar Queens, and it's what we expect from this squad as we continue to play. First minute and a half gone, 2-0 for Team BG here.
Yeah, no struggle with that sub in today.
No, exactly. Exactly what I was going to say. It looks like Bebop fitting in quite well.
Very, very well. We've got close to 3 minutes, 3:15 left in this one. And certainly, like I said before, a struggle for boost here. We can see both of these teams playing incredibly aggressive. And they keep managing to expend everything on single plays and then having to try to turn back around for that defensive momentum. There we can see a full boost picked up by Angie, who's trying to get into position for a move around here. Avenger rotating this one back out, sending it and clearing it back over to the Crossbar Queen's side. And a high shot, not considered one, but it looks like it's already going to be redirected back down to Bang Gang's defensive side.
Let's see how this second half goes for the Crossbar Queens as we're about to cross over.
I'm watching tennis or badminton or something, you know, and these balls just keep getting cleared straight across to the other side of the field. Once again, that boost expended so that everybody can either get to the defensive or the offensive position for that, and nobody quite gets there in time. It just keeps getting redirected. It definitely feels like a tennis game here. Avenger with a shot on goal, though, another one. The assist from Bebop. That is a hat trick, if I'm not mistaken.
And this is something you're not allowed to do in tennis. Can't make those little passes to play it by the defenders. And that is a nice feed from Bebop. Well placed, and Avenger gets up to it quickly. That's what you want to see out of the sub, right? You want to see those passing plays getting developed early on in the series. Angie might have a chance. Oh, fakes out the defender. Perona just going to get there before Bebop can slam that one home. But, you know, again, question marks around Bebop coming in. I think we can dispel those here. Certainly seems like she has fit in quite well with this team. Hasn't had a goal yet in the series, just the one assist. But you know, the thing with Rocket League is, as long as you're not being called upon for your mistakes, it typically means you're having a good game.
Yeah, still racking up points too. So at least with that assist on board, and Crossbar Queens trying to get this ball back to an offensive play. They keep sending the ball over to the orange side of the field here, but they're never able to really commit to an offensive play. They get some great clears. They just don't have the boost or the positioning to follow it up, and there we go, Avenger. That's the hat trick. That should do it.
And Avenger, yeah, great start to the day for her. Angie gonna set her up this time. Certainly going to put this game too far out of reach for Crossbar Queens. 4-0 for Bang Gang. Back on the horse after the week one victory. Doesn't seem like they lost a step in that holiday break. We'd love to see, as again, you know, without Tally, doesn't seem like they've slowed down at all. I think that's always a concern. You know, with different players can kind of change your pacing, but they have set the tone from the beginning, and it doesn't seem like Crossbar Queens can quite keep up right now. However, we've seen some pretty good things. I like the transitional play from Crossbar Queens. They've gotten caught a couple of times, to be fair, but if they can go over the top and really kind of punish the offensive aggression from Bang Gang, we can see them get back into this series, but it's going to have to be a lot. You can't beat Bang Gang with just a goal or two in a game.
There are a few clumps we've seen, a few maybe missed rotations from Bang Gang, but they commit so heavy to these aggressive plays that it really doesn't matter. They're able to get themselves back into position. We can just see right there a triple commit on that ball, but it works out all right for them because nobody on Crossbar Queens is in position to do anything about it. There was a save from Avenger And no big surprise there with the hat trick. Avengers taking home that MVP award.
Yep, and making a case for MVP throughout the day. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she will be in the conversation for most valuable player when all things are said and done. But it's a long day of Rocket League, and we are just getting started, as it looks like we are going to be remaking the lobby, so a little bit of some downtime between games here and a chance, again, to kind of talk about I hate to beat a dead horse, but again, Bebop comes in and I see it's almost seamless how she's been able to come in and there's been no issues. We never saw her make a defensive error. There's been no real whiffs. The passing has worked out between the players, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Clearly not just a last-minute sub. Clearly someone who has played extensively with at least several of these players. And you're absolutely right. It was seamless. Had I not known there was a sub involved, I wouldn't have thought that was the case whatsoever. So very nice to see that cohesion resides within the team itself, not just the players of the team, if that made any sense. It is. So you've got that seamless transition of, hey, we need a sub to come in. That's the best possible place you can be in a team with that, just in case. We've already talked about it. We've already got a bye, in the losers bracket today. Things happen. And if you've got somebody that you can rely on to throw into that pool, somebody that will play just as well for your team as whoever is not able to be there, that's primo right there. That's a good team.
And I think it's worth mentioning. I think I missed it, and I apologize for that. I don't know if anybody in chat called me out on it, but I believe Crossbar Queen's also playing with a sub, or at the very least a different roster than what we saw last week. I don't know exactly what their main starting roster is, but Bella is not on the field. Perona is in, and at least listed on their roster page, Perona is that sub. So looks like both teams playing with a sub, and it is important to mention too that both Tally and Bella are the leading goal scorers for their respective teams. So both of the best goal scorers from last week from their teams not on the field right now. Makes it a little bit different, obviously, coming into this one, but Perona, a veteran in the community here in the WCBC, certainly not her first rodeo on stream. So still, I still think Crossbar Queen's going to miss Bella, especially because she was able to put up the numbers last week, but you got to fight through it here, especially against a team like Bang Gang.
And clearly, Avengers feeling just fine about the absence of Tally, taking home what was it? I think at least three of those goals, multiple assists on that last one. So getting the hat trick to take, clearly just giving a little bit more stage presence for the rest of the Bang Gang there. Primarily Avenger on that first one, which is nice to see that even though the captains of these teams are out, even though the ones who normally score all the goals are out, that aggression still resides within the team. They still have that same really, really offensive play style. And even though we saw a few groups, a few clumps, as I mentioned, there were a few times we had a couple double, triple commits onto the ball from Bang Gang. The recovery was instant. And I think that's something that Crossbar Queens is going to have to keep an eye on, is they are trying to kind of do the same thing, going in really, really heavy, but the recovery just isn't quite there for them. And so maybe taking a moment to decide whether or not you really want to commit all of your boost, whether or not you really want to commit all of your players to that, and focusing on the defensive rotations, just so you have something to fall back on when the Bang Gang gets that quick recovery.
Well, we are still waiting for the teams to rejoin to get game number 2 underway. We'll bring that to you as soon as that is ready. On the other side of the bracket, we do know Rocket Cats took down Disaster Esports 3-0 in the losers round 1. So whoever drops this series will fall down to play Rocket Cats. And of course, we know Brilliance and the Taco Bells there we go. We even have an updated bracket for you. Beautiful. Look at that. As you can see, Rocket Cats 3-0 over Disaster Esports, Flashes of Brilliance, and Taco Bells. We will get into the losers round 2 here in just a little while for you all. But Bang Gang and Crossbar Queen still doing battle, a 1-0 lead right now for the Orange BG side, as it looks like game number 2 just about ready to get started. And there we go. We are getting into this one. So again, Crossbar Queen's looking good so far to start things out, but a chance now for Crossbar Queens to come back 5 minutes on the clock, and this is what I love about Rocket League. No matter what the score was in Game 1, Game 2 is always going to start out 0-0. With 5 minutes on the board, though, Avenger right back to her scoring ways 9 seconds in.
It feels like the same game for Avenger. The Bang Gang starting off very hot in this first game. 9 seconds in, they're going to set a goal through. There was an assist from Angie on that one. It seems like both Angie and Avenger have been doing a great job of setting each other up here. Already another demo, so that's one for either side. Very, very aggressive plays, and I'm loving it.
That gang's certainly known for being that aggressive team. As you saw Angie trying to take out Perona there. Didn't quite connect, but yeah, the demo plays well known last week. They're pulling them out here to start week number 2, and it's tough to play around that. However, Sarah's going to try to drop that down easy to save for Avenger near post.
Angie, 2v1. Can't take her down in there. It was not quite a shot on goal, but it doesn't matter. Bebop, there we go. That's the numbers on board that we wanted to see from this sub in today. Angie with a great setup. Avenger, I think, actually got a touch on that as well. Bebop driving it home.
And I believe that's a milestone for Bebop. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that's the first goal for Bebop in the WCBC. So congratulations to her. She is on the board. Bang Gang looking pretty good here in game number 2 as Angie and Avenger are going to screen down the wing. Brona doing what she can to stifle this attack. Still Bebop rotating forward, looking to help out. Solid demo and a clear 3:50 left to go till 2-0 tilt so far. And again, Crossbar Queens took 5th place in the last week. They are looking to improve that, and they're in the upper bracket this time around. And unfortunately for them, that means it's Bang Gang up first, but they put up a pretty good series so far.
Still got about 3.5 minutes left in this second round. And, you know, I say it almost every time. It was a great save there by Sarah. Avenger tries to reset this one up, but yep, not even going to be able to finish this. Bebop, there we go. Really going to make a name for herself here, getting the second one for her and the third for the Bang Gang, putting them up 3 goals. And there's the splash that we all love, and I'm sure we'll hear plenty of as Bebop clearly finding her footing.
That's just an unfortunate play for the defense too from the Crossbar Queens. Double commit on that initial effort. And the third player back just couldn't quite get out to make that touch. As you said, a 3-0 lead. Bebop will secure the hat trick here in game 2. Super sub Bebop makes it 4-0.
Told you we'd get familiar with that splash. Bebop feeling really good now. It's going to be 3 for that sub player. And Crossbar Queens still have an opportunity here to do something. We've just got so much aggression coming from Bang Gang, and I've been saying a lot of that, you know, these aggressive teams, but it really does get to a point where you have so much aggression that you just dominate this control over the field and even over the enemy team, kind of almost controlling where they're going, recognizing how they respond, and then kind of playing around that, which is a very, very advanced part of Rocket League. You can tell that a team has really good communication and very, very stalwart teamwork already, that they're able to kind of acknowledge and complete that. We've got such defensive team set up here from Bang Gang, but only Angie is necessary to take this one back around and clear it over to the Crossbar Queen side.
4-0. 2:15 to go. Bang Gang again, kind of in a similar position to Phantasmal. Avenger makes an awkward save. Perona trying to knock that one home. Can't quite get it around the defense. Sarah might have a chance here, but Angie just on the line, going to clear that one away. That Savior medal as well in the process. And this just, it seems like the offense can't get things going. Finally, the shutout will break, and I believe that's the first of the series here from Crossbar Queens. Would love to see more of that.
Great setup there. Let's see, Angie trying to reposition Avenger, already there in the defensive position, but didn't quite have enough time, so really good setup, and that's what we see from a lot of these reigning teams, is just the constant barrage and the reposition of those offensive players to continuously hit that ball in. You just try to outshoot the saves of the enemy team here. And Crossbar Queens putting themselves on the board. Still a minute and a half now left in this game. Princess Cheeks trying to find some boost to defensive position, as it seems like Bang Gang has been in a pretty solid control so far of those corner boosts. Verona trying to carry this one across. Not quite going to find anything. And Bang Gang has one of the best defenses I have seen so far today, by far.
No, everything seems to be to the outside, especially whenever Crossbar Queen seemed to get those transitions. There was always a Bang Gang player in the passing lanes. Angie on your screen there, collecting her first of the game, makes it a 5-1 series now as Crossbar Queens struggling to find the offense. Certainly the defense of Bang Gang part of that, but at the same time, we're not seeing the possession play. It's such an important part of Rocket League, keeping the possession, making it difficult for your opponents to possess the ball and follow up touches in an effective manner. And Bang Gang has been doing a ton of that. It always seems like there's an orange car possessing the ball at all times, or at the very least challenging, making these plays tough. There's Bebop at the midfield line to do just that. And with 25 seconds left, game number 2 will go to BG, and we will see if they can sneak their way into the winner's final to meet Phantasmal yet again.
Crossbar Queens at least has to feel good about putting a goal on the board on this one. Certainly feels better than being shut out without really presenting themselves as they want to. That is definitely going to be the end of that. And another demo. There is so much aggression for these guys. I think one of the biggest things, actually, as well as just the strong defense that I can acknowledge for Bang Gang here, is the utilization, the effective utilization of their boost. They might have 14, and they're able to really get the momentum necessary to push themselves forward, either to gain more boost or to make a play off of it without even needing that additional boost that another team might need to get into position.
And I mean, a lot of this game comes down to that, the boost economy, right? Especially at the midfield, the arguments we see teams have over these midfield boosts. It oftentimes decides who has possession, who has that offensive flair. And Bang Gang, again, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. One of the best teams in the league at playing with low boost. And it's funny because it's not often they're at low boost, but when they are, they can make effective plays. And Tally, one of the best at that. She's not here on the field, and it doesn't seem like any of that's changed, which is fantastic if you are Bang Gang right now. However, moving into match number 3, I would like to see the Crossbar Queens try to be a little bit quicker at that midfield challenge game, right? They're losing the battle at that midfield line because there's nobody there to take away time and space from just about anybody. It seems like there's always a player from Bang Gang ready to turn the ball around, and there's time there. When they collect the ball, they have time and space. You can't afford that to these goal scorers here.
It's really hard as well going into a team that just has this cohesion, and we can see that with Bang Gang. Whether Tally's here or not, it looks like the sub is a part of that cohesive team. So it's very difficult to go into a team that is able to adapt on the fly already and try to do the same thing. And it's almost as though they're kind of just able to one-up you every single time. There we go! Verona almost with a shot within the first 10 seconds of this. Great save, though. Bang Gang is not going to let that one slide through that easily.
A good save on that near post. Verona still trying to work the offense, though. Bebop giving a bit of some space to find that free clear. Sanji trying to find the pass across to Bebop. And, I hate to say it, I do think Crossbar Queens feeling the absence of Bella a little bit here in this series. Again, she was the leading goal scorer, had just about a goal and a half last week per game for the Crossbar Queens. And when you're missing somebody who can put up those kind of numbers, who can find space and ways to make plays out of just about nothing like she was last week, it can be difficult to get back on the horse on that offensive side. And right now, Angie Trying to find Bebop down low. Avenger's going to rotate forward. That's going to go in, and Bang Gang 1-0.
Just about a minute into that one. Not only is it rough not having Bell, but at the same time, they might have had this consideration of, oh, maybe we'll be all right because both of these teams now have a sub. But again, the cohesion of this sub here onto Bang Gang is almost as though it's not a sub. And so coming into it with maybe that mentality of, oh, maybe it won't be quite as tough as we think. Maybe it'll be a little more even-footed. And then going into it and realizing that's absolutely not the case. Trying to get out of that mental is very, very tough for a team. And Crossbar Queens are still holding their own, still adjusting their play on the fly, trying to get these rotations down. Princess is going to get the shot, and it's going to be thrown in there by Perona.
Well played from Perona. Takes her time, beats Angie to that play. A little bit of a broken play out in front, as I think it was Sarah who was up for it, just couldn't quite get the touch, just sneaking in near post. And it ends up working out as Perona might have another chance. Angie this time able to get a cross block that one down before it can get too dangerous here. And Angie no touch Sarah off the post. That was the biggest chance of the game for Crossbar Queens, and they're going to want that one back.
We'll see if Bang Gang can make a play in response to that. Already back to Crossbar Queen's side. Perona with another Halo. Feeling pretty good about the defensive side for Crossbar Queens, especially compared to those last two rounds that we saw. That defensive zone, just, either no commits or too many commits. Perona's going to find a demo there while they are on the offensive side here. Angie getting taken out for a few seconds, but immediately repositioning here to try to get this ball out. And there we go. Avenger is going to finally be able to sneak this one away as Crossbar Queens really, really trying their hardest to find a secure. And Angie manages to sneak it right through that opening as two members of Crossbar Queens avoided the goal entirely.
And I love that play out of the corner from Avenger. She doesn't rush the challenge. She puts Princess Cheeks in a really difficult spot to try to play that one around. She had to make a decision, either try to force it through Avenger or make a fake and potentially lose possession anyway. And a smart play out of the corner leads to that goal, putting Crossbar Queens down behind with just 2:20 left to go. Good block from Bebop. And this could very well do it. I mean, I'm surprised that this game is as close as it has been, and well done to Crossbar Queens for making it as close, but Bang Gang, they love to play with this lead, and they're going to buckle down on defense.
No butts in this house until that ball hits the ground at 1 second. Angie, though, as I say it, as I'm like, we can do it, guys. Crossbar, you guys got this one. I mean, considering the first round was 4-0, the second one was 5-1. This one, now 1-3, of course, with 2 minutes left, gives them a lot of opportunity to try to tie this up, maybe bring something into overtime if they can continue with these solid rotations. They need to not get overwhelmed, not group up, and really focus on communicating their rotations to each other here. Angie trying to swing this one around, and Crossbar Queens are going to lob it back over to Bang Gang's side, but nobody was there. That ball was moving a little too fast for any members of the Crossbar Queens to really follow up that setup.
With 95 seconds, Avenger top shelf. She'll collect her second of the game. And with 3 goals necessary for Crossbar Queens now, 94 seconds to find them, it's going to be quite the mountain to climb for the blue side, especially with how this defense has been playing from Bang Gang throughout the day. We will likely have that rematch that we certainly wanted to see, Phantasmal and Bang Gang in the winners final. Maybe even see them again in the grand final, who knows. But, I have to say, for Crossbar Queens, while, they can't quite get the offense going, they were able to hold Bang Gang to somewhat limited offense. And that's more than, I expected out of them. They were able to play some quality defense at times in this series, and a lot to build on. I certainly think they can make a decent losers bracket run if they continue to build on those small building blocks they have here in this game.
Ooh, close. Princess Cheeks is going to get a shot, but Angie's going to pop that one high and then take out Sarah. Another demolition, potentially giving Bang Gang the opportunity for an offensive play, but there we go. Crossbar Queens finding some really solid defensive momentum. There we go. Perona's going to find one, though. Would you look at that? 30 seconds left in the game, and they're at least going to put another goal on board. They're not going to give up that quickly.
There's a chance. Perona with 2 now in the game. This kickoff going to be super important. We'll see how they play it. Perona and Bebop to take it. As it will be Bebop to force her way through, though. It plays right to Sarah. Princess up in the air. Blocks that one away from Avenger. Ball still in the offensive zone. But Angie gets to that one quite quickly, and it will be a free clear back to the other side. So 17 seconds left. Crossbar Queens need 2.
Bang Gang really taking advantage of these aerial plays. It seems like they have a lot more control of their boost for those plays, and Crossbar Queens trying to make up for that. 30 seconds, not enough time to get 2 more goals, unfortunately, for Crossbar Queens. And now we're just waiting for that ball to hit the ground. Bang Gang put a little to their wits' end, though, much more so than those first 2 rounds that we saw. So very hopeful things for Crossbar Queens.
Well played to both sides. Bang Gang moves on to the winners final. Another date with Phantasmal. Who would have seen that coming when we started the day? I love that matchup. I'm so very excited to watch that one. But for Crossbar Queens, they fall down to the lower bracket to take on Rocket Cats. And we'll have a bracket update, everything for you here in just a little while when we come back from a short break. But, I mean, what else is there to say, really, Jolly? Both Phantasmal and Bang Gang pretty convincing in their series today, showing why they deserve to be the top 2 teams in this league.
Heavy-handed victories, absolutely. Both of them 3-0s. We've got 2 sweeps to start the day. That doesn't feel great for those moving down to the losers bracket, but we are absolutely stoked to see these top 2 teams doing incredibly well. I cannot wait for them to face off, and I know I'm going to lose my voice by the end of the day, just with the amount of shouts that I'm going to have based on the level of aggression of these 2 teams. It's absolutely stellar, and I think really the defensive play is what's going to come heavily in on that game. But you know what? We've got so many more ahead of us today that I can't lose all of my excitement on that one matchup.
Well, we will be back while Jolly rests her voice for the remainder of the day. We'll be back here in just a little while to bring you the lower round 2. I believe Flashes of Brilliance and the Taco Bells will be first on our plate here. So don't go anywhere. This is the Women's Carball Championship NA week number 2. We've got a whole lot more action ahead of us.
Wishing that I could run away with you. Imprisoned by fear, just pull me away, pull me away. Secret fantasies of me. Will they ever see the light of day, light of day? I don't know where you are, but I will find you. I will find you.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are jumping down to the lower bracket here for the Women's Garball Championship, NA week number 2. It's Hunted and Jolly here with you, and I have a feeling the two of us are going to be here all day long, enjoying all of the Rocket League that we've got going on, and we hope that you are as well. Thank you to everybody watching. This league is only possible because of the support of everybody in chat, always coming out, having a good time, and we thank you for that. But let's take a look at the bracket. I'm putting this production team. They've got it wonderfully done. Look at that. Can always count on those guys. Flashes of Brilliance and Taco Bell's losers round 2. Crossbar Queens and Rocket Cats down there as well. We're going to be jumping into Flashes of Brilliance and Taco Bell's here in just a minute. Yeah, a very tough loss, Jolly, for FOB. They're going to try to bounce back here.
And they have the capacity to do that. Absolutely. We saw that we only saw 3 rounds. They weren't able to secure a single round, as it was just 2 sweeps that we've seen so far today. Phantasmal that's a tough one to start on, but already acknowledging, all right, we're out of the winner's bracket. That's already a big relief. You know that you've got a little bit of an easier game from here on out. And they had the confidence in their play, and it was certainly one of those teams that took a little bit of time to kind of figure out their footing and start making their way. So the fact that they've already got that practice game in with one of the best teams that we have here today, I've got a good feeling that they'll be all right. Their mental is going to be strong going into this one. That did not diminish what they are bringing to the table today whatsoever.
Well, looking at the roster here in the lobby as we get ready to go, no Kira for FOB this time around. It looks like somewhat will be playing in place of her, and I believe that's also due to RLCS-related things, similar to what we saw from, I believe, Bella and...
Did I change what I said?
Well.
No, I'm just kidding. I will say that's rough for how much Kira offered that team. And again, granted, it's not going to be going into a team who's so quick to adapt, who's so quick to respond, like Phantasmal. They're going to have a little bit more opportunity here, but at the same time, Kira had a bit of a backpack going towards the first few rounds there, and we'll have to see how they recover from that, how they make up.
Well, I mean, you look across the way to the Taco Bells. They haven't played a game yet today, again, because of that forfeit that we had in the losers round 1. Unfortunately, their opponents in Only IQ couldn't quite make it, as it looks like we are about to jump in to round number 1. And for the roster of the Taco Bells, it's going to be Chell, Quesadilla, and Kia. And I believe that's different as well. No Tipsy B for the Taco Bells. It looks like Quesadilla might be in her place, although, again, I'm not sure. I know that the rosters, some of these teams play with a mixed roster, so it might not be a sub situation, just who they decide to go with this time around.
Yeah, what account they decide to put today.
Right, exactly.
And we are already off to a great start here. We've already seen flashes of brilliance earlier today. I have not had the pleasure of meeting the Taco Bells, but I'm already in love with their names, so yes. Our introductions are satisfactory here. Nice save there, though, for Quesadilla.
Taco Bell is certainly the probably the best name in North America, and I love that quesadilla plays for the Taco Bell. It's like you couldn't get any better than that, certainly. But we were underway, first minute of game number 1, and it's going to be somewhat to put that one in far post. FOB on the board first.
And I eat my words again, as somewhat is the one here in place of Kira. Clearly not the only one who can wear a backpack, that's for sure. Somebody else has got 2 shoulders on FOB, and they're feeling pretty good going to this one. Less than 1 minute in, already one on the board for that newer comer, I suppose.
It's certainly somewhat, again, one of those players not new to the WCBC, certainly, but still trying to find her way through the roster shuffles and things like that. It's nice to see her land on a team like FOB who can support her, especially in that sub role. She offers a lot to this team, so we'll see how this one continues to play out, as it's going to be Quesadilla looking for Kia up top. Good block down there by Top Gun. Zuno rotating forward, 1.5 minutes gone. Still a 1-0 game. That's a nice little play. That'll fall in for Top Gun. Beautifully done by Zuno.
Carrying that one right up and around. And the repositioning there as well. The stall on the wall from Zuno to allow the ball to come up and just perfectly lined that one up for the rest of the team for Top Gun. He's able to snag another one for the team. That feels good. That was a solid play.
And that's how you get into these series if you are FOB. You get a couple of good goals on the board, start feeling yourself here a little bit, and really try to pick up the pace, as the Taco Bell seem to have all they can handle right now, though Top Gun and somewhat get their signals crossed a bit there. Quesadilla still can't find the clear, and with 3 minutes left to go, there's still plenty of time, but the Taco Bells just seem flustered on the defensive side right now.
And it's a lot of stalling on the defensive side. I feel like that communication, that rotation communication that is just so important, isn't really being passed through this team, as we can see. Generally, all 3 members around that goal, and none of them really have maintained Boost whatsoever. Boost has been entirely in control of FOB, and we can see that because these guys are flying around this field. I mean, you see these gals going from one side to the other. They're constantly in control of the ball and in anticipation of where it's going to be at, making things real hard for Taco Bell's in there. That's going to do it. A good shot there from Mizuno to start things off, and Top Gun finding the follow-up.
That pass from someone, that even caught Mizuno a bit off guard with how much power she was able to generate it on that little under-over kind of pass off that sidewall. What a play from somewhat to get FOB on the board for the 3rd time here in game number 1. And you look at the shot totals, and I don't think you want to if you're the Taco Bells. What's that, 11-0 right now. 0, a big goose egg on the board for the Taco Bells in the shooting department, and they have played only defense. I don't think we've even seen the orange half really for more than about 20-30 seconds in this game so far.
We've seen it maybe go across from some of these crazy powerful shots from FOB, and then immediately 1 or 2 of the members of FOB are there to corral it up and send it back over to that blue side. I'd be very curious to see the time spent on the defensive side here for Taco Bells. We finally got a little bit of aggression coming from them, though, finally managing to pick up a boost or 2, but they move so heavily to the defensive side that they're kind of stuck there until they get a clear. And then the problem with that is nobody's available to actually do anything about that clear, aside from the members of FOB, who are constantly at the ready for it. So they're kind of cornering themselves into this defensive playstyle by not even allowing one member to consistently rotate up.
That's the suffocating type of offense that FOB has certainly shown us throughout the first couple of weeks here. It was a tough series against Phantasmal, but they have put that in the rearview mirror, certainly, as this is a play down to Chell. Good block by somewhat. I think that's the first shot of the game. Yeah, Chell with the first shot of the game for the Taco Bells.
What a distance, too.
Yeah, I mean, they have to play out of their own zone here, and someone's going to rotate forward to keep it in the zone. And I don't know what you can do right now if you're the Taco Bells. They are just getting beat to everything. It's been speed. from minute one. Quesadilla, however, going to break the shutout with 22 to go.
Curse right there, right?
It's my life
Exactly
at
what
this
that
point.
is. But hey, put one on board. Hopefully they can ride that momentum forward here. Quesadilla starting things out hot for the Taco Bells. 20 seconds left on board now, though, and FOB is feeling great about this. And I think a big problem that Taco Bells are having here, there's going to be a shot on goal followed by a demo. A big struggle that they're having is that they're playing entirely reactively. They're not trying to make any proactive plays here. And while it's dangerous and occasionally risky to do that, it's required when you're cornered into a defensive game style. And that is absolutely what FOB just did to the Taco Bells, is corralled them to their side of the field and did not allow them to gain any control.
Man, almost 20 shots on the board. 18 for the FOB side. Taco Bell's just with the 2 there. And yeah, it seems like FOB may be working out a little bit of their frustrations after that first series, or at the very least getting themselves into the day and doing it in quite the big way. Taco Bells have a whole lot on the plate here to try to handle. And you know, the only thing I think that worries me about FOB real quick, or right now going into game number 2, is their shooting percentage, right? Yeah, they scored 3 goals, but they scored it on 18 shots, and not a lot of them were terribly dangerous. They had a couple of plays that I think they could have utilized a midfield pass a little bit better, maybe some better shot selection, if you will, on a couple of these plays. And yeah, it's not the biggest thing in the world, especially when you can put up almost 20 shots in the game. Eventually, some are going to go in. But I would like to see them clean that up a little bit, get that percentage up a bit.
That's a very good point, Hunted. And going along those lines, you know, if you do get the Taco Bells to kind of regain their footing or figure things out, the fact that that percentage is so low for these shots going through from FOB, meaning the Taco Bells don't really have to work that hard to kind of reanalyze their positioning and figure things out, maybe turn the tide into their favor. Now, the question is whether or not they're going to be able to do that, or if they're going to continue to kind of allow FOB to rule this field and to dictate where they end up positioning themselves.
Let's see how this one plays out. We're 25 seconds in, no score, no shot, nothing really happening early on in this game in number 2. Dia's going to send this down somewhat, wants to turn it. Dia again. Now it's Top Gun next in line. Kia dangerously. Shell is there to help out. Someone was looking for a pass out of Mizuno. If Quesadilla can hustle, she might have an opportunity here, but can't quite maintain that possession, though. The ball does fall to Kia, and that'll bounce into the corner. So minute gone. No score, game 2, and the Taco Bells looking a little bit better, trying to maintain this ball possession early on.
This is exactly what I was talking about, too. Once they kind of figure this out, once they start to designate or dictate their own style of play and actually get themselves some aggressive and offensive plays, it seems like FOB needs to clean up their passing, as you're saying, just a little bit, because it's not going to take a lot for Taco Bells to really commit to this and to figure it out and to make it work. So we're now a minute and a half into this game. No scores at the moment, which is a good sign for the Taco Bells, considering FOB managed to get quite a few early on in that first round.
There's a close play there at the far post. Kia is going to get rejected somewhat now. Keeps it in to Top Gun off the post, and the rebound will be pushed away. Good play from Quesadilla, but somewhat, and Top Gun nearly connecting. Now the pass to Zuno, and they'll score. FOB won't be denied.
That dedication, that commitment that we're seeing from FOB is certainly going to help them through this series and this bracket now. That consistency, the 1-2 punch, as I've mentioned several times today, it works very, very well. 1-2-3 occasionally, and that's when you really see those high-level players going at it. When you see 4 or 5 shots and 4 or 5 saves continuously back-to-back, the quick reposition, and the quick, really just acknowledgement of positioning and communicating that is just incredible in this game. And FOB has strong communication right now.
Ooh.
They might. Oh, I was gonna say they might be able to maybe tweak it a little bit, and there we go. He is going to get that one locked in. Chell with the setup.
That is a tough read off that corner as well. I think it somewhat got caught a bit trying to lean too far into the corner. That was a tough bounce. Kia does a great job of repositioning herself to knock that one down and tie up the game. Make it a 1-1 affair now, as FOB haven't quite had their way in game 2 as they did in game 1, and sitting at an all square situation here. Quesadilla had a chance to transition well. Here's Chell going to get blocked down by Zuno. But this is, oh no, Kia's going to whip that one. And that's going to be a free goal for FOB. That's a bit unfortunate. You hate to see that.
Definitely hurts. Trying to get in position, just a little bit too much momentum going up and around that corner, and there's no way to drop yourself instantly when you are boosting away in the air. So that's going to set things off by the Taco Bells. Still only 1-2, 2 minutes left in this game, and it's almost as though this seems like a different team that we saw in just that first round. Very, very quickly, these gals have adapted and figured out how to force out these offensive plays, and that one was an interesting setup for FOB by Taco Bells there.
Ooh. As a triple commit, a little bit dangerous there from FOB. It falls in, but
no presence really from Taco Bells throughout that entire replay, which is very interesting considering we saw all 3 members of FOB on the screen the whole time.
yeah, it was a tough rotation back. I think one of the players went up for a challenge that she couldn't quite get down from in good time. So little bit lackadaisical on the defensive side for the Taco Bells. It's going to hurt them here as they have to battle from behind. 2 goals still needed. Minute 20 left to go. Kia just trying to chug along through the midfield. Chell and Zuko will meet. Quesadilla sends it back down. So still an opportunity for the Taco Bells. I think this possession, though, they need to score. As that's a good play from Chell. She's got an opening. Somewhat just gets back in time to block that one away.
So if Mizuno could do anything, a lot of boost just there, snagged by FOB. Quesadilla's back on the defensive and immediately switches it up. A double commit there actually is going to send the ball, almost clearing it over for Taco Bells to make a play. They're not able to get there quick enough, though. And once again, it is in possession here for FOB as they try to put another one on the board. 40 seconds left in this second round. And lots of boosts going over to FOB, I will say that. It's been a tough boost game for the Bells, at least the second half of this round for sure.
I was going to say, it's definitely been a second half that has been won by FOB, and it starts with that boost economy. Midfield has been dominated. It's been all orange all the time. Quesadilla with no time left to go. Can't get it around Zuno. That will likely do it unless Kia can do something spectacular out of the corner here. No, can't get it down on goal. And we've got game number 2 over to FOB. Not as convincing as the first, but still solidly done, holding the Taco Bells to just 1 shot. And I mean, you know, all of the analysis that we want to do, all of the, you know, little intricacies that affect the game, when you can only put up 1 shot against a team like FOB, it's not going to be enough to win the game.
And a much better ratio, much better percentage there as well for FOB in terms of the shots. I think it was nine shots. So you had a 33% there, making 3 of those 9 shots. So looking better for them. You can kind of tell the first part of the game as well, though. The Taco Bells were figuring things out. FOB very quickly adapted to that, though. It didn't take them long to realize, all right, we just continue to play this aggressive game. We haven't forced them into their own defensive corner. We haven't forced them to play entirely on the blue side of the map, but we can still take control of this. And a big part of that, as you and I both mentioned there, Hunted, is the boost economy that they secured very, very easily the second half of the game.
And that's what I mean. That has to be what they focus on, especially if they want to move on from this round and potentially get back into a position to play one of Phantasmal or Bang Gang again to try to push themselves into a top 2 spot. It's got to be boost possession. It's got to be quick midfield play and a solid, compact Rocket League. Back to the basics for FOB, and we're seeing that here in this series. The Taco Bell's having trouble keeping up, but it looks like we're jumping into game number 3 now. Can FOB continue the sweep streak and take out Taco Bell's in 3 straight? That one off the post from Chell. Kia on the follow-up can't put that home, and that's one that I'm sure that Taco Bell is desperately needed.
Good rotation there from Chell, though, with that shot immediately going back to a defensive position, but it wasn't quick enough there. As I say it, Esther Curse coming through once more. Chell did manage to swing around the defensive, kind of went a little too far out, though, and was the only one back there. All of the Taco Bells just kind of disappeared, actually. It seemed like they were all there on the defensive side, and then FOB decided to go in with a hard shot, and the Bells ran away.
Yeah, that double commit always going to hurt. Got to have better communication, especially on the defensive side. It can be so easy to lose your teammates in a scramble like that, and it's exactly what happened there to the blue side. So they're down a goal now. First 40 seconds are in the books here in game number 3. But still, obviously, plenty of time for Taco Bell's. They've already been able to put 2 shots on the board. That's double the amount of shots they had in game 2. Right side here for them, but they've got to play defense now. Again, a little bit of a double commit, somewhat on the pass, just a bit too far out of the reach of Top Gun.
Both of those shots on goal made by Chell here, who seems to be in all the right places for the Bells, even though it might be a moment or two later than she would like. It's promising. It's promising play. It's promising positioning there. We can see a little bit more of the wall and aerial play. It seems like the Taco Bells kind of struggle with that. Really focusing on just hitting those ground shots. And as we can see right there, they're close, but not quite able to make that connect. And a lot of this is these aerial plays, and that's where FOB has kind of recognized they have the upper hand right now.
I am really enjoying how back and forth this series has been. That's a big double commit. Kia can make a play out of the corner. She's got to hustle to this ball. Zuno's there. Will just be able to make the play. It's on the line. It's in the net. Chell to follow it up, and we're tied at 1.
Chell deserves that one. As third shot, 1 is secured. Still much better positioning just in this round. Chell has really improved on how to aggress onto FOB, how to figure out these rotations, and unfortunately, it seems like still a few remaining members are doing a lot of double committing. There's a lot of that, but 1-1, feeling good. We got about 3 minutes left, a little under 3 minutes left in this one, so lots of opportunity for the Taco Bells to break this tie in their favor. Ooh. Why do I talk? Why do I say words?
That's our job. It's literally the only thing that we're supposed to do.
But bad things happen when I do Hunted, okay? Bad things happen.
Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. As FOB, I'm sure they're happy with that one, and they break the tie immediately heading into halftime. Quesadilla, however, nice move around somewhat. Just can't feed that one out to Kia in front. And, Taco Bell's back to trying to equalize again. It's got to feel a little bit frustrating when you finally get that goal that you've been hunting for all game. And now it's back to the grind again to find yet another one here somewhat. This Duno was already in the air. Triple commit as Top Gun going to throw herself forward as well. They're able to get back, but the flick from Quesadilla is fantastic. Just can't quite beat Top Gun on that play.
Phenomenal save there from Top Gun, and boost certainly back in FOB's favor. That was a good redirect, though, an attempt at centering that ball for another member of the Bells. Top Gun, very, very quick on these defensive jumps and very quick to redirect that ball, whether it's aerial, whether it's coming down low. We can see Kia potentially there for an opportunity. Chell did have the shot on goal. That boost is going to go over to Miss Zuno, who has been focusing on that corner very, very well, not allowing Taco Bells to get in there, and a little too much, a little too far committed, I think, there from the Taco Bells as well on these aggressive plays. It's the rotations I think they need to focus on at this point.
Well, we're going to have to see them start to play that aggressive rotation a little bit more, as we've only got 1:15 left. Still need this goal. Mizuno going to play that over Quesadilla. Here she comes out of the corner, blocked down by Chell. 65 left to go. Somewhat misplays that. Chell's got to turn this in, and she will.
Ooh.
2 for Chell. It's the 2 Taco Bell's need, and it's 2-2.
All right. You know, not like I'm rooting for a specific team or anything. I just want more. I want more rounds. We've had shutouts. You know, 2 shutouts in a row. And that is what this was kind of looking like after that second goal was made there by FOB. The Taco Bells, with a minute left, are keeping this game alive. And we might be seeing our first overtime here today, Haunted.
Now that you say that, we haven't seen an overtime, and it's crazy. This is night and day from what we saw out of EU. As Zuno up high, somewhat will go high with that shot as well. Top Gun blocked down by Kia. The defense holding for now, though Zuno still finds some space. Was looking for Top Gun across the way, but she opts for the more defensive option. Will rotate back to her own zone. 25 seconds left to go. Still dangerous in front of the Taco Bell's goal. Can FOB avoid overtime? Zuno out in front, but Quesadilla on the line with a big clear.
That's what they were looking for there. Of course, Somewhat was very ready for that clear and was able to redirect one in exchange here. But hey, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. Taco Bell's doing such a good job of keeping very solid defense up in the last 30 seconds of that game, almost entirely stuck to their defensive side of the field there. And we got it. We got some plus time, boys.
That we do. Overtime, game number 3. Can FOB end this one in a sweep? Keep our sweep streak alive, or will we see a game 4 first time today? That's the big question right now. Kia ends up getting bumped into that play. Shell trying to come in and out of the corner. She's got the shot. She scores. Finishes off the hat trick, and the Taco Bells in overtime take the win.
So I was honest, said I just wanted more rounds, and it was granted. Looks like the gods, or our carball gods, are looking down on us, at least somewhat. They listen occasionally.
Well, somewhat was on the losing team that time.
Oh man, I did that to myself. Oh, I hate me more than I hate you for that.
That's fine. Hey, look, it's a long day for the both of us. Things like that just gonna have to happen. It's the way that it is. But I mean, you got to imagine Chell's feeling pretty good. 3 goals, and all 3 of them came at huge times for the Taco Bells. She ties the game twice. Once towards the very end of regulation time, and then the game winner in overtime, the hat trick for Chell. That's certainly a highlight reel effort there. And I mean, as you said, we've got more games now. We're heading into game number 4 for the first time today. And if the Taco Bells can continue to play this way, you never know. We could be in for an upset.
It's promising adaptation, promising momentum forward that we are seeing from this team, and that is fantastic. That's kind of, I mention it a lot, just how it takes a little bit of time. It takes a round or two a lot of the times, and that's why we're lucky to have a game with these 5-minute rounds, and you get best of 5. So you know that these players, if they go into that first round and they really don't feel it, you know that they have the opportunity to get there. And we are going to be seeing, round number 4 going into this. We'll see if FOB can show, can adapt as quickly. And yeah, Top Gun says we don't need to adapt to anything. We're just going to sink it, and we're going to keep it that way.
Right in the first 6 seconds, FOB perhaps wanting to avoid a game number 5. I'm sure they would love to avoid a game number 5. After dropping game 3 in OT. Kia nearly finds the touch. Quesadilla over the top as well. Top Gun, good deflection into the corner. So already back and forth stuff. The Taco Bells on the offensive side, a little bit of some flustered defense here from FOB as well. But Top Gun eventually does find the clear. So a quick start to game number 4. I guess it's what we should expect from these two teams at this point.
We'll see if that boost control really stays in favor of FOB. That's certainly been a struggle for Taco Bells, but they've got that solid mental now. Haven't thrown a goal on, and Mizuno is going to make him feel a little bit worse about it. Less than a minute in, that's going to be the second one on board for FOB. A phenomenal play up off of the ceiling. That was just beautiful, and it was almost a walk away from the explosion kind of deal. Realizing I don't even need to commit to that one. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, the little bouncer certainly catches off that near post defender. And, Chell nearly finds the back of the goal again. But it's tough to play from behind in a game like Rocket League, especially when your tournament life is on the line like the Taco Bells is right here. But it's even more difficult to play down multiple goals, right? You don't feel too great about conceding the first couple in a game that you have to win. It seems like the enemy team can do no wrong at times. And to fix that, obviously you got to get on board, right? You got to score a goal, but you need to play together as a unit. Find these little passing plays to give yourselves the confidence to say, hey, we can still do this. We've still got this team cohesion to beat this team as somewhat the backflip able to find the clear. And we're heading towards halftime in game 4. FOB looking pretty comfortable right now.
Right, don't let yourself get flustered, because it is very easy to allow yourself to take that. And hey, Shell is going to continue to ride that high, secure another one for the Taco Bells. And now with 3 minutes on the clock, that feels a lot better. Just that one goal, just putting something on the board, getting that to a 1-2 as opposed to 2-0, it really can help the mentality going into the rest of this game now. More than half of the game still up and only 1 away from another potential overtime. And we just saw Chell secure 3 in a row in that last round. That's a boost of confidence right there for the Taco Bells to potentially make something, but FOB's not going to allow it. It was short-lived, but that's going to be it. Mizuno locks in another one, and that makes things that 1 and 2. It becomes a lot steeper of a mountain to climb when it is 1 and 3.
Almost like the straw on the proverbial camel's back right here that might just break the Taco Bells, but they still have time with half the game left to go. You figure if FOB can score 3 in the first half, the Taco Bells can certainly manage to put up 3 as well. They only need 2 to tie the game. As here comes Chell, the hero from game number 3. She's got the only goal for the Taco Bells now as well. And, regardless of how this game ends, how this series ends, you've got to give credit where credit is due. Chell has stepped up to the plate for her team. And we wouldn't even be in this situation right now if it weren't for Chell.
Absolutely not. Hat trick last game, putting up, I think, almost all the shots so far, if not every single shot on goal, including all of the goals that have been secured there. She has certainly brought her A game to this one and is not allowing FOB to bring that down. So we got another shot there. Somewhat is going to make it somewhat more difficult by setting that up for Top Gun, as Taco Bells get pushed a little bit farther out now, 1:40 on the clock, and 1-4. So that mountain has just become close to insurmountable, at least in terms of the mentality they must be having here. So I really hope that doesn't get them too far behind or fluster them too much.
A goal would certainly help out the Taco Bells. They might even be able to find it. Kia just has that blocked away by Top Gun. It'll fall down. Quesadilla can't quite get up there in time. Chell will knock it down. But again, Zuno along the sidewall. Actually, free ball here for Kia, but you can't turn in time. That'll be Quesadilla. Have to make the save on the line. Rebound out in front for Zuno, trickling towards No problem for Chell. Underneath Top Gun as well. 65 seconds left to go. Still 3 needed. Quesadilla around 1. Can she turn this into a solo play? Not quite. Top Gun says no on the line.
Spectacular communication there, though. That was absolutely phenomenal from Taco Bell's. They had a solid pass. You could tell that that was not guesswork going on right there. That was teamwork. And it might not be enough to help them continue on in this tournament, as we are looking at only 40 seconds left on the clock. But it is so good to see that they are still working that teamwork, even though they may be facing defeat.
And I mean, all that's left now is to watch the final 25 tick away from the series. FOB secure themselves into the next round. We will find out who they will be playing here in just a little while. Our next series, the Rocket Cats and Crossbar Queens doing battle after we take a short break in just a minute. But FOB continue their day looking to make a loser's bracket run into Phantasmal and Bang Gang territory, as that will do it on stream today for the Taco Bells. Well done to both sides, but again, it's just flashes of brilliance, overwhelming, I think, and just it feels like they outclassed them just a little bit in the speed department. And when you can't keep up with the enemy team, you find yourself losing challenges. You find 50s don't really become 50s anymore, and it can be so difficult to come back from that. And for what it's worth, Taco Bell's made it a series. It was a 4-game affair this time around, but ultimately FOB too much.
A sad departure, but sincerely, it's great to see the dedication to continue to play your top game all the way up to the final moment. And it's hard in these games, especially, as you mentioned there, Hunted, multiple times, that is the departure from the remainder of the tournament here. So it is good to at least see that they didn't let it tear them down. That means we can expect more good things from these players, and that's the best thing to come out of that.
Well, we're going to take a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we jump to the losers round 2. It's going to be the WCBC Season 3 debut for the Rocket Cats here on stream. They will take on the Crossbar Queens to find out who's going to take on FOB in the lower round 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a minute.
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are.
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's Cardball Championship. Still having fun here on the broadcast, Hunted and Jolly with you throughout the day. We are just about halfway through the bracket, so if you are just joining us, welcome in. We've got a whole lot of Rocket League left to play, and this matchup in particular between Rocket Cats and Crossbar Queens, I kind of put a little star in my notepad because I'm really looking forward to this one. These are two teams that are really looking to make their mark in the league. They want to show what they can do, and I have a feeling this is going to be a close matchup. And for the Rocket Cats, even more special, Jolly. This is their first time on the big stream here in the season.
Yeah. So now everyone's in the same position that I am. You know, they don't know what's going on.
Exactly.
It is good to see. I mean, obviously we saw the Crossbar Queens a little bit earlier going up against Bang Gang. They had a bit of a tough time. So it's always interesting to have the presentation of a new team incorporated in that, and a team that we've already seen before. And wonder what is their mentality going into that, knowing I don't know much about this team.
Yeah, I wonder how that works out. I know that these teams scrim against each other somewhat often, though I can't talk for every team in the league, right? I don't know how much they play with one another, but yeah, this might be one of those moments where it takes a little while for the series to really develop. I think with Rocket Cats, as it sounds like we're about to jump into game number one. We'll get that for you here in just a sec. But with Rocket Cats, I'm looking for them to come out quickly because you want to get those kind of, first game on stream jitters out of the way, right? You want to really focus on your style of Rocket League. And if you can get on the board early, you can certainly do that. The roster for Rocket Cats, Jenny, Freya Hayes and Jazz Kitty, they are in the blue.
Yeah, Crossbar Queens over there on the orange side. I've got it written down here. We've got Perona. If it's the same as it was earlier, Luscious Sarah and Princess Cheeks.
Yes. And no Bella for the Crossbar Queens today, it seems.
And, you know, this is also... you ask yourself, were they sandbagging during scrims? How's this going to go? It is great to know, though, that a team... that these teams have scrimmed before. It makes it a little less, hopefully a little bit less anxiety for Crossbar Queens going in, knowing they've revealed a bit of their gameplay. Rocket Cats had a little bit more to study, and that was beautiful. That was absolutely brilliant there. And unfortunate for the Crossbar Queens, lots of mispositioning, a little bit of an overcommit on that.
The triple touch from Jazz Kitty. That was a beautiful little pass down to Freya, and a first goal for the Rocket Cats. So that's exactly what we wanted to see from them, right? We wanted to see them get on the board early. They do just that. We'll see if they can settle into the series as Perona wants to fire back. Good block by Jenny at the top of the box. Bit of a double commit there by the Rocket Cats. Here comes Princess Cheeks turning quickly, just high. Rebound will be cleared away by Jazz.
And lots of contention over these big boosts right now. Both of these teams are trying to play as aggressively as possible, as we can see with, you know, multi-commits that are going across. Oh my gosh, what a clear. Not even considered a shot there, and it looks like it is going to be sent back over. No, the orange side. I was going to say, we just have so much aggression on this one, but both teams seem very paralleled. They seem very level in that they're acknowledging, we know we're kind of overcommitting, but we're comfortable enough to do that and know we're not throwing the game here.
Right. Oftentimes you see teams with weaker transitional games. Often they it's almost like they both know that the enemy team's not going to transition well against them. So the over rotations start to come out a bit more, as we saw one there. Jazz Kitty sneaks that between the goalposts. Two defenders will watch that go right by them, and Rocket Cats out to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, right in between them, almost as though those two members of Crossbar Queens were in fact the goalposts. Directly through to the other side. We got 2 minutes 46 seconds left on this one. Still plenty of time for Crossbar Queens to make things a little bit more even-keeled. Another shot there from Freya Hayes, so it has been a lot more aggression now coming out from Rocket Cats, quickly adapting, more quickly than it seems Crossbar Queens are in this round so far. There was a nice, not quite a save, that was a nice redirect there. So really good defense, at least it looks like, coming here from Crossbar Queens. Now that is they've adjusted their focus slightly toward that as Rocket Cats playing so aggressively.
Unfortunately, defense isn't going to win you this game at this point, and I certainly agree the defense has been better, but you got to get out of the zone right now if you are the Crossbar Queen. Still, they need 2, as Perona's going to do just that. Can't get around Freya, though. That Dominus, big bulky car, able to block that one away. Jenny, again, going to rotate forward. I used to get the dunk on Sarah. Sarah actually finds a little bit of space, try to command the offense here, but Jenny, again, back to the midfield line. So 2-0, Rocket Cats still maintaining this lead. Good touch from Freya, sending Jazz on her way. That's going to fall right down in front, but Sarah covers up.
Very clean. That's right outside of the goal line. It does seem that... Ooh,
wow.
What a save from Perona. 0! Oh, and there is 0 boost. And that means that there is going to be no follow-up on the rebound. What a spectacular save there, though. And there was actually a double commit, as we could see. So Perona did get a fantastic save, but Princess Cheeks was a little too close. Might have been able to line up for that rebound.
And I love the tenacity there from Freya as well. No hesitation on following that up. She places it perfectly to go far post, and there was just no hesitation from the offense there of Rocket Cats. They are looking quite good in their debut stream appearance here, as Penny and Princess Cheeks come together. 45 seconds left to go. Freya can't find the touch. Perona keeps it in. This is some good offense here from the Crossbar Queens, but it seems like it's just going to be a bit too little too late. It's 35 seconds, all that's left on the clock. Blocking that one away again is Freya. And yeah, this should be game number 1 over to the Rocket Cats.
Very heavy rotations, too, from Rocket Cats. You can see when they send one to defend, they are all the way in the back of that goal box. So anytime the ball is on their side of the field here, they have a heavy, heavy defender. It's working out very well for them. And then when they commit, they do it fully. Looks like it is going to work out, at least for this first round, as we are counting down 3-0 for the Rocket Cats, starting out quite hot.
Yeah, great way to get yourself into the series. And we talked about maybe some stream jitters for this team. It seems like that is certainly not the case, as they had their way with the Crossbar Queens in game number 1. Freya with 2 goals on 5 shots, a couple of assists, 1 for Jenny, 1 for Jazz Kitty in that game. And yeah, the Rocket Cats seem like they have been doing this all season long, when really, I mean, it's not how I expected. I didn't expect the Crossbar Queens to be the team that's suffering at the hands of Rocket Cats. If anything, I kind of expected it to go the other way.
And maybe they were sandbagging in those scrims. We don't know. Because this certainly seems like a bit of a flustered game for the Crossbar Queens, and very quick for the Rocket Cats to find where they needed to place pressure, and just kept it there, or kept control, really gave no wiggle room over to Crossbar Queens. And I have a good feeling, based on the last couple of rounds that we saw with them, that they will adapt quickly. And I'm hoping for some closer games going into this. But man, Rocket Cats, they've got to feel good.
Well, we've got game number 2 headed your way right now. The teams taking their positions on what is certainly the best map in all of Rocket League, Manfield Night. Rocket Cats trying to start their series off with a bang. They're up 1-0 here in the series. As Licious Sarah, that's going to play a bit too far from Princess Cheeks. I like the idea of the little back pass. Now Freya can't quite play that one over the top. And, you know, for anybody who's unaware of the back end of the WCBC and all the work that gets put in, Freya, one of the key members of the staff. She does so much for the WCBC and all the players that play in the various leagues, both in NA and EU. And, you know, big thank you to her for everything she has done from season 1 onward for the Women's Carball Championship. So awesome to see her playing on the big screen as well. And she's got 2 goals to her name in this series so far. We'll see if she can add on a couple more.
Oh yeah, a tip of the car hat for Freya. That's great to hear. No points on the board yet, though. This has been a little anticlimactic. Nothing getting too close. A lot of controlled plays, though, it seems. Not so many passes as you would expect. It really just seems like this is a game of clears. It's another kind of tennis game of sending it back and forth. Now, once we get a little bit of stall on the ball, I think we'll actually find some momentum in terms of a goal. But I'm not sure if we're going to get that anytime soon.
That's a bit of a double commit. Jenny's just going to rush forward and score. That ball left to hang out at the near post. And off the double commit, Jenny, so much confidence to get in there, beating the defender. Rocket Cats again taking a 1-0 lead. And, you know, when you talk about a ping pong matchup, a tennis matchup, kind of like what we're seeing right now with these clears back and forth, oftentimes it comes down to which team makes the mistake. And honestly, I think that plays into Rocket Cats' favor. They have not made too many mistakes on either end of the ball. And the Crossbar Queens, you know, have struggled a little bit on the defensive end.
It becomes a very dangerous game, but clearly Rocket Cats have the confidence that they can continue to feel stable in the ball dropping longer than the Crossbar Queens might be able to. And so that acknowledgement is helping them here. But hey, we're going to tie it up. Corona with a fantastic grab of that corner boost. It was a good attempt by the defender, by two defenders there. It was a little bit of a crisscross. Nobody quite able to hit Corona, and having just barely picking up that full boost really secured that goal.
A bit unfortunate, can't make the play. I think that was Freya out of the corner who just had a bit of a whiff on it. It will tie us up at halftime here in game 2. As let's just Sarah try to rotate forward. This will fall all the way for Jenny to try to play out of the corner. Challenged by Princess Cheeks, and this one will play forward. So interesting stuff so far in this one. Rocket Cats having to play a little bit more defensive. That's a wonderful demo, but Freya can't get around on the touch.
And now coming close to 2 minutes left in this game. Much closer than we saw in that first one. 3-0. Crossbar Queens feeling good about at least putting 1 point on the board. And Jenny now with a great drive down the field. Gonna try to pass that over. It looks like to Freya in the corner. But they couldn't quite get the clear or the recenter for a shot on goal. Still keeping it on the offensive though. Woo, a few double commits coming from the Crossbar Queens. Luckily, Princess Cheeks is able to grab this boost and clear that one over to the other side of Demolition as well onto Jenny. So that's going to be a little bit more control for the Crossbar Queens for the next little bit here. Get a little bit more aerial play and a lot more boost expenditure for it.
Yeah, this is going to come down to who is able to control boost a little bit better than the other. Again, we've had this back and forth play. Nobody really pressing too much on the offensive side, so these big aerial clears, big aerial attempts are going to be the driving force of this game, especially with a minute left to go. Still tied at 1, the Rocket Cats pushing on the offensive side now. Jenny back while Freya's there, but Princess Cheeks controlling that goal line, able to make the save. Jazz Kitty up in the air again, 42 seconds. Who's it going to be to take this one away? You'd imagine if Rocket Cats can win this game, it'll put them in a wonderful position to take the series. Here's Jenny over the top. She scores. Great pass from Freya, and it's 2-1.
Beautiful setup from Freya, who has done an exceptional job of that specifically. These corner plays, these redirects, these centers for the follow-up from another member of the team. 34 seconds now. Crossbar Queens have the opportunity to get this one tied back up, but they need to focus on keeping pair goal defended while staying aggressive on this one. You want to make the aggressive plays. You need to make the aggressive plays just so you continue the game, but you can't forget that the other team is going to attempt to do the exact same thing.
Well, 2-1 with seconds to go. Princess Cheeks wants to tie it. Corona trying to play it out of the corner. She pops it up. Jenny will be the first to get there. That'll be over the head of Princess Cheeks, and Rocket Cats hang on to their 1-goal advantage, taking game number 2, and they put themselves up 2-0 in the series. Jenny with both goals. Freya tallies 2 assists as well, and the Crossbar Queens dangerously close from elimination early on here.
They've played a few rounds here today, and it really struggled earlier against Bang Gang. As we saw, that was the second set of games that we watched, a complete shutout 3-0. So I'm sure they do not want to experience another one of those as they go into round 3. This is their saving grace right here. So you got to go in with a clean mental. As you've mentioned before, Hunted, you get to go in 0-0, clock set to 5 minutes. Total mental refresh going into this one will really help. They cannot take the baggage from these previous games into this next one, as we want to see more of this team.
I mean, I think that's also kind of what separates good teams from great teams as well, is being able to push away how you've done so far throughout the day and focus game by game, goal by goal. And it can be tough. Some of the best players in this game struggle with that. So, pro players especially can be a struggle, and these players are are battling day in, day out, and you know they want to move on in this tournament. They want to prove themselves on the stream, and that pressure can weigh on you. So we'll see, as Crossbar Queens haven't had a day that they'd like to remember up to this point, but that's the key. It's been that way up to this point. Can they turn it around? They're going to have to win the next 3 straight, and it all starts right now in Game 3.
Alrighty, we got a lot of that ping pong going on. These long shots, a great drop though, coming from Jazz Kitty there. And a shot, it is going to be a shot on goal. Perona is going to secure that one with the setup from Princess Cheeks.
Yeah, great way to get into the game here for Crossbar Queens. Perona beating the defense to that one. The shot from Princess Cheeks almost found its way in just off the post there, but well done by Perona to follow that one up. And now if Licious Sarah can create some offense here and the Crossbar Queens can get 2 or 3 goals early on in this game, that gives them a great opportunity to try to at least take this game and put the earlier losses behind them. But you can't rest on your laurels even if you're up a goal here in Game 3.
And that was a solid stagger there from Crossbar Queens, which is something they've kind of struggled with in the last few rounds of them play. A few double commits, over commits, things like that. So having the confidence that your teammates will be able to follow up on the rebounds or maybe recover the ball or prevent it from heading to your defensive side needs to be communicated, and it needs to be a strong part of the thought process going in on this one. So we got a shot on goal, and it's going to go right past. Sorry, my screen's a little blurry. I'm like squinting so hard at the screen. It was not Jenny in there. Freya going right past Freya, who was trying to get in position. Almost there. It was so close, but a very quick toss-in.
Yeah, good play from Sarah. Makes it a 2-0 game. That's a tough shot to save, and you're right, Freya just couldn't quite get up to it. That was nearly another one. 2 misses there from the Crossbar Queens. Still Perona finding possession. That'll bounce out towards Jenny. Back the other way. So we stay at this 2-0 score line. Nice little pass to Sarah. Just going to go a bit too far ahead of her. She can't turn that on goal. But as the time continues to tick by, interesting fact as Sarah again trying to play the pass out in front towards Princess Cheeks, as she's certainly come alive in this game. One of the few non-American players is Sarah. She actually hails from Australia, believe it or not, competing in the North American WCBC.
Very cool. Certainly a pivotal member of this team. We have seen some great defensive and offensive plays coming out of Sarah. Nice snag of the boost there, and Devo, as we're talking about her, gets blown up there by Jenny, who's very quick to reposition. A really good job estimating where that ball was going to land, but very quick redirect there from the Rocket Cats here. They are not very happy about the situation. They've got half the game left, and now they're even less happy as that long shot from Princess Cheeks manages to make it in.
Yeah, nice little play. That secondary touch gives Jenny no chance on that play. And I think Jazz Kitty probably wants that challenge back. Looked like she had a little bit of spacing to get up there and make the touch, but just couldn't get up in time. And yeah, 3 goals now for the Crossbar Queens. Everybody getting involved. A goal for all 3 members. Perona will tack on her second of the game. And all of a sudden, this series has turned on its head. 4-0 for the Crossbar Queens.
Oh, so the Sandbaggers were the Crossbar Queens. Is that what you're telling me? Mind is blown. And it is good to see these guys figuring out how they can approach Rocket Cats, especially only getting 1 goal. They've had 5 goals over the last 3 games, 4 of them being in the first 3 minutes of this game. Another 2 minutes left. They're showing a lot of promise on continuing to keep this aggression up, continuing to keep Rocket Cats on their heels here. And another great attempt at a shot there from Princess Cheeks. Communication has been solid. Many less double commits than we saw in the first 2 rounds by far.
looking to secure their first game win on the day. The Crossbar Queens up by 4 with 90 seconds left to go. Jenny, she wants to break the shutout here if possible. However, Princess Cheeks and company, other ideas. Perona lurking around in front trying to find the hat trick in game 3. But it's turning into a series now. If Crossbar Queens can come out similarly to what they did here in this game and the next one, I would not be surprised if we find ourselves in our first 5-game series. Unfortunate for Perona.
Ooh-wee, that was clean.
It just
That one
goes off her
barely
nose.
slipped in. Yep. I think that was actually an accident right here by Yup.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Unfortunately, Perona was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it was a great pop down there by Jenny, managing to play it right off the other team's cars.
So that's one of the ones that I think you're okay giving away if you're Perona, especially by being up, 4 goals. Just kind of shake that one off. Unfortunately, it does break the shutout, but your team has played well. Looks like they'll even get it back. Princess Cheeks to get her second on the board, 5-1.
Take long there. We can see the Boost Economy use their spectacular shot, really lining up, waiting for the ball to approach further, knowing that she can get the angle on that one before actually fully committing with that speed boost and the jump and flip.
Well, let's see how this series plays out. Definitely some life from the Crossbar Queens, right? This is great to see. They go down 2 in the series, but they come back with a pretty commanding win, and they looked quite good all the way through this game. So the Rocket Cats now, the team kind of behind the 8 ball to make a change heading into game number 4. But, the thing that concerns me, and it's, you can say it's a cliche in the Rocket League community, you just kind of hope that the Crossbar Queens didn't score all of their goals here in game 3. They need to still be able to produce the offense heading into game 4.
That's right, and you can't let that boost your ego too much.
Sure.
As we know, you've got at least another one round going in for it. 2, if Crossbar Queens can keep this up.
Well, looks like we have server issues here. Just for a moment, I think we're going to get a server remake. So a little bit of downtime in between games 3 and 4, and I wonder if this helps Rocket Cats. And of course, they're not to say that they're doing this on purpose to give themselves more time. And I think there was some legitimate lag from a couple of players in that game. But, you talk about breaks in between these games. Rocket League notorious kind of very, very short breaks, right? You don't get a lot of time in between games, not like, like League or Counter-Strike where there's, map picks and all that kind of stuff. You kind of just go directly into it. And sometimes these longer breaks, when there's technical problems, something like that, can really affect a team that is trying to keep that momentum going, right? If you're Crossbar Queens, you had a great win. Now all of a sudden, the Rocket Cats can get to discuss and talk things through. And I wonder, who's going to come out ahead, I guess, from this little bit of a break that we have here.
Hopefully it's something they can continue to move forward with. We always like more rounds, obviously, as the game goes on. And you always like to see these teams that maybe didn't do so well earlier in the day actually have a bit of success, and they're certainly finding that right now. We had very few goals coming from Crossbar Queens. I think it was close. It was about 3, at least what I've got written down. I don't know if any of this is right, but it was 3 goals from all 3 rounds in the previous game that they've played up against Bang Gang, and many, many more on that. I don't even want to say the double-digit number, of course, that Bang Gang got, because they did exceptionally well. But coming into this, seeing now 6 total goals, 1 of them from the previous round, 5 from the the second previous round, 5 from just this last round.
Right.
That's a good high to ride on. But we do have to question whether or not it was server issues. But I do think we've got the lobby remade now. We're going to be heading back in, and I feel like we'll know pretty quickly. First 30 seconds of this, we'll know whether or not Rocket Cats are feeling more comfortable in terms of their ping and hopefully not experiencing any of those lag spikes. That's the last thing we want in a championship with a lot on the line, is for people to have issues to where they legitimately are unable to play at their best. It is impossible for them. We want everybody to be able to play at their best all the time.
Well, I mean, when you're fielding an Australian player for the Crossbar Queens, things always going to be an issue, but Sarah doesn't seem to let that affect her, certainly out here on the field, doing some solid work, especially in that last game. She had a couple of nice highlight plays to bring her team back into the fold, but as I say that, Jenny first on the board, carrying it over the entire defense of the Crossbar Queens, making 1-0 for Rocket Cats.
Verona clearly just didn't have the boost to get up high enough, fast enough. As all expected, you can see that shortfall of, oh, I'm not going to make it. But still got 4 minutes, 12 seconds left to go, and there's plenty of time for Crossbar Queens. With several shots on the board, as we just saw in that last one, putting down 5. We just can't get any of these overcommits or these triple commits that it looks like Crossbar Queens tend to lean towards on these defensive plays.
Yeah, the overcommitting is definitely something that needs to be cleaned up, and they did a great job of that in the last one. But with being behind a goal, time ticking, what happened last game doesn't really matter right now as they are trying to find some offense here. We'll see if Sarah is going to turn. Can't quite beat Freya to that ball. It'll fall into the Crossbar Queen's corner. There's Perona trying to go around Jenny. She's backing all the way up. Princess Cheeks out to Perona. Good play from Freya. Box that one up high. Jenny will help out on the clear. They get it as far as midfield. Easy save for Jazz Kitty on the goal line, but the rotation continues. Perona gets a nice little feed, and it's Freya to block that one down.
Great aggressive rotations right there. Jenny, though, has managed to find an in. It will be turned away by Perona. Princess Cheeks trying to get that one headed back to Rocket Cat's defensive zone. And Jenny has just been finding fantastic clears, forcing the Crossbar Queens back to their defensive side, making them reconsider their positioning and readjust their rotations here. Jenny, once again, a great shot, but Perona just barely didn't actually get the touch on that one. There was a bounce. You get to see the trail. Best and easiest part of my job is we have a trail to literally tell me what team touched it last. So just barely avoiding the goal. But Jenny really wants to put one on board right now. Wants to make this a 2-0 lead. They are not satisfied with just being up 1 goal.
Especially with how this pressure from Crossbar Queens continues to mount. That's a good clear, however. It's going to force Sarah back to her own zone. And now the transitional play is going to have to come in full effect. Good keep in by Freya. Princess Cheeks. That'll be Jazz Kitty. Jenny's there, but Perona beats her to it. Princess Cheeks looking to put some pressure on the backside. Oh, the whiff from Freya, and Jenny has to cover up. Great save. Good reaction time there from Jenny. Still, this one bounces out, and Princess Cheeks just trying to keep it in. So a minute 40 left to go. A 1-goal differential. Can the Rocket Cats maintain this lead? Will we see potentially overtime from the Crossbar Queens? Verona just can't get to the post in time.
Minute 20 about left on this, and my goodness, Jenny has spectacular offense and defense here. Luckily, the rest of the team is also stellar as Freya gets a spectacular save. And Rocket Cats trying to get this ball out of their defensive zone. Verona and the rest of the Crossbar Queens definitely don't want that to happen. Consistently redirecting those rebounds and forcing it to stay in the defensive zone for these Rocket Cats. They want to get a single point on the board. We got less than a minute left now, and both of these teams are playing so aggressively and doing a great job with that economy, and that's going to tie it up. I was actually not expecting that one to find its way in.
Yeah, I mean, Jazz Kitty, all 3 players are there, and nobody gets up to it in time. Well done by Sarah to beat the defense, and you and me both, I think we both got caught a bit off guard that Sarah was able to win that challenge as well as she did. And now we're tied. Can she do it again? No, can't quite get around Freya. As overtime may be necessary. Game 4, we've got 33 seconds left in regulation. This is going to be Freya rotating forward. She scores. Great individual effort by Freya, and it's 2-1 to the Rocket Cats.
That is just what they wanted. They've got that bit of security now. 29 seconds left on the board. They just need to make sure that Crossbar Queens do not get a goal in, do not tie this up. And that should be enough time for Rocket Cats to keep their defense strong here, as we have seen them do a spectacular job. They don't even need to focus aggression anymore. But you know what? Might as well try to get another on board, right? As Jenny starts to roll this one up around the side of the corner. She does! No way! Jenny single-handedly carrying that one halfway across the field, getting right past Princess Cheeks with a rebound off her own wall.
Yeah, that's a touch that she's going to want back. Unfortunate from Princess Cheeks. She had no support, had to try to make a play. Can't quite do it, and that will be a 3-1 scoreline. Rocket Cats, they'll take down the Crossbar Queens here in the lower bracket. They will continue their day. They've got FOB in their sights next, and a victory in their WCBC Season 3 stream debut. Well played to the gals in blue right there. So, I mean, it was a little shaky there. They kind of let their foot off the gas pedal in game number 3, but they got right back to it in game 4. And I loved the way their defense played. They never let the Crossbar Queens really any kind of space in the offensive zone.
I'm gonna guess that Jenny was likely one that was experiencing lag potentially in that third round. Because I'm assuming it was the Rocket Cats had it, considering just the change, the adjustment there, going 3-0, 2-1 to 1-5, and then cleaning it up with the 3-1. Jenny heavy-handedly on many of those spectacular offensive and defensive plays. So you can imagine that server reset really helps those players get back to the ping that they want to safely play at. But still, it's nice to see that the Crossbar Queens didn't see that and say, all right, we're kind of toast, we're done for. They still kept up the momentum. They still kept up their own aggression. And while we won't be seeing any more of them here, it was great to have them, and it was great to see them push it to a game 4. We always love that.
That we do, and I totally agree. Love to see more and more Rocket League here on the WCBC stream. And with that, that means we need to go to a short break. We'll be back in just a minute to bring you the rematch of the rematch of the rematch of eventually a ton of more matches that I'm sure these teams will play throughout the season. Phantasmal and Bang Gang in the winners final. They are duking it out to see who will go to the grands through the top side of the bracket. Make sure you keep it right here. Follow the channel as well. And get your popcorn ready, because I'm sure we are in for quite the series. Don't go anywhere.
Money.
And we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, on the Women's Cardball channel. It is a time to go back to the upper bracket winners finals here, week number 2 for North America. Hunted and Jolly on the call for you. We hope that you've been having as much fun as we have today. It's been quite a fun day of Rocket League. And now we've got 2 of the giants of North America, Phantasmal and Bang Gang, about to do battle.
Oh, I'm stoked. I've been waiting for this all day, and we've seen start of the day these 2 teams. I hate to say like decimate. You hate to say that they really rolled over another team, but it was rough. It was very, very rough. There were many points put on board. Totals for the 3-round shutouts were over, at least in the double digits for these teams. So they both know what it's like to win. They both already felt it today, and now only one of them can reign supreme. I am so stoked to see how these 2 teams decide to take this one.
Well, we talked about Bebop coming in for Tally, and it looks like Bebop's still in the lineup. Tally not back quite yet. I don't know if she will make an appearance today or not. We're going to have to play that one by ear. But, I think in this series, it's going to expose that a little bit more. I think Phantasmal is a very, very good team, and Tally certainly an all-star player in the league. So when you don't have that same level of ability on the field, it can be a little bit more difficult to play against a team like Phantasmal. However, that said, we're not going to focus on the sub in Bebop. We're just going to have to see how does she handle the pressure that Courtney and Kate and of course Queen Bee as well. How will they handle the pressure that offense can put on without the star player in Tally today?
Luckily, something that we touched on a little bit earlier when we watched them play was just the cohesion of Bebop into the rest of the team. Means that it felt so natural. It felt like this was not even a sub, and so I feel like it's certainly going to be. It's a high mountain. We've already talked about high mountains, and they are looking up right now. But they've got to have the confidence. They've already done incredibly well today, and with 2 spectacular other players. You've got Avenger and Angie there who are phenomenal together, and Bebop just kind of adding that last little ring in the bell when they need it. So I have good faith that this is going to be just a knockdown, drag them out. We're going to be seeing tons of goals here. These are 2 insanely aggressive teams, and while they are insanely aggressive, it's not as though they forget about their defense. So they're very strong on that as well. And like I said, I've been waiting throughout all these casts. I'm like, all right, after those first 2 games, when we come around to this, that's when things are really going to heat up. And it's about to happen.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Again, we saw Courtney pop it off a little bit earlier. She had 5 goals in that first game of the day for her. Kate comes into this one from last week, leading the team with a goal, 1.4 goals per game for Phantasmal, and they certainly no strangers to putting up large amounts of shots on board. I think they even had the most shots per game from last week, and it looks like we've got Game number 1 up and underway now. Bang Gang in the blue, Angie Avenger and Bebop, Phantasmal, Courtney, Kate, and Queen Bee in that orange. This certainly looks to be quite the fun matchup. We may even see it twice today.
I love it. And we've got already Demolition going out. Looks like Angie's going to take out Kate, and a shot on goal. Avenger stands unopposed. Making one in less than 30 seconds of the first game.
A great shot. Avenger taking advantage of the space she was given. And it comes off the winning kickoff there from Bang Gang. They get the initial pressure, able to pull Phantasmal out of position a little bit here. As off the ensuing kickoff, Kate might have a chance. Good touch from Angie to play that into the corner. Avenger also with a quick play through midfield. This will be in and out of the corner. Good little touch around Kate, but Queen Bee just going to be there patrolling that near post. And already Bang Gang coming out quite quickly, kind of forcing Phantasmal to play on their own end for quite a while here as Kate was looking for a play. Nice save near post there by Bebop.
And we are now 1 minute into this game. I love watching general winners brackets, high level players. So most of them today, everyone today, let's call it, you guys are all the best. But sure. The expenditure of boosts, just how good the economy is in terms of using the smallest amount to get as far as you possibly can. And a lot of that has to do with, the flips and the rotations of your vehicle and how you decide to make those aerial plays. It's just spectacular to see, because I could never do, I talk about it, I could never actually do what these guys are doing out here. And it's wonderful to see, the camaraderie and the teamwork behind these groups of ladies. They're all killing it today. And this game is just great already. We've got Bang Gang with one on board, and this ball almost never touches the ground. There's so much aerial play. There's so much in terms of rebounds off of other players or off of the walls that boost expenditure is especially impressive because it's a lot more aerial play.
Yeah, exactly. And a big part of how Bang Gang has been controlling this game has come from, of course, that the boost control, but at the same time, they're winning this midfield battle again. We talk about it so much on these broadcasts. I think I mentioned midfield battle in every single series that we watch, but it's that important. It's the lifeblood of these teams winning and losing on the offensive side of the ball. Is Kate again going to keep that in? And you can see the rotation starting for Phantasmal. This is really the first full pressure moment that we've seen from them. Can they turn it into a scoring opportunity? It doesn't look like it as Avenger goes around 2. Bebop looking for a pass down in front. That's going to go just over her head. Angie fires. Oh, it hits Bebop. Top corner. I don't know if that was going in or not, but that's a big unfortunate play there. They really could have used that goal to put some spacing between these two teams. Not much Bebop could do about it, but it stays out regardless.
Now we're either expending the boost or hoarding it as well here as we get down to 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this game. Both of these teams really planning on committing entirely, and that's how you can tell with that good boost economy. This is 100% commitment. You decide whether or not you and your team are going to be able to confront the situation and get through with aggressive play, but also adapt if it becomes defensive or if it kind of goes out of hand. Bang Gang trying to get a second one on board. An aggressive play here as Kate gets into a defensive position, but Angie's trying to line this one up. Bebop heading back to the defensive side as Kate attempts to line this up for another aggressive play. 1 minute left on the clock. Now, I don't want to say this is anticlimactic, but this is kind of anticlimactic.
I'm just surprised it's as low scoring as it has been so far with how good these players are at scoring goals. Here's a chance for Queen Bee.
Yeah.
Top shelf. We're tied.
There it is, 44 seconds now left in that. A great setup there by Kate. Those wall plays, those wall ceiling plays, Kate, Courtney, and Queen Bee are just spectacular at setting those up for each other, knowing exactly where that ball is going to be lobbed to. and be prepared to make the goal.
It's a well-played game here from both sides. Angie with a chance. That's shut down in front. And this next goal will most likely decide game number 1. And again, a bit surprising that we sit here with only 25 seconds, tied at 1. But it's how the way that this game has gone. It's been a very defensive contest so far. Angie and Avenger trying to rumble their way down the field. Up and over. Oh, that's a triple commit. This is so dangerous. Angie has Avenger. The net's wide open, and they'll score. Triple commit in the final moments from Phantasmal, and they're punished immediately.
And that triple commit was all right for Bang Gang because they just needed somebody to touch it in that direction. 4 seconds left on the clock. Unless this 50-50 goes heavily in favor of Phantasmal, I think we are looking at the end of the first round.
Well, this is still up in the air. Courtney's here. What can Queen Bee do with this one? Kate keeps it moving, but Avenger's here. She should be able to finish the game. Bebop also going to get a little deflection, and that'll be it. Bang Gang hang on with a 1-goal lead, and a big defensive error from Phantasmal will crumble this game right before their eyes. I thought we had overtime. But, you know, that's just the way it goes in Rocket League. Sometimes you have to be on your guard 100% of the time at this level.
Yeah, when there are 4 seconds to go, that's enough time for these guys to commit something. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more of this style. I was hoping for the insanely aggressive, but both of these teams, they are just great at getting that rotation down. So the game is constantly aggressive and defensive, you know? And that's just kind of the nature of how Rocket League goes. Once you get that communication of those rotations solid, you're always in a position to do either. And you should constantly be focusing on doing both. And so I think we're going to see that really slow start. And then towards the end of the match, when things are either tied up or even a 0-0, I wouldn't be surprised if we go through the majority of a match with no goals on the board. When you get to that end, that's when both of these teams are going to be like, all right, it's time now. We need to break this this steady moving forward, just trying to get the time to go down through this game so that we can get to the point of really being aggressive to secure the victory.
And I mean, as we approach game number 2, teams are in the lobby. Their cars are ready to go here. I mean, as we come up to this game, you know, I've really appreciated Avenger's willingness to step up and be that goal scorer that Bang Gang has needed with the absence of Tally. She has been able to find some space for some good shots on goal. She had both of the goals in that game that Bang Gang were able to score. And, I mean, to her credit, she has been able to play quite well with limited amounts of space that Phantasmal has given her. And, you know, the other story, of course, that we've been harping on all day long, Bebop coming in as the sub for Tally. Again, she doesn't look out of place. We've never really seen her, you know, giving away possession. We've never seen her any kind of misplay. She picks up an assist in that last game, and it looks like things are clicking just the same as before.
It's great to see as well, just based on the fact that when we saw this team earlier with Bebop in there, it was against a team that didn't quite hold up as well as Phantasmal has been. So, yeah, just perfect. Almost as though a sub's not necessary. And again, that's how you know you've got confidence in your team. If you are able to say, hey, our main shot caller, our main goal scorer is out, is unable to be here, but we've got a heck of a backup, and we are totally confident in throwing that into this championship.
It certainly seems like it's working out quite well for them so far, but as we're in game number 2, no score on the board, 90 seconds gone in regulation time. Kate will send this one in. Bebop, no touch on the play. Kate can't get it around to make the shot on goal. She was looking for a pass out in front. Nobody there quite yet to find a play. Is Queen Bee going to rotate forward? She's around everyone. The bounce will come out. Kate will roll it home, and Phantasmal's on the board.
Kate almost sneaking up behind Bebop and Angie there, just saying, they don't know I'm here. That's all right. I'll take care of this after it rebounds off the top wall there. So, and it was a great shot, a great clear as well. A lot of momentum, so it was a high shot, but it ended up bouncing down very low in front of the goalpost, making things really easy for Kate to go in.
So first on the board is Phantasmal. We saw Bang Gang take the lead early on in game one. They were able to turn that into a game win. Can the orange side repeat that success, as this is Bebop to Angie? What a save from Courtney. Just getting enough of it with that Fennec to play that away, and it'll stay 1-0 as we approach halftime. What can Angie do with this one?
Spectacular. There was a quick demo right after that. That is all right. Phantasmal still feels comfortable with keeping this one on their side. They're all right with the defensive plays, as they do have Queen Bee sitting comfortably in that defensive zone, and the rotations are there. As you can see, the second that Queen Bee rotates out, we had, I think it was Courtney or Kate, one of the two, one of the others, that immediately resumes or takes the place of that now missing defender. So just such clean acknowledgements, recognitions. And Courtney, wow, with that carry across single-handedly, another half-court shot. So close for Bebop there. Angie getting past two defenders who were very close to that one. So Phantasmal's got to feel good.
It's the flipper set, doesn't even need to use it. More of a fake than anything else from Courtney. That'll be her first of the game, putting Phantasmal out to a 2-0 lead, and with 1:50 left to go, they have a great position to try to equalize the series, especially if Courtney can do something with this. Let's just popped up just a bit too high for her, and Avenger now on the clear. Here's Angie sending down to Bebop, just can't get around it. The pass a bit too hard. As Kate and Queen Bee transition the other way, Avenger stops that at the quarter wall. Can Kate do it again? Oh, this is just going to bounce dangerously in front. Nobody home to knock that one in for Phantasmal, and it'll stay 2-0 as it looks like the orange side really starting to figure out what it is they want to do in this game. They have really limited Bang Gang to minimal offensive zone time. That's a great little demo, but just nobody there in time to knock it in.
Queen Bee with a nice boost forward to ensure that that ball does not hover in front of the defensive zone there. Bebop and Courtney trying to figure something out while Avenger decides to come in and take control of that ball. Gonna drift this one straight forward. Queen Bee with a save, but it doesn't matter. The bounce pushes it through as Avenger takes takes the first one for Bang Gang of this round.
You got to give Avenger so much credit on that play. Realizes she's got time and space to do that. The first is to get it around Kate, but the dunk as well over top that defender. That is a goal scorer's goal if I've ever seen one. And now it gives her team an opportunity to come back in this game. They've got 30 seconds and need to find one more. Can they do it? Keep your eyes on Avenger to see if she can find that magic once more.
Bebop just barely missing that one. Luckily, it was not rolling straight towards the goalpost, and Avenger managed to find a demolition onto Kate in the meantime. Courtney's going to try to harass Angie a little bit here, who cannot seem to find boost. There we go, finally, and picks up a demolition with that acquired boost. 5 seconds now. This is the last moment for the Bang Gang to try to put this one into overtime. And unless they can make a spectacular play off of this one, Phantasmal is going to even things out here in terms of rounds after the second.
Yeah, so we head into game number 3 tied at 1. Phantasmal hang on to their 2-goal advantage. Little scary after that Avenger tally, but it will stay in favor of the orange side. And one of the things that I look at that kind of jumps out to me immediately when we take a look at the stats is the 4 shots to Phantasmal to the 8 of Bang Gang. And again, it was the defense from Phantasmal that really stood out, that were able to limit the number of dangerous opportunities Bang Gang were able to generate. Yeah, they had 8 shots, but only about 1, 2, maybe 3 of them stood out as, big, dangerous plays that needed to be saved away. I think Courtney had a wonderful save, and that was kind of the only one that was really a flashy save that needed to be made. And if you're Phantasmal, you're fine with allowing shots on goal as long as they're not dangerous.
And a lot of those shots ended up being, towards the beginning when you had a lot of that ping pong going, those long shots, and you get the little pop up if there was a shot on goal and there was a save, but it was, quarter way to like you were at quarter field, basically, just a little bit past the defender's box. So it almost doesn't seem like it should be because it's deflected away so very quickly. A lot of those were early on. But it's absolutely true that just looking at the numbers in that overall makes things a little bit more complicated now going into Game 3. I love the fact this is the first game so far that we have started today where it is 1-1, I believe. So that alone is exceptional to see.
We knew it was going to be close. These teams always love to make it close. It's always dramatic between Bangang and Phantasmal. And this, the winner's final, as Courtney top shelf. What a laser beam finding that top corner. No chance for the Bangang defense. Off to a great start as Phantasmal, but just as I was saying it, these teams love to play so very close. This being only the winner's final, winning the series is great, but it secures you a spot in that grand final where you've got to do it all again potentially against this enemy team.
And that's where we can see Phantasmal potentially deciding, all right, yeah, we should focus a little bit more on that defense. You never like a goal to go in within less than 20 seconds of that starting, Bangang. You never really appreciate that. So Bangang, we've seen a few just in the last match or two, a few of these players do a few of the overcommits. And I do think a lot of this as well is fully committing boost. So not necessarily even not being economical. It's just thinking that you have a play that you're going to absolutely make something off of, and then not having the recovery available. And Phantasmal, for the last round and a half now, or round and a minute, as I say it, has shown a little bit more of that consistent aggression. But then again, as I say it, there it is, the splash from Bebop, that spectacular player who is filling in for Tally and doing a great job here. That's going to even things out. 3:46 on the clock, so plenty of time for more insanity. And I am hoping to see some big numbers put up at some point here in this matchup. Not necessarily this round, but we got to be seeing some big old numbers come through.
It's about time we had a shootout between these two teams.
Yeah.
The defenses have been good, but you know what they can do on the offensive side. You've got a goal apiece already in this one. 3:20 left to go in regulation time. So potentially we'll see a couple more as Courtney looks for Kate across the way. Played down to Courtney, blocked away by Avenger. Net is yawning here, but nobody able to get to it there from Bangang, and that will be Phantasmal getting away with one. Queen Bee was beat over the top there. As now Angie, crossbar, rebound score, Avenger on the board.
Beautiful pickup there. No chance for Phantasmal to get into a defensive position, kind of circling around the goal, actually. And, it was a good attempt there by Kate. A good flip up and back for the rebound, but fortunately it was just too quick there for Phantasmal. Still 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time to be seeing another OT here tonight.
Well, I'm very I'm wondering why we're seeing Phantasmal back off a little bit at the midfield. Granted, there have been a couple of good transitions from Bangang, but again, like right here, we see Queen Bee rotating back, and I know she fills that third player position, right? But it's tough to get midfield control when you're hanging back and playing this defensive game. I know that obviously Phantasmal realizes Bangang can put up quite the numbers, but so can you. I would love to see them push forward a little bit more, try to be a bit more aggressive at the midfield, because, I mean, you're down by a goal, but at the same time, you got to get that offensive rotation going. You're just not going to get enough chances to score.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it is just a much safer way to play, too, and that's kind of why we see the ping pong, the tennis game going of these long shots. You know, the less players you have around the ball, the less of a chance you have of interference or of overcommitting. But if you're communicating well, then you won't have to worry so much about that. So you should be able to make those aggressive plays and still have somebody remain in a position to move to the defensive zone. And we're seeing, just as you say it, though, we are seeing a little bit more of an attempt at getting this ball out. But you got to be willing to also make those really responsive plays of, the ball rebounding off of other players or off the wall or off the ground, wherever it is. And just, having the confidence in yourself and in your team that you guys will be able to follow that up and then reconcile anything that happens. It might not quite go well.
Well, they've got a minute left. Still need a goal. Demo under Courtney on the backside by Avenger. Might slow this push down a little bit. She'll have to play it over to Angie. Here's Avenger again. 45 seconds left. Bang Gang trying to keep this 1-goal lead and avoid overtime in game number 3 as Queen Bee can't quite get that around Avenger. Angie, she'll pop it up. 30 seconds left to go. That's a giveaway to Courtney, but Avenger just able to make the touch. Queen Bee again in and out of the corner. She's trying to deal this one. It'll fall straight down. There's nobody on the touch. To Kate, she scores. And Bang Gang's defense falls apart at the last moment. We're tied at 2.
Tied at 2 with 18 seconds. You're absolutely right. A scatter there. It was certainly an attempt. Nobody really acknowledging exactly where that ball might go. And sitting on the I forget what it's called. They call it, basically the far away crossbar. Trying to focus on that. You can tell that's what they were attempting to do, is recognize what side should I be on the far bar. What a shot there, Kate, in the perfect place, immovable on that one. It does look like we might be seeing some OT.
Great save by Kate. Obviously a game saver there in the dying moments, and that will force overtime. If Phantasmal can come back and win this game, remember that save from Kate. Although that's just going to go in.
Oh, man, I was not expecting that to happen.
How does this... Courtney gets the... B?
Ooh, that's rough. That's a rough one. That did not redirect the way that Phantasmal were hoping that would.
Okay, so Bang Gang, a gift of a game in overtime there. Wow. I don't really know what to say after that play. It was a bit unfortunate. Hopefully it wasn't a hardware issue or something. I know that Queen Bee left the lobby almost immediately, like she was about to reset her game or something like that. So either way, hardware issue or not, it's Bang Gang who takes the win in OT, and now they're on series point. And I don't want to say they looked great because they had a couple of defensive miscues, but it feels like this is anybody's game, and I'm really surprised that it's been so defensive focused so far.
Yeah, it's they don't want to try to make reactive plays, which strictly reactive plays is never a good thing to do. You want to be making a lot of proactive plays, but you have to be willing to be in a position to make those reactive plays. And I was talking about that a little bit, during the game of acknowledging, hey, we might be seeing some rebounds, but if we have 2 members up here that are both aggressive, and if we're communicating properly, and we have somebody at least at midfield who can swing back if we need it, or in a more defensive position, if you prefer that, then it's good. But you got to take that chance. You have to take the chance on those proactive plays if you want to be sinking these goals and if you want to get really good shots on goal as well. And these teams are both capable of doing that. Absolutely. We'll just see if either team is really willing to kind of go out of that comfort zone to make those aggressive, proactive plays.
Well, it's Phantasmal, who was frustrated in the grand finals of week number 1. They dropped that series to Bang Gang in 6 games. They've got an early chance at revenge here in the winners final of week 2, but they find themselves down a game. And also a reminder to anybody who is just joining us or hasn't been watching the season, as I'll take a moment to highlight this play. Courtney to Queen Bee, nice little pass from Courtney. Love this secondary touch. But, you know, not only are they playing, you know, for the glory of winning and then getting into the winner's final, the team who comes from the upper bracket, which is what we're playing in right now, gets that one game advantage at the grand final, and that can mean a whole lot.
Absolutely. We got another one. Very quickly, Courtney with the beautiful glide and just the carry of this ball. I love to watch somebody so confident, so capable to utilize their boost like that and to make sure that it does not touch that defensive player, to ensure that it gets the angle to go directly into the goal when you need it to. Spectacular play there by Courtney.
Given all that time and space, Courtney is one of the most deadly players in the league, certainly. Nice little flip reset from her, and we've got a 2-0 game for Phantasmal here on Tokyo to start things out. Will we see our first champ field? That is the big question, and if Phantasmal continues to play this way, I think we're in for a treat in this series. We knew it would be close. In 5 games would certainly do it justice, in my opinion, but a lot of time left to go for Bang Gang. They've got 3.5 minutes. They've been able to get the offense rolling, even when kind of playing from behind at times in this series. So certainly can't count them out of Game 4 quite yet.
Maybe they have the same feeling I do about Neo Tokyo. I never do well on this map, and you know, it's. I don't know. I honestly don't know why. I personally struggle with this one so much, but Avenger is having no problems here. Phantasmal is going to find themselves not quite as far ahead. Kate with the knockback, actually unintentionally setting that one up for Avenger while grabbing that big boost.
That's one of those plays that you just got to put out of your mind if you're Kate. That's a rough play. You're right. I think she overshot the boost, wanted to stop to pick it up, but unfortunately the ball careened off her car. Queen Bee setting up a nice little play. Kate just couldn't get there in time. But that mistake going to bring the game back within 1, and you know, 1-goal advantage, never safe against a team like Bang Gang, who's got over half the game left to go to try to find equalizing tally. So this is a nice little pass. Courtney the play backside beats the defenders from where they came, and it's 3-1.
That nice slow pop. Slow lob. Those 2 members there, I think it was Avenger and Bebop, that were trying to get into position, assuming the ball would be moving a little bit faster than that, but the rotation on it, that spin, slowed it down just enough. So another great one by Courtney, as you said. A miraculous player here, and certainly helping Phantasmal feel more comfortable, put a little bit more pressure on Bang Gang as they might just force out a 5th round.
Courtney with 2 in the game, Queen Bee with 1 as well. Here's Angie back the other way. Didn't quite pass that one down to Bebop. The turn there. Queen Bee wants to collect this one. Oh, around Angie, trying to find the demo onto Avenger. Can't quite do it. Courtney just going to push that one towards the goal line. Kate makes the play with 1:53 left to go. These teams still battling it out at the midfield line. Bang Gang certainly not going away quietly in this game number 4, but Phantasmal has done a wonderful job of making sure that they've played defense first in these final moments. They haven't overcommitted. They've had 1 player on the ball at all times, and their challenges have been smart and quick. As Courtney, looking for the hat trick, won't get the double touch chance there, but she's happy with just time burning off the clock. 1:20 left.
See if we can follow this one up. That was a great redirect there by Kate. Avenger's going to send it away. These nice slow lobs, these nice slow setups are giving Phantasmal a phenomenal opportunity to knock another one in, and Courtney's going to find herself the 3rd goal of the game for Phantasmal.
Hat trick for Courtney. 3 goals on 6 shots. An assist to her name as well. 4-1. Phantasmal looking to push a game number 5, our first of the broadcast today. And again, night and day from our EU week 2. It seemed like every series was going the distance. But it's nice to see these teams really battle it out here in these grand finals, and I have a feeling this is just the first of 2 matchups between these 2 squads that we're going to see today. So take Champions Field. Courtney with 4 now after the geometry out of the corner, and it's 5-1.
Beautiful there. Avenger trying to ride that one up and along, and Courtney just zooming in off of that wall, nailing that perfectly and gliding it. I mean, just a beautiful curve around the corner, straight down into that goal. We'll see if Courtney can do something else. I am loving this, and this is I wanted some big numbers. You know, you can see that Phantasmal is very comfortable on this one. They might have had a little bit of trepidation at the beginning of this match, seeing as it is the series point here for Bang Gang, but they are more than comfortable, more than confident going in, and I am stoked for this final round, as it does look like we will be getting another 2. We'll see if 11 seconds is enough. It's got to be 3 goals, though, and as much as I would love to see it, I don't see it happening. But, you know, Caster's Curse means that it will, so I'll keep it at that.
I mean, not if you reverse curse it.
No,
Like,
I didn't reverse that. No, now you're pointing out the reverse curse.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, you have to metagame it. It's weird. It's weird how that works.
A double negative.
Well, it's not. Yeah, the miracle won't happen this time around. They'll not get one for the road. It will be barred down. And Phantasmal taking this to game 5. And this is, you know, if I could have my perfect 5th game in this series, I want the gunslingers to come to the forefront here. I want to see like a 7-6 shootout, overtime, you know, winner by one of these teams. And I'm sure both teams probably don't want to go that route. I think they're going to stick to their defensive guns, but you never know, because obviously we just saw Phantasmal. Courtney especially, she has been on top of her game today. Can pop off on a moment's notice. So, yeah, it comes down to Champions Field. Super looking forward to this. I think I have to change the thing. Oh, my God. This is so much responsibility. All right, I did it.
Me.
We're going to Champ Field. We got it.
Excellent. All right, I'm stoked. And that's, you know, there's always the opportunity for one team to just say, hey, you know what, we got it. And that might actually be part of the mind game too, because if you're expecting both teams to go in with a slightly more defensive play style and you're like, all right, we're bringing it on, we're forcing the aggression, you might force the defensive play out of that enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. I think this first minute's going to set the tone, right? And of course, we talk about the first goal being super important in every game, but this first minute is really going to set the tone. If we see 2 or 3 goals, expect to see a super high scoring game. If it's 0-0 and, you know, a shot apiece, maybe, I would not be surprised if we end 1-0, 2-1, something like that.
Oh, yeah, already off to some good aerial plays, some nice full boost expenditures. That's when you know the team is really looking for a heavy setup. Lob it as far as you can in the air, get as high as you can, toss up an aerial play, and hope that it ends up in an area their team's able to play it off of. My goodness, through 2 defenders. Courtney's just sitting there as though she is one of the defenders, and absolutely is.
Oh.
Look at that. Avenger swiping right past it. Well, this is control. This is very solid control from Phantasmal, but in particular, the last round and now the beginning of this one has almost entirely, or majority, been Courtney's plays.
No, Courtney has stepped up to the plate in a big way for Phantasmal, and she's been doing it all day today as well. We know that she's capable of it, certainly. She's been a shining star in the WCBC since Season 1. And you know that she's so dangerous. And when anybody's struggling on this team, as we talked about before, there's always somebody else there. As Courtney again tries to go over Angie, good save right on the goal line. But Phantasmal really feeling this game right now. Courtney again takes it away. Angie has to go up to make the save. Kate is there for the rebound, and she'll score. Phantasmal out to a 2-0 lead in the first minute 30.
Picture this as a basketball player, the slap down, you know, just the smack. You're going there, no chance for the defense to have any time to really react or respond to that one. And Phantasmal definitely has things cooking. The water is boiling now. And Bang Gang needs to kind of reevaluate maybe how they approach Courtney and the rest of this team, really just setting Courtney up for amazing plays.
How do you stop a player like Courtney? Well, scoring goals will be able to help. Good play from Angie to get this one underneath the hard-charging Queen Bee. It's just a sneaky little shot that Queen Bee is not expecting to go that low, and that's a great response from Bang Gang. I was about to say, I really need to see them get on the board, at least in the next minute, and they do it almost immediately after that second goal. So they keep themselves in this game, and with an opportunity to equalize here with 3:15 left to go.
And that makes things, as we talked about before, that 1 and 2, even just having that one number on the board, being that much closer is a big mental block that a lot of players kind of need to see that visual to get through it. So 3 minutes now left here tonight. Kate and Courtney doing a spectacular job so far this round of setting each other up for some great aerial plays.
Bombo combo, Kate and Courtney. They've been together since season 1. They continue to show that they can put some damage up on the scoreboard, especially here in North America now, as Courtney, good save near post there on Avenger. Kate will play it forward. Halftime comes and goes in game 5, and it feels like this game has flown by with how fast-paced things have been. We've only seen 3 goals, but they've all been super important, and Courtney will get another. The bouncer up high, 3-1.
That makes it a little more difficult. That 1 and 3 is the bigger amount to climb. 2:16 left on the clock, though. Plenty of time for Bang Gang to push this one out. And how spectacular would it be? We got things evened out towards the end. Even got to see some OOT in this winner's finals. We got Kate with a good aggressive play. Courtney is going to try to get into position to follow that one up. But Bang Gang doing a really good job of turning that one around, responding well, and making it an aggressive play. Now Avenger and Bebop are trying to recenter the ball here. Queen Bee finds good opportunity, though. The ball is high. Can she get the rebound? No, there was no boost left at the end of that push. She was just slightly too high up, but Courtney has an opportunity. And Angie with a phenomenal save up in the top right corner of that goal post. Phantasmal not giving up on this one. This is still an aggressive offensive play for them. Bebop there is going to try to get the clear on it here. And Angie supports that with another tip over Queen Bee. Now Phantasmal is on the defensive, and Queen Bee is out for a few seconds as Bebop gets demo.
Yeah, but they're getting on the offensive side of the ball, but it always seems like there's one player, whether it's Kate, whether it's Courtney, that's just kind of in the way, unable to get around that secondary defenseman. Has Bang Gang in this game, and with time running out, something's got to break. You've got to be able to push forward, force your way through this defense as Kate's going to make a save on the goal line. And you got to start generating some quality chances. You're not going to get too many opportunities, so you got to knock these home. Here comes Avenger. Nice little drop down. This should be in. It will be. Bebop brings us back to within 1 with 41 to go.
Plenty of time for them to tie things up here. See if they can actually make it happen. Bebop and Angie there. Angie actually, assisting Bebop by tapping the car, ensuring that ball makes its way through. That is an okay one to double commit when you just need it to go one single direction. Nothing to actually avoid there. Oh my gosh, no way! Kate barely showing up in time to prevent that 50-50 from instantly going in and evening out this game.
I thought that was a goal for sure. I didn't think Kate could get back in time, but she proves me wrong. Keeps the goal out, and now Avenger has to create something. Queen Bee and Avenger take each other out. Angie, no challenge on to Kate. 13 seconds left to go. Game number 5. Can they do it? Phantasmal, 5 seconds left to defend. Kate's going to play this one. Just try to keep it away from Angie and Avenger. It'll fall down. She's got to keep it up. Turning as Avenger. She's around 1. Queen Bee immediately challenges. Angie's going to take possession now. Still the ball floating, but Angie can't keep it up, and Phantasmal will do it after falling down early on in that series. They take the win in 5 games. Well played to them. Bang Gang, unfortunately, going to have to drop to the loser's bracket and try to battle their way back up.
I still have lots of opportunity for that. Played phenomenally well. We got to see 5 matches. I'm stoked on that, and we did get to see, some good numbers put up there in the last couple of rounds as a lot more aggression was pushed through. I honestly, I love both of these teams. I can tell that the cohesion, the teamwork, communication, all of those main staples of this, I mean, obviously it's a teamwork, focused game. It's a team focused game, but it's so much more important than a lot of other team focused games that you really have to have that trust and faith and know that your team is going to back you up and you will do the same for them. And both of these teams really perfectly emulate that, and that they're all there for each other, and they are all trying to respond, react, and play together. And I you know what? I'm excited. As bad as it might suck for Bang Gang here to have to drop down bracket, you know what? They played out of their minds, did a spectacular job, and that's including a sub. And at the end of that, I forgot. I forgot that there was even a sub that was there for Bang Gang, because again, they're playing really, really well together as a team, and that alone is great to see.
Yeah, Bebop with some pretty big shoes to fill for Tally, and we will keep track of that situation as it unfolds. But we do need to take a short break. We've got Flashes of Brilliance and Rocket Cats doing battle in losers round 3 to see who will move on into Bang Gang and secure a top 3 spot on the day. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute.
Got off the wires when I close my eyes, disconnected and tired. I see you, yeah. And I know you keep asking me, flames and fire. Just fired. It's just fire. I was wrong, but I made it right. You came begging day and night. I don't wanna hit the bottom. Don't go out of your state of mind. I've been counting 1 to 10. I'll be back when you be down. With my music, I see you. Yeah, I see you go down. Yeah, I see you go down. I see you. Yeah, I see you go down. Yeah, I see you go down. And I know you keep asking me, flames and fire. I know you are done with me. It's just fired. I see you go down, yeah, I see you go down. I see you go down, yeah, I see you. It's just fire. I know you keep asking me, flames Shots fired. You just walk right out the door. Don't wanna do this anymore. Now I'm lost without you. You drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you. Used to be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep. Now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave them by the time it's done. I'll be when you're home, always hanging by your phone. Do I even know you? And I get paranoid sometimes, 'cause I know that you ain't mine, and I'm lost without you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCBC. It's Hunted and Jolly here with you on the broadcast. It has been quite the day. I don't know how long we've been live. I think it's been at least, 4 or 5 hours so far. And a lot of Rocket League has been played. And we had, in my opinion, the best matchup so far today, just moments ago, where we watched Phantasmal come from behind, take out Bang Gang 3-2 in the winners finals. They move on to those grand finals and get that one game advantage. We might have a bracket. I'm gonna ask for a bracket. We'll see if screens. Boom. Look, I don't even know why I question it anymore. I'm just gonna go straight into it and say bracket every time. Look at that. Beautifully done. Shout out to Freya as well. I think Freya handles a lot of the graphics on the day as well. A player we're about to watch for Rocket Cat, so she's pulling double duty. That's how dedicated Freya is, Jolly, and that's why we give her so much love on the stream.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just proverbially met her. I guess. Not really, but
That's true.
and I already show my full support. It's everybody's been great at production. You were able to ask them several things on the fly. In general, it's been a good day. It's been a long one, but you know what? It's been good, and these guys have made it as easy as possible for us, and that is not something like as a caster, that is not something you often get. So it is a rare commodity. These guys are great.
Oh, now they crack the whip and say, "Get to casting the next one. Go into the next game."
All right.
That's it. There it is. Right of the year. As soon as I say that, we've got the next game upcoming here. Rocket Cats and FOB. We're jumping straight on into this one. Can Rocket Cats pull the upset over FOB? They looked quite good earlier on today. I'm sure they would love to secure themselves a top 3 spot. Same rosters as before. No Kira in this one, somewhat taking her spot for FOB in the orange.
Doing a great job in that last game as we saw Kira in the first one. And oh my goodness, Flashes of Brilliance, finding one for themselves already. Top Gun really wants to put some numbers on the board here. 21 seconds into this first round.
That's a nice little play from Zuno, or I'm sorry, from Top Gun to follow that ball, patiently playing. And I'm not sure who found the demo on the backside. I didn't get quite a good look at it, but that demo really opened up the space. Nice shot there from Miss Zuno as well. And that is a 2-0 lead for FOB coming out to play here in this one.
Looks like we might be getting our heavy numbers on the board, considering that one took less than 20 seconds. 4:39, I believe, was the first goal that we had it on. So less and less time between those Rocket Cats. Got to figure out how to turn off these flashes of brilliance, because that's a great start for this orange side.
They're looking really good right now. Flashes of brilliance. Top Gun on the board, Zuno on the board, back to back, and we're not even a minute old quite yet as Zuno looking for another one. That one's going to go just a bit over the bar. Freya now play this into the corner. Somewhat will chase her down. Jazz Kitty can't quite find the challenge on Zuno. And back the other way, here comes FOB, 3:50 left to go. Pretty close game so far, but I will say Rocket Cats seem to have their hands full with the speed of FOB. They haven't been able to win too many challenges, so that's a big giveaway out of the corner. Might be able to turn into some offense, but Top Gun gets there in time.
Plenty of time still for Rocket Cats to find their footing on this one, start making some goals here. That was a good redirect there, and we'll see if anyone can do something with that center by Freya. A nice clear across, and they're attempting. Rocket Cats are really attempting to get this on the offensive side, and it just ends up being cleared back almost every time to their defensive zone. So they have kind of had to sit here for a little while attempting those clears and hoping one of them catches, hoping one of these FOB members does just immediately respond perfectly.
2-0 as Top Gun and company look to hang on to this 2-0 lead, and we approach halftime. Some good pressure from the Rocket Cats. Freya is trying to play this down in front, but the defense has been spaced quite well. I'm really liking the spacing. Nobody has been really out of position too often from the orange side, always having somebody on that back wall, and back wall defense, the name of the game at this level. Certainly, we see a lot of teams dangerous with those double touches, dangerous with those back wall passing plays. And right now, FOB has really secured that orange big wall there. So 2-0, 2:05 to go. Can Rocket Cats break through this defense? They've had some offense, but it's been tough so far.
Back post, that was the word I was looking for before. Yeah, back post focus. For that defensive play, and it seems like it's definitely been a focus here for, or at least an attempted focus for Rocket Cats, but it seems like FOB is just doing a really good job of working on those rebounds, working on those reactive plays that I was kind of talking about that a lot of these, higher up teams, higher players tend to do really well at and try to go for, just throwing off the enemy team, setting the defensive players an opposite direction so that you actually have an opening, because both of these teams have very, very secure defensive zones set up. And Freya is going to drive one through. Hey, that's going to bring things up to 1-2. 1:11 left on the clock. Freya feeling good about that one, setting up several attempts so far this round.
She got all of that one. Ton of power on that little shot from Freya. I thought initially that it was pinched, but no, it's just that big corner of the Dominus. Able to put a ton of power on that one. And this is dangerous in front. Top Gun might be able to secure it. Jenny back to the midfield. We stay playing 2-0. Just a minute left to go.
Yeah, that flat slap. It's just some really good direction. That's one of the risks of playing a car like that, is if you don't get a proper spin, if you don't get yourself into the correct position, you can oftentimes misdirect the ball, unintentionally hit the wrong side of the bumper. Ooh, and Freya with a great save there. A couple of shots on goal and a quick clear away. Rocket Cats trying as hard as they can to get this ball on the other side. They've got 25 seconds left to tie this one up.
This is Jazz Kitty trying to lurk out of the corner. Top Gun ends up getting demoed in the corner. She'll respawn far side. Has to play a little bit of defense here. Keeps that one from the front of the goal. 5 seconds left. Freya wants to turn it quickly. Jazz Kitty on top of it. That's not going to roll far enough, and FOB will take game number 1. It was a 1-goal affair down towards the final, but the early goals from Zuno and Top Gun, enough for FOB to secure the win. But Rocket Cats looked better and better as that game progressed, and I think if they can bring that kind of that building focus of getting, just a little bit better throughout this series, then I'm sure they can take a game off this team.
Absolutely. That was game 1. Anything goes. Anything goes in terms of resetting that clock, getting those goal timers or those goal counts back down to 0, getting the mental refreshed. Is a big part of that, and we've already seen that this team can absolutely do that. Rocket Cats has already had several wins today. They want to continue with that momentum, and same thing with FOB. We've seen a lot more of them today. They've had a lot more in-game time today for this tournament, as this is the third time I believe that we are seeing them. So they're riding on a high of coming down, leaving that top bracket, dropping into the lower losers bracket, but making that first move forward, and now they can carry that momentum on, and I guarantee they're feeling great about it, though I definitely don't discount Rocket Cats, and Freya in particular has been doing a really good job of those defensive and offensive plays. Funny enough, kind of like that our subbed out player, we've got a lot of things going on, a lot of responsive, reactive plays of Freya, as I say it, as I'm saying, she's doing a good job. Jazz Kitty sets that one up. 6 seconds is all it takes for them to put that first score on the board.
A nice play from Freya. Someone just can't get over the top. That's a kickoff goal. Good start to the game. 6 seconds in for the Rocket Cats, and while we were over that break, you hear these players dealing with mental stress, physical ability, things like that. But have you ever heard of animal interference in a game? Well, we just saw that from Top Gun. I was wondering what happened to her in the corner. Apparently, based on what was said in chat, her cat tabbed her out of the game.
Oh, yeah, cats always tabbing.
I mean, it's I guess it's the Rocket Cat secret agent doing work. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to win game 1, but they have a good start here in game 2.
Well, we'll see if any more of that feline interference comes through. Top Gun is going to even things out, though. Still less than 1 minute in this game. Mizuno with a fantastic setup there. Top Gun able to secure that one. Not enough for the Rocket Cats in that goal box to actually keep it out.
Fight off the cat interference that time. No problem for Top Gun. She will slot that one home, and it's 1-1 through the first minute of game number 2. As the Rocket Cats, again, going to generate some pressure. Good block at the top of the crease there by Mizuno. Somewhat big clear on the play. Freya Hayes just trying to get the ball out. Good, and not the greatest touch there from Mizuno. Jazz Kitty able to make the play on the backside of that, and we've played a minute 30 just about here in game number 2. Tied at 1, but I'm liking what I'm seeing right now from the Rocket Cats here, Jolly.
Absolutely. They definitely feel a lot cleaner than that last round. Granted, there were only 3 goals in that last one, which is, a little bit lower than we've been seeing in the later couple of rounds, later games that we have been going through as we're moving down the bracket, essentially. And they found it. They're almost, that demolition actually ended up repositioning Jenny's car so that shot did not go in, but it was a very good one. The demo will hopefully allow them to continue this pressure forward. Jenny, certainly a spectacular player here on Rocket Cats, did a lot of work in the previous round that we saw them, their progression here on this losers bracket. There's still almost 3 minutes left. We're at 2:49 here, so plenty of time for this tie to be broken, or plenty of time for nothing to happen and us to move into overtime. But we know at some point it will be broken. They make us get that far.
We welcome everybody joining us from the RHL stream. We hope that you had a good time watching some Rocket Hockey. Always a fun broadcast there, and we appreciate the raid from the guys over at the RHL. You joined us in a pretty critical moment for this series. FOB and Rocket Cats doing battle in game number 2. It was a close one in the first game. The orange side of FOB able to secure victory by just a goal. Rocket Cats looking a little bit better here in game 2, putting on some pressure now as Top Gun will clear. And this match between these two teams to secure a spot in the top 3. They've got the defending champions in Bang Gang up next, whoever wins this one in that losers final. So you have joined our stream at quite a good time. This is the Women's Garball Championship, North America week number 2, as Somewhat and company trying their best to get on the board yet again. FOB looking for a play. Nice little pass down to Zuno. That shot going to go just high. Somewhat now the follow-up, she'll score.
There it is, that 1, 2, 3, 4 punch. Great responses to those rebounds there. Somewhat in a great position. Not enough time for the Rocket Cats to readjust. Jenny, we could see there, was just trying to rotate around into a defensive position. So 1 and 2, the tie has been broken, and FOB is currently riding pretty high after winning that first round here. There's plenty of time for Rocket Cats to make up for that. We've seen a lot of improvement even just over this single round here. Freya providing a lot for this team. I would love to see Jenny able to get into some positions that we saw her achieve in the last match that the Rocket Cats played earlier tonight, because she has some spectacular tricks up her sleeve. And look at that double rebound off the top crossbar. As they say it, she tries her hardest to show me what she can do. I know it's there. We'll see it eventually, but there's only 43 seconds left on the clock, and Rocket Cats need to make something happen fast.
And check that crossbar for a couple of dents. They have pounded that thing in this game. And unfortunately, it doesn't go in. Top Gun off the post. Somewhat opts not to challenge. She'll get there now. Had an opportunity, I think, to put the game away. Did somewhat, but she didn't want to overcommit. As now with only 20 seconds left, Freya and company have one more chance as she tries to come down the wing. Top Gun will turn it. Good challenge by Jenny. This is on the back wall. Jazz up in the air. Jenny's there as well. Crossbar again. And Zuno will see it clear. Sends it in the back of the goal. FOB hold on by a thread. And they'll take a 2-0 series lead.
MVP of the game is that crossbar, by the way.
Yes.
Many shots turned away. And essentially that same spot, just right at the top center of that crossbar. 2 seconds, unless this is a spectacular 50-50. I'm thinking we're going to be heading into match point for FOB. Going to keep it alive as long as possible, though. This is the best part of the game, I think.
Well, it's always exciting towards the end of these games, and my goodness, could we be in overtime. Actually, this, honestly, with the opportunities that were given to Rocket Cats, they should have won this game in regulation time. And I mean, again, the Rocket League is a very difficult game. You know, it's a very, very difficult game, and you know, getting the ball under that crossbar is obviously one of the things you have to be able to do. But my goodness, did it take a beating in this one from the Rocket Cats? So many times was the crossbar the hero on the defense. But if you're FOB, you know, you take the win and you kind of, you know, sigh of relief that you did, but you got to be worried a bit if Rocket Cats dial that in a little bit. And those shots go bar down, or they're just top shelf, then all of a sudden you're looking at a much different scoreline here at the end of this game.
And expecting even just those rebound plays and passes, you know, after so many of those high shots. generally the rebound off of that is relatively accessible because it's either going straight down, depending on the angle that you hit it at, or it's lobbing back towards you. So there is the opportunity for a rebound play from another one of those members. And yes, it is absolutely something that FOB needs to be concerned about and really needs to watch out for in this next round.
The Rocket Cats under the gun now. FOB with a 2-0 series lead, looking to send them home, secure themselves another top 3 finish. And it would be just like last week, the same 3 teams able to battle it out in the losers and grands. As Zuno has to make an awkward save there. Good touch from her to get it away. And I don't think the Rocket Cats are done. I think they had a bit of a misfortunate game in the last one, but they were able to play hard. And if they can channel that energy again, if they can really get that offense flowing again, they can give FOB a run for their money, certainly.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for boost for the Rocket Cats. Freya, again, just really doing a great job being on the front line whenever necessary. But because of that, because she's kind of been everywhere at once, is constantly out of boost. And that's been a big focus for FOB in controlling those boosts on all sides of the map. The center boost, as you were talking about, that big point of contention here on this field is really in control of FOB. And if Rocket Cats can work on at least even regaining control of their own side of the map here, we can expect a lot more points to be put on board by them.
First minute and a half goes by relatively quietly. Only 3 shots total between these 2 teams. So Jenny might have an opening here, somewhat able to play that one hard off the back wall. Freya just going to pop it up. Oh, the giveaway, though, back to Freya. Zuno has to make a great stop on the line. Still, the play continues as Jazz Kitty trying to force another error out of the defense of FOB, but it does stay out for now. So Zuno with the biggest play of the game so far. Nice little save, but that one goes in. The lob from the sidewalk from Freya sneaks in, and it's 1-0.
3 minutes left in the game. That's a nice ego boost to start things out for Rocket Cats. And hey, you know what? Did we all see that the crossbar there did in fact assist with that goal? It redirected it the right way this time. So Rocket Cats do not have a problem with FOB's goalposts as of right now. We'll see if that stays true as this game goes on. See Jenny there working real hard to try to set something up, snagging out those corner boosts and rearranging here for another setup. Jazz Kitty with an attempted shot. It went a little bit far right, and FOB ensured that it did not stay on their side. There, that defender being bumped out.
Oh.
What a spectacular play there. That was amazing. Watch here as we can see Freya. Oh, we're not going to be able to. Freya knocking away Top Gun, who was in perfect position to prevent that ball from going in. A spectacular play and a great show of.
Well done. Wonderfully done by the Rocket Cats to bring their lead to 2. Makes it a 2-0 game. As FOB struggling to find some offense. Freya doesn't get the assist for the goal, but certainly was the one to help set that up. That's just shot wide for FOB. Now Freya back the other way, has Jenny in transition. That's off Mizuno off the post as well. Somewhat will collect and try to go over top of Jenny. Good block there. Now Zuno again, looking for Top Gun. She'll hand it off, but Freya already on the challenge. You can tell Rocket Cats playing with a lot of confidence right now, and for good reason. They've got this 2-0 lead, and with 1:40 left, all they need to do is play a little bit more defense. However, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and they have been on the offensive side of the ball for the last minute or so.
There we go. It is going to hit there, and it's somewhat very quickly acknowledging that that is an open net. A good setup by Mizuno there. Solid flip from the underside from somewhat. Turn right away from that explosion. 126, plenty of time for FOB to tie this one up. And now Rocket Cats really needs to focus on that defense. As you said, as you said there, I mean, God, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and sometimes the best way to keep the score the way it is to just focus on that defense.
Oh, this is dangerous. Top Gun with an opening off the crossbar. Freya wants to turn this one out of the zone, and she will. That was a good chance for FOB to find an equalizer. The shot just a bit high, but here comes Mizuno back the other way. Solid touch. Jazz Kitty using the crossbar herself to find the clear. This will fall to Somewhat. Bouncing it out in front. Good block down that time by Freya. Still, Mizuno pushing the pace. Here's Top Gun over the top. 40 seconds left to go. Somewhat fires that on goal. Nobody home. They score. We're tied.
There it is. 36 seconds left on the clock. Somewhat 2 in a row here with help from Top Gun. A great swing. And Rocket Cats, as I mentioned, really needs to be focusing on trying to keep somebody in that goal box. You've got to have somebody on the firm defense if you want to maintain that. Now they have 30 seconds left to try to break this. Otherwise, FOB can be looking at knocking out the Rocket Cats.
Here's Top Gun again. Can't quite get up to it. Mizuno now in and out of the corner. Freya is there. This will trickle down in front, but Jazz Kitty throwing that back wall, able to play it onward. Here comes Rocket Cats. Maybe one final opportunity. They got to make sure they don't get transitioned on. Top Gun misses that one just wide. She had the opening, couldn't quite angle it on goal, and we have overtime. Rocket Cats need this goal to stay alive in the tournament.
We'll see our third overtime of the day, I do believe. And FOB is really going to be gunning for it. Rocket Cats, no way! Don't even get to 15 seconds, 12 seconds in, and FOB is able to find themselves that win. Rocket Cats, unfortunately, get taken out 3-0. They did push that last game into overtime, though, and really did their hardest to keep FOB from staying as aggressive as they were.
They secure the sweep, and not to mention come from behind victory in game 3 there for FOB. Down 0-2 early. They don't let that get to them and able to tie things up. Eventually, the game winner in overtime. And, you got to give credit to Somewhat there. 2 goals in that game, able to tie things up for FOB. And, man, great job to the both of them. To all of them, all 3 of them on FOB's side. And you got to feel a little bit for Rocket Cats. It seemed like they played their hearts out in this series. It just, a bit too little too late in those first early games and just couldn't hang on in game 3.
And as I mentioned too, I mean, we've already seen FOB play 2 other times today. They've had a little bit more airtime, and for some teams, that's what they need to keep that ball rolling. Even though they have a break in between, they've still been able to show that they won't get taken out of the loser's bracket that easily, out of any bracket, I guess, even though, all right, the first one was pretty quick. But they won't get taken out of this bracket now that easily. They're not going to give it up. They want to win. They've tasted it here, and they can keep going on this bracket and make their ways back up. We'll just have to see if they can continue on. Rocket Cats, you're absolutely right. A spectacular job again. I mean, I know we've mentioned, Freya doing a lot, but there were some spectacular plays there and some really, really good teamwork as well. Some really solid setups. That just the defense towards the end, it kind of felt like they scrambled a little bit. They were a little bit stressed out that, this is match point. This could potentially be it for us. And the defense, unfortunately, sort of lacked after that.
Well, Flashes of Brilliance will look to continue their lower bracket run. They run right into Bang Gang in that loser's final. The winner of that goes on to play Phantasmal in the Grands. Who's it going to be? We've got the top 3 teams battling it out here in just a moment. When we come back, make sure you are right here. We are just getting started on these final matchups. Don't go anywhere.
Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just with me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control of this paradise with honesty, but out in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
You and me, hanging from the willow tree, quietly drifting in the open breeze. Suddenly, the wind blows you away from me. Now I see we were never meant to be. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. Born from the same branch and leaves, wild and free, living here in harmony. Don't you see? This is where you want to be. When you leave, the world is never what it seems. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa.
I'm here. I'm here. Don't worry.
Hello. I was currently muted. We just had a whole group of problems right in that you give us 10 minutes and it all just goes
It's
to
too
the
much.
wayside.
It's too much time.
Yeah, too much time to make me think about stuff. But anyway, we're back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the penultimate series here. It's Bang Gang, Flashes of Brilliance. They're doing battle for the first time today. Top 3 team, Hunted and Jolly here with you. And Jolly, we've seen quite a lot of Rocket League today. I have a feeling that this series could turn into quite a good one today.
I sure hope so. I hope that we're this far in the brackets. You know, we're getting to the point where they're going to meet very soon, and so hopefully this is, you know, you kind of expect the first several games of these brackets to be a little bit of a struggle, for maybe them to be a little more one-sided than you would hope. And at this point, this is where we can really expect the games to be much more even, to be less one-sided, and that just makes everything so much more exciting.
Well, let's take a look at that bracket before we jump, because this is a pretty interesting day we've had today, right? Phantasmal, they go all the way through the winners final. They dropped 2 games to Bang Gang, but they're sitting comfortably in that grand final. They will have a 1-game advantage. For Bang Gang, it was a 3-0 over Crossbar Queens. Of course, they dropped to the winners final. And now they have flashes of brilliance, and that's really the team we need to keep an eye on. They went down in a heap, really, against Phantasmal in the semis. They turned things around, though, in that losers 2 and 3, only dropping 1 of 7 of those games. So, flashes of brilliance, looking to make the run all the way through. They've gotten better as the day goes on, but it's going to be their toughest test, I think, on the day against Bang Gang right now, who has been looking quite good. And we can't even look at the standings coming into this week, and we'll show you just why this games on the day, because that team, Bang Gang, sitting atop the league right now, and for good reason.
And FOB has played quite a few games today. You never know if that makes some players a little bit tired. They've had to wait in between games for their turns, but they've played spectacularly well, and we'll have to see as well if we still have somewhat in there, because I know that we may have some reemergences of original players or original rosters that we had a little bit earlier today. But I do think it would be really cool if FOB did manage to take this one away from Bang Gang, and we're going to end on the same matchup that we started the day with, bringing that bracket back around Phantasmal and FOB. So it would be kind of cool. However, I'm expecting this one to be, I've been saying knockdown, drag 'em out, but when you get this far in the bracket, the knockdown, drag 'em out is more just very close, not necessarily tons of numbers on the board. But we have been getting lots of demos, so I guess that slightly counts. I think we've got the lobby prepped now.
That we do, and we're gonna see a Kira-less FOB against a tally-less Bang Gang, and I mean, for what it's worth, both Somewhat and Bebop have played fantastically today. They've really shown up in place of the respective players that they are coming into sub for. So a battle of the super subs here, FOB and Bang Gang. We'll see who takes this first goal of the game, first goal of the series, as it's going to be Angie trying to play it out of her own corner. Somewhat will do it. FOB on the board first.
Didn't take much time after you asked for it there. Less than 30 seconds into this first game, and FOB already starting out strong. So those numbers that you showed up earlier, they're not intimidating. Flashes of brilliance, that's for sure.
You love to see Somewhat jumping right on into the series, as now Top Gun almost slides that home 2-0 on the follow-up near post, and it's 2-0 for FOB.
My goodness. Very, very quickly, FOB has decided that this is a match they are going to take a little bit. I don't know if I would even call that an overcommit as much as maybe just a misdirect from that final vehicle that ended up bouncing the ball. It actually lobbed it straight up and popped it right back down in front of the goal, making for an easy one here. But FOB is going to get a little taste of their own medicine as Bang Gang, Bebop and Avenger, managed to snake one through just 6 seconds after FOB landed their last goal.
Well, it seems like the teams have decided to throw away the defensive playbook, at least to start the series, as 3 goals scored in the first 38 seconds. And we'll see if that continues. There might even be another opportunity. Good play from Top Gun to take that one away. But, I mean, we've been wanting to see some shootouts.
Knockdown, drag 'em out.
Yeah, exactly.
The caster curse.
Really...
It's because this time I was like, I don't expect it. All the other games I was like, all right, I'm hoping for this, I expect it. This time I was like, it probably won't go that way. Classic. It is 3 kills, 3 goals. I cast a lot of games here. It's been a long day today, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Those of you who've been here the whole time, or those of you who are just showing up. Seriously, we appreciate all of the support here. The WCBC, and Top Gun is going to show his support. FOB putting another one on Miss Zuno, setting that assist up.
Nice little play to get around Bebop as well. Using her time and space, didn't panic with the ball out of the corner, didn't lob that up for an easy play from Bang Gang, and that is well done for FOD. Everybody contributing a goal apiece for the gals in blue. And we will continue to play 3-1 through the first minute 30, as this now is Top Gun looking for somewhat in the corner, popped up there by Bebop. And it sounds like we've got the cat boost, I believe. It's so distinctive. Every time I'm in this game and somebody's running the cat boost,
Yep.
you can always tell. It's going to bother me the entire match.
And I'm going to be trying to hear it. And I definitely did. It's been, I know I've heard it throughout the night, and I think it's FOB. I think, oh, actually, no. We might have just seen, yeah, it's got to be Mizuno. I've got a feeling it's Mizuno there, as we just heard it, and then a demolition immediately occur after the fact. Ooh, that was a close one and a great lob back over the goal. Good job there of Bang Gang keeping that ball above the goalpost, not actually allowing it to drop down for the opportunity of a member of FOB to secure a goal.
Here's someone again trying to find a little touch out in front. Avenger, big clear there. Juno able to touch it to the sidewall for somewhat. Here's Avenger now down to Angie. They score, and we are back to within one with 2:18 to go.
All right, I'm told the cat is somewhat. I was right about the team. Not quite right about the player, but you know what? That's all right. Flashes of Brilliance now up 1 goal. 2:18, plenty of time for us to get many, many more goals on board. Already one of the craziest starts of the series, or of a series that we have seen here today, as we are getting close to just 2 minutes. So much aggression here. And it's not even, we've seen one demo. We've also seen just a lot of physical bullying of bashing other cars out of the way, whether or not it actually gets the demolition on them if they're going fast enough for it. It is such a great way to play this game, of really not even necessarily that teamwork aspect of it, but just disrupting the teamwork of the other, of the opposing team.
It's the name of the game. Certainly, you try to put yourself in the best position possible. If that's not doable, you try to take away any kind of positives from the enemy team. It's the foundations of ball possession, foundations of rotation, things like that. And so far, both teams have proven that they certainly know the fundamentals, the basics. We have seen some fantastic plays. Good save by Mizuno there, as Avenger was looking for a little bit of a pass out in front. Engine's going to take a quick shot. Save, but the double commit will open the goal, and we're tied.
There it is, a fantastic response there. The Bang Gang go bang, bang. Let's tie this one up. 3-3, a minute 5 left on the clock now. This is a game, folks. This is kind of what we've been waiting for. We've had a lot of really defensive games tonight, because we've had so many teams that are very, very even in terms of their play style and also just their capabilities. And so to see both of these teams going as aggressively as they are, still very even keel, but a little bit more out of the comfort zone than we might have been seeing from some of the other teams tonight.
It definitely seems like a back and forth series, but just some odd plays as that goes in off of Bebop.
Yeah, we all.
And I mean, as I say it, there's a perfect example of just some oddities we've seen. Bebop, panicking on that play. No reason to go up for that at all. There was no pressure from the FOB side, and that's a gift to break the tie.
And only 40 seconds left on the clock. That is not a good time to put yourself in a situation like that. Bang Gang now has to recover from that. With only about half a minute left, they are more than capable of doing so. Especially if they manage to push on this aggressive play. Angie trying to get that fully set up. And there's a shot on goal by Avenger. Angie's going to follow it up. There it is, 17 seconds left. Avenger and Angie are not going to let this slide that easily. FOB is going to have to work harder than that to take this game.
Yeah, great play. The follow-up is perfect. They needed to send the house, and that's exactly what they did. Top Gun does what she can to make the save on the line. The rebound just can't get cleaned up by any supporting teammates, and that will tie the game. Now another opportunity. Bebop scores. Bang Gang, 2 in a row in the dying moments, and they take the lead.
Insane amount of goals in such a little span of time here from both of these teams now. And now Bang Gang is really feeling hurt about that accident 2 goals ago there. We're going to see if they can make anything happen here. We do still have the ball in the air. It doesn't touch the ground. It doesn't end. So still a possibility, but nobody's going to be able to get to that in time. Everyone's out of the boost.
So Bang Gang, what a comeback performance in the final moments. And you look at the shot totals, Angie with 8 in that game. It certainly felt like she was the catalyst on the offensive side. I wasn't expecting 8 total shots from her, but I mean, they were all necessary with 9 goals being scored. These teams certainly showing that they can, that they have that goal scoring prowess. But you know, the caster and me would not be surprised if we see a little bit more of a defensive play heading into game number 2. I don't think either of these two teams want to be giving up 4 or 5 goals a game.
I had it. I had it broken. I'd started the curse. I broke it. I think you brought it back. we will. It is very possible, yes, that based on that. But you know what? That was such an even game, and both teams did so well. And if it wasn't for that big mishap that we saw on the side of Bang Gang, then you know things might have gone differently. We might have seen some overtime for all we know. And so it's possible they're going to stick with this really aggressive play style. It's working out for both of them. They're getting lots of goals. It's a little more risky, but you know what? It's more fun. So I say stick with it.
Yeah, it has been an enjoyable game number 1, and Bang Gang walk away with a come-from-behind victory in those final moments. They take a 1-0 series lead as now FOB doing what they can to try to come back and equalize. I would not be surprised if we see this orange side really with a lot of confidence, a lot of some aggression. That is a beautiful demo by Bebop. Exactly what the doctor ordered to start this game. Avenger, an easy one to slot home, and it's 1-0.
Perfect. Beautiful demo. That sets up for the sink. That's the teamwork that we like to see. Less than 20 seconds, we've already got a goal in. So you know what? Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't ruin it, Hunted. All right, I'll give you that.
There's still plenty of time, certainly. Anything can happen in this series. We've already seen just about everything I feel like we're going to see out of this game. And again, it's been fun. It's been close, but there has just been some odd plays. We've seen some real oddities in this series so far, and I don't think that that's going to stop anytime soon. It just seems to be how these two teams match up. Everybody going at 100% all the time and create some interesting interactions. Right now in game 2, we sit at 1-0 as Bebop try to play out of the corner. Zuno patiently out of her own zone around Bebop. Can she get by Avenger? Looking for the little pass out, but it's going to go way too high there for Top Gun. She will watch this one over her head. And actually, Avenger might have a chance. Miss Zuno's going to take a while to get back, but she does get there in time.
That was a great, I thought that whole play, starting from a defensive play there, from Avenger, really Avenger majority of the time in control of that one, almost landing that through. Flashes of brilliance, though, continue to impress us with their very, very quick swap to defensive play. And it's weird to say, aggressive defensive. There we go. Somewhat, though. Look at that shot. Mizuno getting the assist. Beautiful.
Oh, that's disgusting. What an angle.
Beautiful.
Wow, what an angle from Somewhat. That's not an easy play. I don't think Bang Gang was expecting her to hit that angle. Nobody really respecting the touch, and that'll be a 1-1 game. Somewhat has had some highlight reel plays for FOB, coming in as that's in that super sub role, and she has certainly contributed to the success of FOB. Now has to try to make this save, and she will. Bebop denied on the line. 2 players commit, and now Bebop's got to hustle back for this.
Beautiful placement there as well. And once again, a lot of this game, this specific round, is ensuring that ball does not even drop to potentially be in an area for a goal to be made, that ball is carried up and over the entire defensive area, and an attempted clear is then made after that. So 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We are halfway through this round here. Bang Gang did win the first round, so this is the second one. Flashes of brilliance have shown so much prowess here. Oof. Angie not getting a shot on goal there, but getting very, very close. And Top Gun is going to carry this one back around, go for an aggressive play. Zumo kind of stealing that away.
The pressure has really come through from Bang Gang in the last minute or so. They've been on the offensive side of the ball. We saw a nice little passing timing play that almost worked out. Angie just couldn't get there in time. But FOB is doing a good job of making sure they don't panic on the defensive side. Their spacing has been good. They've been able to block down a lot of shooting opportunities before they become dangerous. And they've dealt with this pressure quite well. Though with that demo, as I say it, Bebop will send one to the back of the goal, and it's Angie, who will be the player to find that demo. If you can't get around the defense, take them off the field. 2-1.
Beautiful. The timing on that could not have been better. That's some solid teamwork there. There's still 1:36 left though for FOB to tie this one up. It's only round 2, so no matter what, they're going to have at least another 5 minutes after this to try fresh. The boost control has been interesting. This is actually the first game where, you know, there's a lot of just focus strictly on the ball, not even so much focus on grabbing the boost. That's kind of adjusted toward the second half, but the first half of this round was very much just trying to get high clears and seeing who will get the ball first, just based on who has what at the time. And now that boost battle is certainly on as we are getting down to the last minute. Bang Gang going to do everything they can to prevent the ball from going into their own goal. But hey, if they can get another one on FOB, they're going to make it work. Avenger actually tipping that one back towards his own, or towards her own defensive side. Angie's going to follow it up though, and FOB might be seeing another number taken away from them.
At 35 seconds left, they still need this goal. They've really struggled to get on the offensive side. Bang Gang has done a great job of limiting any kind of breakout opportunities. This is a good one here from Mizuno, though. Angie waiting on the sidewall. Zuno trying to fake her on that play. It'll end up bouncing to somewhat up in the air. Can't she get around Avenger? Not quite. Top Gun won't be able to get a shot on goal. And we're down to the final 10 seconds. Zuno back while Top Gun can't get the angle. Still, she's on top of it. 5 seconds left. Somewhat lurking down in front. That'll be played into Avenger. That'll touch the turf. And Bang Gang, again, hang on to a one-goal game win. And they are one game away from a rematch with Phantasmal in the grand finals.
Just barely too on that one. Really, really holding off for Bang Gang, because there were a lot of really good aggressive plays that were coming out from FOB. And they just did such a great job of, I mentioned it during the game, but really so miraculous that I'll bring it up again. Just the fact that they had such control of that ball when it came to a potential defensive play, instead of making it into a scenario where they might have to get a save or prevent a shot on goal. They just carried the ball up and over that goalpost and ensured they didn't even have an opportunity to get potentially a shot on goal. So really, really spectacular play and control of that ball. And as you mentioned, defense was so very strong, but it wasn't strictly defense. It's not a lot of the defense that we've seen through some of these games tonight, where some of the teams were being a little bit more cautious, really heavy on the defense and kind of sending one in the rotation for that aggression. This was perfect rotations, lots of aggression, but that one defender was always in the right place at the right time, and both teams did a really good job of this.
Absolutely. We kind of touched on it during the game there. FOB was on the defensive for quite a while, but they were able to make things work. And I really liked their spacing and their ability to challenge Bang Gang in those crucial areas. And it's just unfortunate that they couldn't turn that into some offense to find that equalizing goal. So here we are in game 3. Bang Gang with an opportunity early. It's off a Top Gun and in her own net, 1-0. 20 seconds in. Why can we? It seems like every game in this series, we get a goal in the first 20 seconds. I don't know why. That is.
Absolutely. We've had a lot of 4:39 to 21 seconds, 20 seconds exactly of that first goal. And it's a good indicator that the game is going to have some pretty solid numbers put on the board, especially with these two teams, the way that they are playing right now. So much aggression coming from everyone. Bebop's going to try to redirect this one. A shot attempted there by Avenger, but no follow-through as the ball had a little too much momentum going. Angie there with a long shot. Spectacular. Avenger did get the assist on that one.
And Angie Reid somewhat whiffing that play before somewhat probably knew she was missing the ball. That was insane from Angie, and she gets all of the power off that sidewall. Well done to her to put her team up by 2, and now maybe a chance for a third. Avenger just going to guide it in. Bebop on the assist, 3-0 for Bang Gang. Not even a minute old.
4:17. You're absolutely right, Hunted. It's not a great time right now for FOB. Bang Gang, however, is feeling great. They want to ride this all the way to the end. And this is a team that can really hold their own against Phantasmal. I have faith in both of these teams, but man, Bang Gang has been putting the pressure on FOB and has adapted against their playstyle very, very well. And FOB just really hasn't had the time to adjust accordingly.
No, it's been a struggle for FOB. Certainly in this game, they've been punched in the mouth early by Bang Gang, who look hungry to end this series in 3 games. They want to get this night over with. They want their opportunity at Phantasmal once again. And while there's still a lot of time left on the clock, it's been suffocating defense, suffocating offense as Bebop collects her first of the game. Make it 4 goals now with 3:31 to go.
That's the mountain. That's the big one. That is, it's turned into Mount Fuji right now. This little hill that started for these previous games, 2-1, very, very close games, has now become a massive thing to conquer. Zuno there getting a nice save. It's a solid defense. And that's what we need to see from FOB is Bang Gang has just been getting so many opportunities to drive these goals in. Flashes of Brilliance hasn't had the opportunity to play aggressively, but they need to continue to try.
Yeah, I mean, their tournament lives literally hanging in the balance right now. They have to win this game if they want an opportunity to play in their first grand finals this season. And with a 4-0 scoreline, you've got to get aggressive. You've got to start throwing yourself at some of these opportunities. Force Bang Gang to stay and play out of their own zone. This could be a chance if Zuno can get there in time, but Bebop recovers quickly. Can't get around Top Gun and somewhat just going to lurk, waiting for an opportunity to get up into play. Playing around the corner wall, but nothing really accomplished on that initial challenge there by FOB. Again, they're being held up at the midfield line. They can't quite find their footing on the offensive side, and it's showing. Bang Gang is just playing a textbook game of closeout Rocket League. They are not letting FOB get much of anything, especially there as Avenger makes another save.
Great one at that. Now a little under 2 minutes left on the clock. You're absolutely right. This is a tough one. And now at this point, their mental has got to be hit. It's got to be relatively low for FOB, but they need to keep it up. We can see Bebop there with a shot. Top Gun is going to save that one. Continuing to try to get this ball on the offensive side. Continuing to try to at least maintain a few offensive plays is really what's going to continue to keep them striving forward. Because again, they're forced back onto their defensive side by Bang Gang. And we've already seen so many times that those rebound plays, Bang Gang is likely going to have the upper hand on. Somewhat trying to land one there for FOB, but it's going to be sent back over to their defensive side.
Someone had the best opportunity of the game there for FOB. She couldn't get on top of it, unfortunately, and it does fall to the wayside. They really needed that one to give them any kind of hope in this game as Bebop, again, the challenge out of the corner. Zuno, sharp angle, she'll score, and there's a chance FOB need to score 3 more in the next 56 seconds. And, you know, getting one on the board at least kind of takes some of that frustration away. So we'll see what they can do with limited time remaining.
Definitely makes things easier, especially having that, oh my goodness, having that number one and having it followed up instantly by a second one. Top Gun getting the assist on that, helping out somewhat. Spectacular 50-50. Look at the follow through on that. And Bang Gang had just gone too far ahead. They were too aggressive on that 50-50 break. They could not go back to defend. Now FOB is feeling much better about things. 2 goals back to back after getting dunked on 4 times. You got less than a minute left, but my goodness, you got some opportunity here, guys.
That's some life, certainly. They need to get out of their own zone, though. Good play from Zuno. She'll collect the Savior medal as well. Somewhat the challenge at midfield. Angie trying to play this out of the corner. The ball's out in front. Top Gun can't get there in time, but Zuno will keep it in. Double touch out of the corner. Angie on the challenge. 23 seconds left over Top Gun. Somewhat's back in goal. This is up in the air for Avenger. She will go bar down. And Bang Gang will go to the grand finals.
Solid attempts there at getting into a defensive position. A little too aggressive on that stop. Mizuno just not able to get into that goal quickly enough. 16 seconds now. It's not looking very bright for flashes of brilliance. The opportunity's still there.
Well, with that clear, that will certainly end the game. NG, Bebop, and Avenger hang on. They win in 3 straight, and they get their opportunity to take another look at this Phantasmal team waiting in those grand finals. It'll be a best of 7 here once we take another short break. But you know, I don't think this is a surprise for anyone, you know, with how these 2 teams have played today. I'm sure we both expected them into the grand finals, but FOB, their losers bracket run does unfortunately come to a close. They gave it their all today for sure.
Oh yeah, starting in our very first game, almost making it all the way through the losers bracket. You know, it's inspirational, that's for sure. And we know that we'll be seeing good things from these players. Every lady here did a spectacular job. But I am very excited for the final match that we will have coming through here. Phantasmal has had a solid break. They now get to come back a little bit refreshed, but at the same time, Bang Gang is coming off of a very, very nice win high. So we'll have to see how that plays into this game.
Absolutely. Well, let's give the teams a bit of a break. We're going to get the match set up, and we've got one final battle to decide the winner of NA week number 2. Will it be Bang Gang? Will it be Phantasmal? You're only going to be able to find out if you stick around while we take a short break. Don't go anywhere. This is the WCBC, sponsored by Sodix. We'll be back in a sec.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again.
All right, got to testing. Can the stream hear me? We had a 5-minute break. Hopefully, I didn't fall apart during the 5 minutes. I'm hoping that I've kept it together. I think I'm not muted. Chat laughed at me last time.
They learned.
We came back. Yeah,
Production learned. They're like, no, okay, no more. Five at most.
Exactly.
They're gonna fall apart if we give them any more time than that. And yes, we will, because. And I wouldn't have wanted any more time than 5 minutes. It's leading up to the final game of the night. Are you kidding me? I'm sitting here like, can we just already get to it? Like, it's time now, right?
Well, hey, I know that you and I are both excited. The players are both excited. It's Hunted and Jolly here on the broadcast for you. We are back for one final time this week. North America, week number 2. Grand finals upcoming. Phantasmal coming into this one against Bang Gang with that 1-game advantage. And a rematch from the finals of last week. Flip-flopped in positions. It was Bang Gang who had the 1-game advantage last time. So we will see how this one plays out. And again, Bang, it's still Bebop in for Tally. But, they have played very well today without their star players. So there's the bracket on your screen now. This is quite the day we've gone through today, Jolly. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of matchups, a lot of Rocket League, but we're finally here in the grand finals.
And it is so great to be here. I am so honored that thank you guys for, everybody tuning in. And this has just been spectacular to be a part of. I'm already in love with this community as well. The Twitch chat is spectacular. I'm not even really able to check it that often, but there's so much love and camaraderie in there. You get the occasional person in chat, but everybody has been just amazing, really. I love seeing the support for the players. I love seeing the players come into the Twitch chat after the fact and feel like we've represented them well. So it's good to see and hear that. And yes, I am unbelievably excited for this final matchup that we have here tonight. Phantasmal, we haven't seen them play for a while. They got their little break. They got a longer break than us, so hopefully all their equipment is working properly, and hopefully they're not quite as ADD as the two of us are. But we've got some good stuff coming, and a best of 7 as well, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Best of 7 on the docket here. Round of applause again for everybody in chat, and of course to all of our sponsors today as we jump in to game number 1. We want to give a big thank you to Psyonix, of course, for their sponsoring of the WCBC Season 3. EGS, our broadcasters on the day, of course, as well as Angie. Going to rudely interrupt me while I thank our sponsors.
How
but
dare she.
first on the board.
It's about
for
her,
Bang
all right,
Gang.
Hunted. It's about her right now.
That
Should
it is.
be.
The sponsors can certainly wait, as we've got quite a battle going on between these two teams. Again, Phantasmal coming into this one, winning those winners finals, and I'm sure Bang Gang got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder because of it.
That, and they also come in with a little bit of a raised chin as well. As you can see, they get that first round automatically for being in the winner's bracket. So Bang Gang also has a slightly steeper hill to climb, but it is a best of 7, so many more opportunities for them to show themselves, and right there, that's going to do it.
Bebop, what is that angle? She finds this one, and that goes top shelf just with the back end of the car. Nothing Courtney can do. Courtney was in a pretty good position on the line, but that is too good from Bebop. And it'll make it a 2-0 game before we're even a minute old here in game, I guess technically game 2 of this best of 7 between these two squads. And, you know, if Bang Gang can hold on to this lead and take game number 2 here, it pretty much resets the series, right? We go back to even, and it's pretty much a brand new series from there.
Yeah, they can kind of tie it up, as it were, just because Phantasmal does have that single round granted to them for, you know, being slightly more winners. They haven't lost a game. Avenger is going to pick up another one, though. What kind of winners are these? Phantasmal, this is actually interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean, not dissing you, Phantasmal. You guys have been doing amazingly well today, but we just saw, you know, Courtney trying to maybe get that out, ended up just helping it go in. Not that there was anything that could be done about that, but the positioning from Phantasmal throughout the day has been phenomenal, and it kind of seems like Bang Gang has thrown them back on their heels, making them reevaluate exactly what is going on in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a quick 1-2 punch from Bang Gang to start this game. They take a 3-0 lead. We even saw a tiny little bit of a double commit from Phantasmal that led to that third goal from Bang Gang, and now it's going to be an uphill battle, certainly in game 2. If Queen Bee can make those kind of plays. Oh, she bumped Courtney out of the way. Queen Bee was on a warpath there. She didn't care who was in front of her. She was taking him out of the play. Luckily, it goes in eventually as everybody gets taken out. Kate will follow it up, and it's 3-1.
There's a bit of a dog pile right there. We can actually, I mean, there were cars bouncing off of each other, just trying to get some footing, trying to position themselves for defense. And you know what? It's working out quite well there. Phantasmal finding themselves a goal, but then Queen Bee is going to be demoed to start this next one off. And Bang Gang has been set on the defensive now for the last little bit.
Yeah, I mean, still they held on to this lead, but it is only 2 goals, and there's still a lot of time left. We mentioned how Phantasmal comes into this one perhaps a little cold, not having played a match in just about an hour or so, maybe even a little longer than that. Whereas, of course, Bang Gang coming off that win in the losers final, as here's Queen Bee going to try to drop that down. Easy save by Avenger. So perhaps we're seeing Phantasmal warm up because they've certainly found more offense now. As this is Courtney. What can she do off the ceiling? Drops it in.
No way! That was beautiful.
Great play.
Threading a needle right there. There were 2 defenders ready to pop that one away. Goes past Angie. Bebop actually managed to get a touch, and Avenger was on that back post ready, but just such a beautiful pop from right above the goal. I am loving this. And now we are sitting at 5 goals total, just over halfway through this round. And you're absolutely right there, Hunting, that in that Phantasmal kind of needed a moment to warm up. Bang Gang just came off of winning up against FOB a moment ago. Phantasmal has had a bit of a break here now, but they have been forcing Bang Gang on the defensive for a lot of the second half of this round so far. And now they're going to secure it with tie here, as Courtney makes her first goal of this round.
This has got to be So frustrating for Bang Gang. You start out so well, 3 goals before we're even 2.5 minutes old, and then all of a sudden, it's like Phantasmal flips a switch. Courtney with 2, Kate with 1. They're still pressing the attack. Will this be a Phantasmal come from behind victory? You imagine if they take this game in the manner that they did, we could be in for a very, very short series.
That would be slightly unfortunate. Luckily for us, we get a few extra rounds this game because it is the best of 7 to round things out. We're sitting at 1:20 now. Angie very, very nicely rolling that one around, preventing it from being a potential shot on goal. But man, Phantasmal has such good control in response to these plays and the pressure that Bang Gang is trying to push forward.
This is finally Bang Gang getting on the offensive side. Avenger looking for Bebop, but Kate quickly to it. As Angie last back. Ends up getting challenged by Kate. Courtney's in the air. Hat trick again.
My.
Courtney, the goal-scoring fanatic so far today. Another one on her scorecard, and it's 4-3.
3-4-3. 3 shots, 3 goals. She is sitting at 100% now with 54 seconds left in this game. And Bang Gang started this one out on a very, very sweet high. And they're slowly realizing that Phantasmal is here for a reason. They were first in that bracket for a reason. And Courtney, again, is not going to let up. 4th shot, still 100% to take on the 4th one for Phantasmal.
Courtney's pretty good at Rocket League, I think, is what she's trying to tell us. With her performance today, as you said, 4 for 4, 5-3, Phantasmal with 5 unanswered goals. They look to take game number 2. I thought that was going to be even another one there for Courtney. But, I mean, still game not over, especially with this bouncing off the crossbar. Avenger nearly snuck that one home. Courtney going to give some pressure to Angie, even tried to deflect this one on goal. But things falling apart at the seams right now for Bang Gang. They still have 20 seconds. They need to get one with some time remaining. But Phantasmal, what a come-from-behind effort, and it looks like they're going to take this game too.
And I kind of said it the first 30 seconds. What is this team? You know, it didn't seem like Phantasmal. They had just a quick moment to find their, and that was it. Normally, you get a lot of teams where it's a round, and I say that all the time, that it takes some warming up, really, going up against an opponent maybe that you haven't got up against in a couple of games, and they immediately found their footing. All it took was Bang Gang to make them really scared at the start of that one with those 3 early goals.
Well, that was quite fun to watch. Certainly, once Phantasmal was able to get to work, it was like magic. They could really do no wrong, it felt like, in that second half. And Courtney, of course, a big part of the offense again. She has absolutely popped off today. I would not be surprised if she took the sole possession of the goals per game category lead here at the end of week 2 for North America, because that is just how good she's been today. And now Phantasmal 2 games away from being crowned champions here in the second week of North America. They came a couple of games away last time, and that's kind of got to be in the back of their minds, right? You know that Bang Gang is still a team that is deadly and can come from behind here. You can't let off the gas now.
Oh no, especially not with the gas that they put on at the very start of these rounds. And that might be something as well that Bang can kind of recognize and attempt to take advantage of, is maybe getting an early lead. The unfortunate side of that is, even though they got that early lead, it was very quick for Phantasmal to get back, but if they can at least get that early pressure on and have a little bit of a buffer there to try to play a little more defensively maybe. Phantasmal is just playing it out of their minds. Every single one of these ladies is everywhere they need to be at the right time, and the teamwork is glorious to watch. Oof.
I have a feeling that Bang Gang is not going to go down quietly, as Bebop at the top of the box finds the challenge to put that one home. I love that play from Avenger to find the demo as well, forcing an awkward touch from the final defender. And Bebop will put that in the back of the goal. And like I said, I don't see Bang Gang going down without a fight here. They're such a tenacious team that you can't really silence them without really being put through your paces here. It's nice save by Courtney on Avenger.
Not at all. And I just said it a moment ago, a lot of teams take, maybe a round to kind of adjust themselves. It's very possible that while Bang Gang had that early lead, Phantasmal adjusted a little bit quicker than they would have expected. So they're kind of taking their time on this one. It's, a little risky, but once they've found that, they can absolutely work this. And that early lead, again, may be something that they can really use to their benefit here, as pushing Phantasmal back on their heels early on, again, it's the buffer, it gives them a nice buffer and allows you to play a lot more confidently.
Certainly confidence is the name of the game right now. Bang Gang looking a little bit better after that goal. They've been on the offensive side of the ball for a majority of the start of game number 3. As kind of reminiscent to how we started game 2, however, and Phantasmal, of course, waking up in that latter half to really put that game to bed. But Bang Gang doing a great job of responding here. Courtney, nice little play to get around Bebop, and this will send Queen Bee on her way, though. She gives that up to Angie in the corner. I would have liked to see a little bit more control. Kate from the sharp angle goes wide on that play. 2 minutes gone, still a 1-0 game here for BG in the blue.
It's good to see. Not allowing Phantasmal to get their fingernails underneath this team, start prying that up. They are doing a great job of focusing on keeping this ball on the offensive side. There was a great save by Kate. Bebop with an attempted shot. Woo! And Kate is going to secure another savior there. We'll see if Bang Gang can continue to keep this on the offensive side. This is one of the longest times that I've seen Phantasmal attempt to move the ball away from their defensive zone and kind of be unsuccessful at this. Bang Gang phenomenally hitting these rebounds, continuing to keep the pressure on.
The forecheck has been great. It'll end up in a goal for Angie as well. It's just constant rotation. The cycle plays out of the corner, and we never saw a good breakout attempt by Phantasmal, mainly because there was always a blue car in those passing lanes, in the areas that they want to set up these area passes. And, you suffocate them enough with that hard forecheck like we just saw from the blue side, it'll turn into some shooting opportunities. They take advantage, and now we've got a 2-0 game on our hands here.
See if Phantasmal can work this around and get the aggression back on response. We know they had a heavy spike in terms of that aggression and balancing things out a little more heavily in their favor, actually, towards the later end of the game. So this might be their time to shine. Another shot there on goal by Bebop, sent away by Courtney. So many saves coming through from Phantasmal. As aggressive as Bang Gang has been, we do also have to recognize just how well the defensive side for Phantasmal has been throughout this heavy pressure.
Well, now, Angie going to turn it around. Here's Kate. Looking for Queen Bee. Avenger again will send it back in. Big clear from Courtney. Bebop's got to get up to this one. She will. Queen Bee was hoping for a bit of an error there. Won't quite get rewarded. As now Courtney around Bebop. Can't get by Angie. And again, the midfield challenges have been wonderful from Bang Gang in this game. They have not let Phantasmal see the light of day on the offensive side of the ball. And with 50 seconds left, still trying to break out from this iron curtain that has been the Bang Gang defense. They'll finally get the ball in. Can Kate make something happen? Queen Bee's there, but Bebop diligently out to the top of the box, able to make the block in 30 seconds left. Oh, actually, Avenger whiffs on that play. Courtney's going to send it towards, but it gets away from her, and Angie able to make the save. That one needed to go in if Phantasmal wanted a chance.
I will say that Bebop, really strong Bebop, and then a little bit of ball. My goodness, these last games here, going into Phantasmal. really been showing up, saying, "Hey, I am also not bad call back. We're gonna make something of it."
And she was an early asset to this team, of course, in this game as well, scoring the first goal. She has an assist on Angie's goal as well. And you're absolutely right. Bebop stepped up to the plate. I think the whole team stepped up to the plate. Avenger, obviously might have had a little bit of some struggles finding the offensive touch in that game, but it didn't matter because Angie and Bebop were there to cover up any kind of miscues, which really I didn't see any. I never saw Bengang make any kind of egregious mistakes. It was just a solid team effort, and I have to say, I loved the way that they were able to run that forecheck in the offensive zone. It's something we don't talk about too much, but when you get that cycle play going, and when I say cycle, I mean that differently from a rotation. You got players rotating, but the ball cycling in and out of the corner. When you get that going, it can be difficult to hem a team in, and they did a fantastic job. It looked like just pure frustration from the Phantasmal defense
Right.
trying to find any kind of breakout pass.
Oh, for sure. And it's interesting because almost the entirety of this last that last round was very reminiscent of the first 30 seconds of the very first round for Phantasmal, and that they that first over half of piled up. They had a lot of out over so that that was why the perfect for her on that nice solo round. Not quite enough. Starting this out the last round. Hey,
Well, Phantasmal up 1-0 here against Bengang early on. Well played by them to get on the offensive side early. We will see if they can hang on to said lead. As now Angie looking for the pass across to Avenger. Courtney gonna jump up quickly for it. Indy has to dive off of that one. Bebop again gonna rotate around. Shot is towards the cage. We'll see that clear into the corner. Here's Avenger, maybe. Ooh, Bebop is coming in hot for that play. Angie gets beat. Kate, an open net. Can she beat Avenger? No! Just makes the play on the post. Avenger keeps it a 1-0 game.
We're working on that play and Avenger. Another shot on the line. So that
and Bebop comes in to harass Courtney on the backside. I thought she had done enough to take Courtney out of the play. It was a great save, great recovery save by Courtney on Avenger, but eventually it's just a bit too much to deal with when you're on your lonesome on the goal line there like Courtney was. Well done by the whole team, really, to turn that into a goal. Angie going to get credit with the goal. Avenger on the assist. And Bebop, the assist in our hearts. That's Avenger around Courtney. That's another one near post. 2-1 for Bengang.
All right, you are the primary one. I can navigate around court, find the best. That one. And then they their favor now. He's left on the clock. As
we've got a 2-1 game now as Bengang looking to equalize this series. Avenger trying to play beyond Kate. Angie. Little tap pass in front. Bebop's there, but Courtney takes it away. Halftime comes and goes in game number 4 now, as Bang Gang look to equalize the series at 2 if they can hang on to this one. Go lead Kate. Well done on the challenge. She'll give herself an open net. And this time, there's nobody to scramble back for BG. And it will be a 2-2 game with 2:19 to go.
This is the way we want to do the grand finals. And now we are sitting at 2-2, just under halfway through this match. A team like Fantastic have get that single round win for being in the winner's bracket, and fighting their way to the winner's bracket in the matchup. And they are holding so strong. Fantastic so in control at the end of that first match. Game has shown us that this is not like those players, like they are able to respond to react just as well as the other competition.
Well, we still have to decide the victor here in game 4. We are tied at 2 with 1:35. Good block on that play by Courtney. Here's Bebop. Oh, that one might be a bit high. No, good play from Kate to clear that off the sidewall. Angie sends that hard down in front. Can Courtney catch up to this one? Oh, she's over the head of Bebop, looking for the play out in front, but Avenger just going to do what she can to make the stop. And I would not be surprised if this game turns into quite a long one. It seems like nobody wants to overcommit. Nobody wants to make that crucial mistake that gives the enemy team an advantage with time ticking away right now. So a defensive game so far. That's a nice play from Courtney. Really needed that touch as she wins the 50 as well. Queen B will find the clear. Is this gonna drop down? Kate and Avenger, they'll connect. Bebop. Now Angie, shot towards the demo is perfect. Taken out on the goal line, and Bang Gang break the tie. Queen B couldn't get out of the sights of Bebop, and Angie with her second. But Bang Gang up by a goal. 31 left to go. Phantasmal and Bang Gang continue to duke it out. This has been such a close series, and it continues as this one going to squirt all the way down into the Phantasmal zone. Around the outside, Avenger will finish it off. Well done. Bang Gang should certainly tie the series now. Only 11 seconds left. 2 goals necessary for Phantasmal. I just don't think they have the time. All that's left now is to see the time tick away. 9 seconds left. Avenger looking for Angie across. Kate. He will deflect it into the corner. Courtney to pop it up. They may get one for the road. Courtney will score. Needs her goal for this game. As that is going to do it for us here. It turns into a 1-goal game. Bang Gang and Phantasmal in game number 4. But more importantly, we are tied now at 2 heading into game number 5. And this, the 5th game, going to be extremely important. So unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties on Jolly's side. We're trying to get them fixed for you all as soon as possible. But I'm glad you're here with me. I'm glad that you all have been sticking around, because this series has been wonderful up to this point. We knew it was going to be close, just like the last time we saw these teams go at one another, and it's been wonderful yet again. So a 4-3 affair here in game number 4. We're about to move on into game 5, and Bang Gang looking pretty good all the way around. Phantasmal really trying to kind of stem the tide a little bit here. It looks like Bang Gang definitely has a ton of momentum heading into this next game, as we're going to go right on over to Neo Tokyo, as we have game number 5 just about ready to go. Angie and Queen Bee will take the kickoff. 5 minutes on the clock, and again, we apologize for the audio issues that we've been facing throughout. We are getting them resolved right now as Courtney, 8 seconds in, puts Phantasmal on the board. Good play off the kickoff. Kate running interference on Angie there as well. Phantasmal takes a 1-0 lead, and this is really important for the Phantasmal side. I really wanted to see them get on the board early, try to shake off some of these cobwebs, really. I guess cobwebs isn't the greatest descriptor, but, you know, shake off some of the issues that they had in the last couple of games and get back to their goal-scoring ways, as they do take a 1-0 lead. Queen Bee trying to pop this one out. Bebop can't get around Kate. Double touch off the ceiling. Avenger. Now Bebop. Oh, that's right off of Kate. This could be dangerous. Good play from Queen Bee to turn it. Courtney's there. Avenger eventually can't get to it. Queen Bee to the bouncer top shelf. And Bang Gang find themselves under the gun early. Avenger probably wanting that play back. It was a tough play. Had to make some kind of touch, but it gets away from her a bit. And Queen Bee will follow that one up beautifully. Nice little bouncer to the top corner. Make it a 2-0 game. Just a minute gone, as this is Kate to Queen Bee, and it's 3. Beautiful again. Kate to Queen Bee has been fantastic so far in this 5th game. And goodness me, I think we can bring Jolly back into the fold, as we're getting into some high-level, high-action Rocket League right now.
No clue what happened. Sorry about that, guys. I've got a board. But it does look like that time I've seen some eventual watches. Here's 3:44 left on the clock. And people now, how long have they gone?
Yeah, it has felt like it has felt like quite a while, certainly for Phantasmal, or I'm sorry, for Bang Gang, as they've had quite a rough start to game number 5. 2 goals by Queen Bee, and the one from Courtney. They'll make it a 3-0 affair for Phantasmal. Bang Gang trying to find a little bit of some light at the end of the tunnel here, but this is an open net for Kate. No, she can't get around it. Has a tough play out of the corner. 3 minutes left to go, and still, just like Phantasmal having their way with Bang Gang, we continue to deal with these audio problems. We do very much apologize for getting them resolved as quickly as possible to make this as enjoyable as possible for you. And I know Jolly, if she's anything like I am, I'm sure she's dying to get back on this cast, as it has been quite fun in this grand final so far. Halftime now. Angie and Courtney up in the air to try to make that challenge. Avenger wants to turn it. She's around Kate, around Queen Bee as well, but does play that well far, as we're going to try one more time, see if we can't bring Jolly back in.
Hopefully, if not, I'm not going on. I'd love to get
Well, if we're back to business, then I mean, you joined us at a good time. 3-0 is the score, but Avenger will go over the top, throwing that one in the back of the goal, and that gives life to Bang Gang now with a minute 46 left to go. Good play from Avenger. They finally get that breakout to work. They were kind of hemmed into their own zone for quite a while. But as far as the breakout goes, they finally make one work. Now they give themselves a bit of life, but Courtney takes that away immediately. The demo on the Bebop gives Queen Bee a wide open net to shoot at, and she won't miss that. 4-1 Phantasmal to put themselves on match point heading into game number 6. And this has been such a back and forth, bizarre type of series with how these teams have played one another. It's been, either an extremely close game. You've seen near overtime a couple of times to blowouts on either side. I'm not sure what to expect heading into game 6. And if we have a game 7, I think all bets are off, most definitely, as Bebop still will put that one in. She's squeezing it between all 3 defenders, and we don't want to count out Bang Gang quite yet in this game. They have 70 seconds left to work. Sad again, just able to get through the 3 Phantasmal defenders. It should be mentioned. I think I missed it when it happened. Queen Bee with a hat trick in this game. 3 goals on 4 shots for her. Courtney with 1. An assist for her as well. Kate with 2 assists. Or actually just the 1 shot for her. So 50 seconds left. Courtney ends up having that one drop in off a couple of defenders. That's an unfortunate play, and I think that will likely end the game off of Bebop, and I think that was Avenger. It was, as she was flashing across the bottom trying to help out. So 5-2 now, 48 to go. Will we see this end at the scoreline? Will we see a couple more goals? I guess that's really all that's left to be decided, as Phantasmal back on the horse after dropping the last 2 games. They retake the series lead, and they put themselves a game away from being crowned the champion of week number 2. Came up just shy in week 1 against this very Bang Gang team. Were unable to take them down in the grand finals. Looking for a little bit of revenge now. They beat them earlier on today in the winners final just to get here. So far, they have played quite well. Put themselves in a position to win. So now the ball will almost touch the pavement. Still up in the air. Ain't gonna knock this one forward. Courtney's there. Does this turn into yet another goal? We'll find out here. I know Courtney's looking for the hat trick. Not going to be able to find it. That's Phantasmal. Taking game 5. We head to 6 with Phantasmal and Bang Gang, as this is going to be a very, very close one. I'm interested to see how Bang Gang approaches the first minute of game 6. Really, truly, because they got behind the 8 ball quite early, right? We saw a lot of goals come out early from Phantasmal, and obviously they got 2 back. They were able to make it a game sort of there towards the end, but you can't afford to go down by as much as they have, really, against any team in this league. As Jolly, we have you back on the screen, hopefully back on the microphone as well. And I apologize, to you especially for all these weird problems we've been having.
No, that's all right. I've dealt with far worse. The production's spectacular here. You guys are very, very, very supportive. So I know it's not my fault. But that looks like a pretty spectacular game. I unfortunately had to, restart everything, so I did miss the end. How did things turn out?
It's a 5-2, I think, final score for Bang Gang, and I wonder if they are doing this to you on purpose. The next map that we're going into, I want you to take a quick guess on what you think it is. I don't think you're going to be satisfied.
Oh, really? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
I think they're doing this to you on purpose at this point.
You know
Yeah,
what?
from the Aquadome.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, it was back.
Oh, we are underway with game number 6. Aquadome
Okay,
or no
so-
Aquadome? As Avenger trying to demo Kate there on the backside. Courtney will send Kate on her way. Just about a minute gone by game 6. Angie has to make a quick save on a Courtney bid. Kate's up in the air. Double touch opportunity blocked away by Bebop. Queen Bee again down to Courtney. They score. And Phantasmal once more on the board. Early and often it's been Phantasmal. Courtney, who else but Courtney to start the scoring for this team. She has been lovely today. Certainly a career day for her in the WCBC. And you know she's hungry to cap that off with an NA championship win. Still, they need to play on. 3 minutes, 50 seconds left. Have to defend this 1-goal lead. Angie and Kate will meet each other at the top of the box. Bebop sends it in. Try to use the corner. Courtney sees that all the way, and she might even have a play here. The pass is beautiful to Queen Bee, just a bit too high, though. Kate, just a bit wide on that shot. Avenger will help it out. She ends up getting a save, credit to her name for that one as well. Bang Gang has done a decent job of playing defense. They have not been able to generate any kind of offensive opportunities, just the one shot so far in this game. As that's a good little play from Angie. Forces Kate to go up for it. She was challenged quickly by Avenger. Round Bebop. Now is Angie back to the midfield. Has to go around Queen Bee. Courtney will turn. In the air, over Bebop. Out around Avenger, who sends that at least as far as the midfield line. And Phantasmal doing a wonderful job of making sure that they play responsible Rocket League at the midfield. They haven't been overly aggressive. They've been able to find the reads on these higher clears as Avenger had some time and space. It's not often that we've seen her with that much time in the past couple of games. She's able to make it work. Now going to take this one away. 2:15. Still a 1-0 lead being held on to by Phantasmal. Queen Bee out to Kate. She'll deflect it into the sidewall. This is where Avenger will play it on. Down to Bebop. Top side of the corner. Courtney. And to send a timing play over to Queen Bee. That will chase her a bit too far. And a minute 50. All left on the clock. I'm on to Courtney. Going to give Angie a ton of space at the midfield. Eventually Queen Bee able to hustle out there. Off the respawn, Courtney makes the play. Avenger, no touch. Bebop's got to hustle back. Here comes Courtney. Maybe a double touch. No, she just can't get around it in time. That could have been deadly to the Bang Gang squad. Unfortunately, Courtney just not enough goose to make that work. So we're into the final 75 seconds of Game 6. This is a bouncer out towards Angie. Kate just going to avoid Avenger on the back line. Makes the save as well. As now Avenger the bouncer off the crossbar. Bebop on the rebound. She'll go posting in. Tying the game with 1:02 seconds left to go. And we have some drama left to sort through in this series. Potentially golden goal territory here. I have a feeling the next goal will decide this game and could very well decide this series. Bebop putting some pressure on the orange side. Quickly though, Queen Bee and Courtney combine. Bender sends it right back down. Back wall, Angie blocked away by Courtney. Kate's got to hustle. Able to get there just in time, and she'll find a secondary touch as well. 35 left to go. Regulation time, game number 6, ticking by quite quickly. We may need an extra period to decide the winner of this one. Demo on the backside onto Kate. That means no real follow-up quite yet. Courtney, Ian buys touch there as this is going to bounce hard off the back wall. Bebop, the pass to Avenger, they score! Great pass, Bebop connects with Avenger, and with 7 seconds left, Bang Gang on the board. They beat the defense, and it's a 2-1 lead in Game 6. Will we see Champions Field again between these squads? That's what it's looking like now. However, there's still an opportunity. That's off the bar. Kate can't get the touch, and Queen Bee will send this too far. The demo by Angie. She'll even turn it into a goal. We have Game 7 upcoming to determine who is going to be your North American Week 2 champions. As Bang Gang fight off their demons, they're able to come back with 7 seconds left to win it and even get a goal for the road there with no time left to go. Turns it into a 3-1 final score. But by all accounts, this game could not have been any closer. I hope that everybody watching is enjoying this as much as I am. This has been a fantastic series. We've been in for a treat, certainly, with these two teams, and we've got one more 5-minute game of Rocket League to decide who is going to be your champions. And it wouldn't be possible without all of the work done on the back end by all of our lovely broadcasting partners and of course, you in the chat. So, again, round of applause for each and every one of you here sticking with us throughout the day. It's been a long day of Rocket League. But, again, we've got one more game to play to determine who it's going to be coming out with the lion's share of the points from this week number 2. I'm really looking forward to it. We're loading into Champs Field right now. It was such a close Game 6. It looked like Phantasmal was in the driver's seat for a majority of it. That last minute tying goal, and then, of course, the tie-breaking 7-second play brings us here now into Champ Field, where Phantasmal, Bang Gang do battle once again on the day. This has been so much fun. And I have a feeling we may need extra time just to decide this one as well. But relatively slow start to Game 5, Game 7, not surprising considering the stakes. Is going to be Queen Bee to try to push into the corner. Bounces out towards Kate. Oh, great play onto Angie, opening up the space for Kate. B like a wrecking ball through the back line, forcing Angie off her line. And that'll be a 1-0 game now for Phantasmal. Again, in a position like this last game, they didn't let it phase them. They were able to come back. But again, they have to play from behind. This will be out for Avenger. Weakly towards the goal, puts Kate in a tough spot. Bebop was able to win the challenge, but just couldn't get the ball on goal. This now is Queen Bee. Has Courtney in transition. Able to make the touch. Avenger using the sidewall to send Angie on her way. Blocked down by Kate. Now Bebop throws this hard towards the back wall. Angie, a little touch. Looking for some help from a teammate, but it's Queen Bee to get there first. Avenger has to turn quickly. Does a good job of controlling, but ends up giving the ball away to Courtney. Here's Angie now. Queen Bee. Minute 30 gone. Kate towards the net. Backwards, Avenger will pop this up. Double commit from Angie and Bebop, but they get the ball into the corner. Still Kate tries to move it. Avenger down to Bebop in transition. Kate's got full boost and will turn. Pass over to Queen Bee just wide. Still, this pops up. Courtney's there. Can't quite knock that one in as Avenger flashes across the goal mouth to make the save. And we continue to play on 1-0. 2 minutes gone. Game number 7. As Jolly, one final time. Can we get you for the final moments of this game? Please save me.
You know what? These guys are working so hard. I really hope so. We'll find out. Chat will let us know right away.
Please, chat. Just let her be good, chat, even if it sounds horrible.
Hey! All right. Good enough. I'm back, guys. I'm back. And looks like we're about halfway through this one, huh?
And it's been, again, an extremely close series. We're in Game 7. Bang Gang managing to make the comeback work in Game 6. They keep themselves alive. But again, it's Phantasmal on the board early. And they've got to play a little bit more defense. As Courtney gets this to the midfield line, we'll see how this plays out with 2 minutes left to go.
Just 2 minutes. I am so upset. I mean, you know, we had to work through some things, but man, what a way to end this series. The fact that we're in Game 7 alone is so hype. Such a close series. This is exactly what you want from Grand Finals every time.
Exactly, and this is what we expected from these teams, especially after that winners final. But now, they tied up great play from Courtney. Just going to get that little chip play around, and 90 seconds left to go. Avenger wins the challenge over the top. Kate tries to get it away. Good block again by Courtney. She has been all over the field, really just trying to keep everything out, as that's a demo on Kate on the backside, but again, it's Courtney to clear on.
Avenger with the demo, almost setting it up there for Angie, but hey, that famous fourth player, the crossbar, coming in clutch once again. Now a minute left. 60 seconds is all we've got. Can we get this tied up? And see maybe one more overtime of the night. Great shot. Kate with another spectacular save here. Courtney's going to ride this one up along the ceiling, bounce back down. No boost available, and that corner is gone. Somebody else is going to have to pick this up. Oh my goodness. Angie with another demolition, and Avenger with an attempted shot on goal. Maybe third time's the charm, at least from my perspective here. That's how many times I've seen that crossbar so far in the last 60 seconds. Make a save. Oh my goodness. That's a bit of a nail in the coffin.
Well, it's certainly going to make it that much more difficult. B wins the challenge past Bebop, and that might just do it. Can they hang on for these final 26 seconds? You know Avenger and Angie going to be pushing this kickoff as hard as possible, but Courtney going to waste a ton of time up high. Good block from Bebop. Kate now to keep the ball in. 17 left to go. They've got to get out of the zone, do Bang Gang. As Queen Bee towards the net, that'll do it. She collects her second, and Phantasmal collect their first North American Championship win here in week number 2. What a series, and it's Phantasmal who walk away from it.
Starting very first game, Phantasmal playing exceptionally well. My goodness, of all the teams to put them to their wits' end, though, the Bang Gang has done absolutely that. Fortunately for this last one, it was pretty heavy-handed, but my, these games have been beautiful.
Wow, what a series to end the day. I don't think we could have ended on a better note. Game 7, Phantasmal securing their first win, and well-deserved. They haven't lost a series on the day. They come through the winner's bracket, take the grand final win. But, you know, Bang Gang, as you said, they certainly didn't make it easy. And I really thought, you know, Game 6 was going to do it after Phantasmal got on the board early. But once again, it's Bang Gang who shows that they are a resilient team, able to overcome just about anything. But, you know, today, Phantasmal, just the better team.
We might see them back better and stronger. As we know, they did have a sub in, but to make it as far as they did, Bebop playing exceptionally well, a fantastic addition to this team, and hopefully continues to collaborate with these folks.
Well, let's take a look at the standings as we exit today. These are the new duo at the top, Bangkang and Phantasmal, finishing first and second place, both in the last two tournaments. So they are sitting tied at 351. Flashes of Brilliance will collect their third place finish, where they will now move to 240 points. Crossbar Queens, fourth place with 150. Rocket Cats propelling themselves up the leaderboard with a couple of wins today, sitting at 120. And we've got the final three teams rounding out the top 8 in Disaster Esports, Only IQ and Taco Bell's with 90 apiece. So the race only beginning in this week number 2. We've got 3 more weeks of North America before the playoff time. So still opportunities for these teams to gather some more points, give themselves some good seeding heading into the finals. And, I'm very happy to see the constant improvement from both sides, or not both sides, from all sides, I should say. Everybody making improvement, both here in North America and in Europe, and we saw that on display today.
That is the best part of these series. This is the second one of these that I've, got the opportunity to now be a part of. I did the Supergirl Gamer Pro series recently, and the growth of these players, and not only that, but the dedication of the fans. That's the most heartwarming part of doing these tournaments. Obviously, we love the recognition that the players get. Hopefully, we have done a good job of representing you all, as you're the reason that we get the opportunity to be here. But it's phenomenal being able to see you guys grow, and I cannot wait as the weeks go on for this tournament to watch the development across the whole board.
Well, let's take a look in summary at our bracket here today, as we have played quite a bit of Rocket League per usual here on the WCBC streams. Phantasmal walk through the upper side. They take the win in 7 games in that grand final. Bangkang doing their best to take down Flashes of Brilliance there in the losers final 3-0. And again, Flashes of Brilliance having a rough day early on, but they bounced back in quite a great way, unfortunately running into arguably the best team in the league right now. So, great job all the way around. You love to see the Rocket Cats moving up in there. They didn't have a great week 1. They certainly bounced back, take a couple of wins, and give themselves some nice meaty points in this week number 2. And again, we saw the standings a little bit earlier, moving themselves up the ladder. So congratulations to them. But, Jolly, you and I have been going at it for upwards of about 6 hours now. It's been quite the day. Anything that you'd like to say before we sign off?
I've already gushed, not enough, but that's all. It's the gushing. It's seriously, chat is absolutely amazing. Thank you guys for interacting. I love to see the players come after the fact. Again, hopefully we have done a really good job representing you, because that is our job, is to make you guys look better than you already make yourselves look, which makes our job pretty easy, in fact. But seriously, thank you to production, and thank you guys so much. I really hope to be a part of one of these broadcasts in the future. Apparently, you guys don't hate me, so I'm gonna do my best to make it to many more of these events, because this was an absolute blast. So thank you to everybody for having me.
And one final time, would like to thank our sponsors, of course, Psyonix for sponsoring Season 3, and, of course, the prize pool, everything like that. Huge thank you to them, and we appreciate all of the support they've given us over this season. TGS, our broadcasting partner, Jordan, pushing the buttons behind the scenes all day today, as usual. Shout out to him and all of his wonderful work, and, of course, the whole team at the gaming studio. Jordan Wright and the City of Sound for their intro music and the music you've heard throughout the day on stream. And of course, Girls House and Girl Boss for all that they do in the esports community, in their various esports, creating a safe and fun environment for women across all walks of life, things like that in the different various esports. We thank them for all of their work and for helping us out here on the WCBC. That's going to do it, though, for us. North America Week 2 in the books. Phantasmal walk away with their first victory of the season. Will they be able to hang on? Will they be able to win another week? That's just going to have to be answered at a later date. We will be live next weekend, a little bit earlier for EU. Make sure you follow the channel, turn on those notifications so you can be here while we see those lovely EU ladies do battle yet again for their third week. And again, the week after that, North America does battle once more. We will see you then. Until then, have a great week. Make sure you wash your hands, stay safe, and we'll see you next time.